discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Defense space. Let's go. We are live. DPA open mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 127 for the India versus Pakistan, Russia Victory Day parade, US-China reset meeting, and the European funny leaders go to look for Zelensky in Kiev to talk to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump peace deal, and so much more. Crazy week. It's a week only, just 1 week. So so hopefully you guys can hear me. I believe you guys can hear me, right? So if you can hear me, press 1. Yeah. Very suspicious. My volume is too low. Okay. You guys can hear me. This is actually my max volume, surprisingly. So yeah, and I never change anything. This has always been my volume. So yeah. Okay, so hopefully everything is okay. I just want to note, for the people watching on Rumble, the speakers later may not be able to see your live chat on the Streamyard, because something wrong with Rumble. I think Rumble got a DDoS attack lately, and the live stream thingy kind of broke. I'm not sure. So I only can stream direct, but there is no connection to the live chat per se. So anyway, it never had a live chat. Like, I can never send live chat to Rumble. Only Rumble can send live chat to Streamyard. So anyway, John Steele, you need to get a better speaker. because this is the maximum volume. I can't get any louder unless I can talk like this, like an ASMR. No, but yeah, that would be too sexy. No good. It's Mother Day, you know. So we're gonna drop the link to join. Okay, just this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platform on DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitter, and DPA Twitch. So okay, let me drop the link to join. Okay, give me a second. Oops. Meow. Okay, so I need to do the copy and pasting again. Give me a second. And so meanwhile, do remember to share and like the stream, or ask your friends to come and watch. You know, those that you think that will be interested in geopolitics, war, economics, culture, and whatnot. So yeah. So I'm distracting myself. I'm very hard to concentrate. Okay, give me a second. Okay. So I'm drop the link to join. Is it still too low? What's happening? Okay. I know there's another place I can adjust. Give me a second. And the sound. Okay, I think now it should be better, right? Now it should be better. Yeah, now it should be better. Oh yeah, I agree. Somehow this is the maximum. Still low. Yeah, this should be better, right? This is the maximum. Thank you, Preston, that I sound Asian. That's good. And Johari, thank you for my speaker volume got reduced for unknown reason. So anyway, I have dropped the link to join and pin it in the YouTube channel, and I've dropped and pin it on the Rumble channel. Pin this message. I'm unable to pin. Okay, there's something broken on Rumble. Yeah, Rumble looks really broken. Oh no. Okay, so I will figure out that later. And I could drop the link to the open mic speaker lounges. So, and so, hi IGI.
Hello.
Yeah, today is a weird day. Everything is broken. Prata is in the right. Prata, there's no sound. Prata, your speaker, your mic setting is still not correct. Or you are you using a phone or a desktop? You no sound. It's oh no, Prata's speaker mic problem still there, and Iggy turned into
Why I'm orange or purple?
yeah, you look purple. Reminds me of the McDonald monster, the purple monster. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, everything is broken. Oh my god, I cannot use my headphones. So do you watch a Victory Day parade?
Well, I just watched few parts from the parade, not the whole thing.
There's a super chat I can't read. I don't know how to read this. Kizmini. Sorry, I can't read. I don't know how to read that word. Yeah, I need to use Google Translate. Who's Kashmir? Oh, Kashmir. Who won Kashmir? I have no idea actually. The last thing
Why
I
I'm
know.
purple? Do I need to rejoin or?
No. Okay, you can keep it as purple. It's perfectly fine.
But I don't know what's the cause of the purple. I now I started out my camera on laptop.
Just now you were fine when you came in, so it just turned. So it's a bit weird. Bertha is back. Come on, anyone else want to join? Yeah, Vaughn got it right. The Agreements. I forgot the name of the purple monster.
So,
Yeah.
hopefully now it works.
Yeah,
Great.
it works now.
So, what were you guys talking about?
Nothing.
The,
We're still figuring out what to talk.
the ultimatum in Kiev. That was quite fun to see those four writers of the apocalypse to make an ultimatum, but with no goal in itself, a ceasefire. They need to make a ceasefire, otherwise they will put more sanctions and more sanctions. And you wonder, which sanctions are they trying to impose now? Because there is a 17th package of sanction that the European Union has been trying to approve for months now, and it goes nowhere. So how these four clowns were announcing something that they can't impose, they can't bring to light. It's a joke. And even Trump ideas to impose 500% of tariffs whoever buys Russian oil or gets payments from Russia, it's a joke as well. Well, the moment he did that, the whole oil market in the world will be complete in chaos. So it's, but Putin reacted very well, saying that if Zelensky is not on the 15th of May, he'll probably get some severe consequences. How do you guys see?
He will be there, but he will be there. I'm not sure Putin will go to Turkey because of the arrest warrant. You cannot trust the Turkey. He might send some delegation.
Yes, of course, it's a delegation. It's not the leaders. Not Zelensky is not going to. He needs to send someone. It will be fun because Zelensky now needs to deal with this decree that doesn't allow Ukrainians to negotiate with the Russians. So it will be it will be funny how Zelensky is going to turn that around. By the way, I have a feeling he's going to do the same like he did with the first negotiations, because he sent a delegation, and the delegation was not intentionally, of course, was not mandated to negotiate. And the Russians turned them away and said, well, when you have the whole papers, we can start talking. But I have the feeling he's going to do the same again.
You said you're in Ukraine, yeah?
Me? No.
Oh, okay, that was the other guy. Because I talk daily with my friend in Kiev. Unfortunately, he is not leaving his apartment now for second or third year. He is afraid not to get mobilized, you know. Wife is getting the supplies and everything, but chatting with friends and people in Kiev, they start to get tired of the war. They don't want to be under Russia, but they're just not interested in the war whatsoever. If you talk about the war, how to improve this or that, they don't want to listen about it. They just want to live their own life, you know. So it's
No,
like
sure.
like people just look whatever, just end it. And I think Zelensky can feel the situation that, you know, it's everybody would like to end this regardless, you know. And obviously Russians, yeah.
He's probably losing popularity, and he feels it, and he feels the war, losing the war, and he knows that. I think the problem with Zelensky is that he knows that once the war is over, he's over as well. He won't survive this war for.
Well, doesn't matter. What does it mean survive? You mean he won't stay in power? He doesn't have to stay in power. He has enough resources. He can always fly to London or Washington or
and you
wherever.
think that after all he knows, indeed, that the ones that supported him are not afraid that he one day start writing his memoirs. They won't let him write his memoirs. That guy did too many really bad things, and also in the name of the others, of the US, of the UK, of France. Yeah. And the last thing they want to, once the war is over, is that these things are known. So Zelensky has no.
He doesn't have to write any memoirs. He has enough money to live he and his family until the rest of his life comfortably.
They won't. And second thing, let him alone.
He is Jewish, so I suppose that Jewish lobby will protect his life. You know, just he's part of their team. He played for Anglo-Saxons, and that's. I don't see him.
But my point is not so much about if he's going to live or if they whatever. My point is more that Zelensky knows that once the war is over, somehow he's also over. It doesn't matter how the things. You see, most of the people that had somewhere in their life such power, such decision making, they normally get in very deep depression and they die very easy and soon. This is quite often. And we could have as perhaps the most interesting are the ex-Soviet leaders. They had such a power in their hands. It's not a democratic power. Zelensky doesn't have some democratic power long ago. He has almost a totalitarian power. He decides about everything, whatever he feels like. Once that guy is not able to decide over life and death, he'll get into a really deep depression and he's over. But it doesn't matter. The thing is that Zelensky needs the war to keep driving. That's my perspective, and that makes the situation a bit complicated.
I don't know what to add there, brother.
Well, your president was in Moscow. He was considered very courageous.
Yeah. It's interesting how
this guy is Serbian provocateur. He is the same nationality as I am. So Serbia is traditional ally of Russia. That's for centuries. And
my president went there because he knows that Serbs support Russia, and if he didn't go, he would be judged by his own voters.
Yeah, I think Serbia president going is not special, right? It's a Slovakia one that is a bit more special. Like
yeah, I agree. I mean, look, we've been, you know about this, Prata. We've been sending Ukraine weapons, ammunition since 2014. There used to be uniforms captured during Battle of Donetsk Airport in Motorola's museum. He took some trophies, and among those trophies there were Serbian uniforms and stuff like that. Like there are records of soldiers who fight for Donetsk volunteers that they were being shot with their grenades, with Serbian grenades. You know, behind the curtain, my president is EU's bitch, let's say diplomatically.
Well, now, please don't give like opinions now on Serbian political scene, because 70% of population in Serbia thinks differently. We have protests, and now, you know, that's not, no one cares about Serbian internal political situation or who you support or don't support. Like,
but Wyatt does.
That's
and Prata does.
Well, no. You say something like it's a fact, and it's not a fact. You know, that's an issue. You cannot say
What
for the
did I say that's not a fact?
Well, you said that he is like a USA bitch.
No, EU's bitch.
Can you repeat?
Well,
European Union.
In a way, that's correct assessment, but not really a bitch. I would say he's manipulated by several sides, and one of them is that he tries to play this double game. He does what the European Union wants, and then he doesn't, and he plays that he's not doing it. Then he receives the Chinese president, and he tries to get compensations by the Chinese president. So if the Chinese invest more, then he will keep the Europeans, and he's always in this game, offering
he's just
the Europeans
playing for the interest of Serbia. Serbia is not in EU. Serbia is friend of Russia and China because Russia and China supports our territorial integrity. So there is nothing wrong with that. You know,
sure. But in a way, sometimes Vojcic does look Kosovo, a bit like.
Neither recognize Kosovo and Vatican ain't not our friend. So, I mean,
I never called a friend what is now Global West. There is so many countries, so many different. You know, I never called them definitely the NATO countries are not Serbian friends, just for the reasons because they sees us as a small Russians and always were against Serbia, and Serbia is always a threat for Russian expansion to Balkans, and they treat us accordingly, unfortunately.
It was interesting that Vojcic mentioned that he wants to keep the energetic cooperation with Russia, and there is this problem in Nice. There's a company that belongs to Gazprom, like 51%.
Yeah, 51%.
And the European Union wants the Gazprom to be kicked out, and Vojcic doesn't really know what to do with it. Vojcic doesn't really know what to do with it. If he announced that he was going to find a deal with the Russians, and now he says he goes to Moscow and say that he wants to keep the cooperation with the Russians, is a bit of double game.
I always have the same question for Wyatt, because I think people don't talk about this. This is like the most important thing. I think Ukraine war will center more left or more right, will be to Russian demands. But the question of all questions is Taiwan now. Why Taiwan is hanging, I really don't understand. Like they could have, okay, we are China, we are Chinese, we are one China. This is like a capitalist free market China. We cooperate with Americans, and that's it. There is no any questions about it. But no, they are pushing for independence. They are actually factually independent country. They have their own laws, their own border controls, imports, exports. China has zero controls, and they're pushing into a direction like to be completely independent for China, which is obviously China will not allow that. So it's just a matter of one lie to start the war. What's the reason? I know there's like TSMC, the chips in my phone and in my graphic card, the TSMC is more advanced technology, all the chips. So as far as I know, they already moved some factories in Arizona, and so they produce these chips in America, not in Taiwan exclusively. And I do know that they export some chips into China. because many final devices are actually made in China with chips from Taiwan. So can Chinese in continental China copy these technologies, copy these factories to produce these chips, or these chips are exclusive to Taiwan and now to the Americans where they move the factory? Because that's a huge reason for war. I want to ask Wyatt about that. You know, I don't have the.
My understanding of like semiconductors, like the design of the semiconductor is very difficult to copy. You like and then you need the technology to produce those also is very difficult. China do not have those high tech equipments. Like even today, like not even semiconductors, some other kind of like machineries. Actually, China don't have those high tech machineries, despite they are the production factory.
Only Taiwan
like they have to buy from. Yeah,
no, the machine is also not from Taiwan. The machines are mostly made in Holland. The only thing is that Taiwan is very good. Yeah, the thing is that Taiwan is very good at handling with those machines. Because the machines it's just a lithography. Now you have it's all the filling and little research that allows
3 nanometers,
Taiwanese
5
enterprise.
nanometers.
Yeah, exactly. And this is achieved through a certain manipulation of the machine that allows them to achieve those results. I think China has achieved quite a small breakthrough in the production of chips. It's not that Chinese don't have all that equipment, but that's not sometimes is what for do you need something so small. And we also have to question that. We have a panelist which works in Taiwan and he knows a lot. He has explained in several open mics how the whole thing works, and perhaps he will be coming back later, and you could ask him that. But I would
haven't seen him all the time.
Yeah. He doesn't appear that much.
My understanding of the machines
care.
is that the machine have many parts. So some parts are made exclusively in the United States, some parts is made exclusively in Europe, and there's a lot of sanctions regarding this in China. So the Chinese, they cannot develop all this. And it's like companies like TSMC and whatnot, all these top microchip designers and whatnot, they will not share this information. It's trade secret.
Yeah.
So AMD and NVIDIA, they will all keep those secrets. So and which is also why they're moving back to the United States, because if you're back in the United States, it's easier to protect it. Because if you're still in Taiwan, then there's always a risk when there's an invasion into Taiwan. So that's part of the thing. And if you talk about just to answer just now your question, is about what is Taiwan doing? Is it?
Yeah. Well, now I have a question, because we have Hong Kong, which is connected with the mainland, and effectively China could go with forces into Hong Kong anytime they want, which they don't go. Yeah,
they don't have to, because it's already annexed.
It's already annexed. So what would be the difference? Let's say if Taiwan decide not to resist, let's say, for example, so what would happen? Chinese send the army, they can go home as well. That's the question for what would Chinese do in that? They say, okay, we are China, we are free market capitalist China, and that's it. Now you send the army, now you can go home. You cannot steal our factories from the owners, private owners who own them. Yeah, you can do that.
I don't think the Chinese are so much interested in this is a kind of a misconception. Why would the Chinese be so interested in those factories? You see, there is already a relationship between China and Taiwan, which is not always so visible. They do exchange a lot of merchandise with each others. A lot of the workers came from China. The elites are all Mandarin-speaking Chinese, which came from the old Chinese elites that got refuge
Right, you don't have
in
to give
the
a
island.
backstory. You can just, because we'll be here forever.
Okay, so it was great to be with you guys. I won't be exposed by a fascist. Take care, guys. Bye now.
Okay, now that we got rid of the communists, I think the thing about China and Taiwan is Wyatt could speak to this with more authority. The Taiwanese and the Chinese are pretty much dependent on each other. Like, from what I understand, the economy of Taiwan is pretty much like the majority of their trade back both ways is done with China, the mainland. Isn't that correct?
Not correct. It's not correct. So
Really? Okay.
So because you have to understand, previously they were at war, right? And then they had a after the war didn't end, the nationalists lost the war. They were basically, they're still in this Cold War, and so they don't trade with each other. So Taiwan, however, still continue to grow. They were known as one of the four small dragons. So including South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and Japan. I think, I believe it's that. So, or Hong Kong. I forgot. Maybe
I think it's Hong
So-
Kong because Japan was already. Yeah.
Japan was already quite big. So Taiwan was growing very well, and so it is only until China opened up, joined the WTO, and then under, I think, if I'm not wrong, it's under the President Chen Shui-bian, that it's like there's this thawing of the relationship. Then they start to have direct flights. They start to have a bit of trade. Then they start
That was
to
like
allow.
30 years ago, wasn't it? Like that was
No,
under.
that was like only 20 years ago. Really
I thought that
10,
was,
15
it was
years,
under
15,
Clinton
20
when they
years
were.
ago.
Oh yeah, but they were.
No.
But by the United States, they were granted most favored. They used to call it this. It was they don't use it anymore, but it was called most favored nation trading status. This was a term that
They still use it today, actually. So they still have this status thing today. So it's just that slowly, because the nationalists start to become more and more pro-China. Like they feel like it's like no point to fight. Then they try to negotiate more. Then they have thawing of relationship. Then the Taiwanese celebrities start to go to China to explore opportunities, and then they start to intermingle. But everything went to shit when China start to sanction Taiwan. Like, for example, Taiwan say something or do something, then the China reacted by blocking tourists. They don't let China tourists go to Taiwan, or they don't let certain goods from Taiwan import into China. And it's all these tiny actions that make Taiwan realize that they cannot trust China. This applies exactly the same thing to the rest of Asia. Actually, they did it to they did it to Vietnam, they did it to South Korea, they did it to Japan, to Singapore. They did it to everybody. So that is the main problem with China. They are a very big country. They're supposed to be very powerful, but their heart is very small. Like they are. It's very not big-hearted. Every little bit of things they need to hit back. So so that's the main.
Is this like a
thing.
saving face thing more than it really has economic impact?
No, sometimes it's like an ego thing. Sometimes that some kids in the kindergarten, it's like they cannot, you cannot offend them a little bit, then they'll start to explode. It's that kind of thing. It's a very weird thing. Like, even though he's already like the oldest and the biggest, the richest, but then they have this very small ego that they cannot take it. Like, little bit, they have a very big ego that they cannot take any bit of criticism or things going against them. And it have a very strong consequence, because, like, for example, when THAAD missile was actually deployed in South Korea, they basically cut off tourism to South Korea, and the entire South Korea tourism got heavily affected. And when that happened, if you are South Korea, you will never ever depend on tourism money from China. That means if they come, it's a bonus, but they can never depend on them. This happened to Taiwan as well. They also cut tourism to Taiwan. Because there's so much people from China, and all of them want to visit Taiwan. So of course they earn a lot of money. But when I forgot what's the incident, they cut the tourism to Taiwan. Taiwan like got a reality check. Then they immediately launch massive tourism campaigns to attract people from Thailand to visit Taiwan, from Indonesia to visit Taiwan, and they managed to recover the losses of the tourism number. These are things that happened, but Drew in the chat, he disagrees. So as usual, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what? Yeah, I always get kind of a little confused by Drew's opinion of China, because when you talk, you guys seem. I mean, you both live in the region, but you seem to have diametrically opposed viewpoints of this.
Because there are Chinese people who are a bit more pro-China, or a bit more sympathetic with the China's position. There are also people who are like me, extremely suspicious of China. I have been I have been like this since I'm a kid. So when I visited China when I was 13 years old, I was terrified at the custom, man.
What do you mean?
Because
Brother,
it's a communist country, and then you see at the custom they have soldiers. They wear, even the custom officers wear like soldier uniform, and even in the signs you see that the soldiers have priority. So they don't need to kill. The soldiers will get through the customs first. And when you go into this kind of regime, you're just afraid. At least for me, I'm just like, it's very scary.
Okay.
Like even a few years ago when I go to China, I still brace myself when I go into China. So it's like, because you never know what's going to happen, because they are ultimately an authoritarian regime. They are communist. You cannot expect them to have the kind of law and order justice system that we are used to in a democratic country. Of course, I'm not saying that the United States is like a angel or whatnot, because you guys also abuse your justice system all the time. But you know that at least in the United States, most of the time you still have some kind of a legal safety, But then in China, who knows when they will disappear you and whatnot, And in a country with 1 billion people, manpower, people is worthless. In that
I
sense.
have another question as well.
only Chinese people I don't trust, brother, is my neighbors. Like they bought a house here something like 5 years ago. Since 5 years ago, they changed fucking 10 different dog breeds. Like, I don't know what the fuck are they doing with them, but I don't trust them anymore.
They eat them.
Seriously. That's. I just have another question for Wyatt. If they don't make a deal with Trump with the tariffs, and we know that China is now starting to decline demographically, if they were not happy with the Taiwan situation, they might decide first to blockade Taiwan. I mean, they control their own border because Taiwan is China. Is there a possibility, because Singapore is on such a strategic route, the Chinese army will just go there and just run in and say you're Chinese and anyway, and just together with Taiwan?
I don't think they dare. Okay, so one thing is that as much as their navy is the biggest now in the world, going into our region is a trap. Like they will get themselves killed off very quickly, because they have aircraft carrier, but aircraft carrier don't have a lot of planes. And dealing with Singapore, we have a massive air force, and that's not including Malaysian Air Force, Indonesian Air Force. Singapore will always fight together. So if Singapore is threatened, the other two will fight. Like there is no way that they will allow China to take Singapore. It will be a direct national security threat to both Malaysia and Indonesia. In fact, both Malaysia and Indonesia, in their hearts of hearts, really wanted to absorb Singapore. At times, without the Chinese people, they want to absorb the territory.
But
So they wouldn't want
Chinese
China
are
to be
not
there.
really seriously considering invading Singapore, right? Like that.
No, of course
For
not.
now, no. But when it comes with the Taiwan,
we are
if
very
it
weak,
escalates,
they can blockade. But the thing is, the moment their ships come to our region, they will be targets. So they won't survive. Like I don't think they will.
Who will shoot
Singapore. We will shoot at them. The Indonesians 100% will also shoot at them. Okay. Indonesians are now militarizing to deal with China threat. So Da Silva Voss say that he's on team and Drew Viva China. So so the Indonesians are militarizing because of the Chinese threat, and because of the Chinese situation, because of the rise of China, they are very worried, and they pivoted west. So now they are buying a lot of American things, and Americans willing to sell them even the MRAM missiles. So it's the last time in our region, no Western planes, no American planes have MRAMs except Singapore. It's a trap. So when the Malaysia buy F-18 or Indonesia buy F-16, they were only all equipped with sidewinders. None of them have the long-range missiles. They only give it to Singapore because Singapore was they need to protect Singapore against Indonesia and Malaysia. But then now the threat is no longer among each other.
Does Taiwan has these long-range missiles? Do you know?
Yeah, they have MRAMs. Yeah, so China which is why China they're very trapped between being aggressive and not aggressive at the same time, because they wanted us to really bend down to kneel. to follow them, rather than follow the Americans. But at the same time, they are impatient and they want to force us. Then the more they force us, the more we want to go to the West. So if you look at the trend today, most of the country is very pro-United States in our region. But if you go back 20 years ago, everybody is very happy with the rise of China. Everybody is pro-China or anti-United States. It is a very weird situation. Like for me as an observer, like I'm suspicious of China because it's a communist party. But the thing is, I thought that they have a lot of opportunity, but they screwed it all up. They basically squandered all the goodwill. And Singapore is the biggest direct investor of China. We are the one that taught them how to open up, taught them how to do capitalism, taught them how to do state level capitalism, to know how to grow the country very quick. Which is why China grew very quickly, because they followed our model. Literally, they learned everything from us, and then they backstab us.
They act as colonizers. Like, look, there is real accounts what they did here in Serbia. Like, they came, they took factories. While those factories was subsidized, people enjoyed, had salaries and all. As long as that money flow, it was good. And when it's done, that factory is still working, but at 30% of capacity. They laid out bunch of workers. East Serbia. They're
So the Chinese
destroying-
come in to buy the factories.
Chinese coming, famous factory Meita. Like, it's located actually in my hometown.
So what they do?
Like-
What do they make?
They had deals with. They made the carburetors, parts, and stuff for that, and they exported for Germany mostly.
I have something to add to this subject, because I'm from.
May I
Serbia.
finish this, please?
Yeah.
So
Same like the
East Serbia is also fucked up. They come, they mine, they don't give a flying fuck about environment. They literally have there almost as PMCs guarding there. So, like, okay, here is one main account. Like, there was actually intervention, a fire that broke out in that factory, Meita. We couldn't get in. Like, we stood in front of the gates because we weren't allowed to get in.
Oh, that's
to
suspicious, man.
extinguish fire. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
That's
I
so
have
suspicious.
something to add there, because in Serbia, the government made some kind of more than one direct deals with Chinese governments, Chinese investors there. Obviously, Chinese offer were better than other European companies' offers in majority of cases. And it's
Wait
true
a second, are you trying now to justify that Serbian firefighter can't extinguish fire on his own territory
I'm not
because government made
I'm not
bad deal?
commenting on that. I just want to add something else. I know for a fact that they were importing some laborers from China, and the conditions
For building, not
for
for
buildings,
to work
yeah,
in factories.
in conditions in which these Chinese laborers were living in Serbia were extremely bad. So it was cheaper for them to provide them conditions like this. That's how they were able to give lower price. So this is not just like for Serbia specific. That's how Chinese are beating the competition. Wyatt was talking about that. So they organize big number of laborers, give them minimum of the minimum conditions. You have 12-hour shift, and they do the job, and they create more for much less cost. That's how China is operating worldwide. It's not connected just to Serbia.
I would imagine that they are even paid in the renminbi.
If-
They were paid in yuans. They're not paid in
If
the
I'm
local currency.
shooting myself in the foot being idiotic as my government, if you hold the gun with me, you're accomplice. Like, there is no way other. Like,
Yeah. So
okay, I agree. They took advantage to work while those subsidies were working, and to exchange and have whatever the fuck they want. But then again,
this is why
what are they then colonizers? And I still can accept that me as a Serb can't get into territory of Serbia because what Chinese government told. That's ridiculous. That's why they are
That's
colonized.
insane. But I blame your government for that, not the Chinese.
That's-
And that's
that-
insane. That
Yeah. So a lot of the things, right? You know, a lot of all these Chinese loans and support, all these things, right? All come with strings. There's always conditions.
Yes,
And the
that's how they
conditions-
took over they destroyed the economies in the African economies. Well, they'll make these sweetheart deals with these like semi-dictators, and they'll even have provisions in the contracts where they can't renegotiate using the World Bank or the IMF. They'll literally have provisions in the contract with the deal, like if they start to fall behind, you know, then you owe us all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a loan shark, like you know, episode of The Sopranos where you can't pay off your debt, so then they take your store. Like that's how they set up these contracts with these countries. And sometimes
even
it's
the Belt and
ignorance
Road
and
is the same.
sometimes it's corruption on the part of the governments of these African countries, where a lot of these people, you know, they're just like, all right, well, build me a palace. I don't give a shit what you do to the rest of the country. You know, some of them are like that. Some of them are just ignorant about it. Because it's why I could explain more about it, but it's they do some shady stuff with their contracts, man.
They have a lot of creative ways to do it. Like, for example, even like the Belt and Road projects, they say that they loan you the money to build, let's say, a bridge. Okay, so they build a bridge, but then they will tell you that you have to use Chinese companies, use Chinese workers, and then you have to give them special work permit so that these Chinese workers can come and work. So what happened is that, and then you have to use Chinese construction materials, Chinese steel. So everything is Chinese. So what happened is that they basically send all their people down, build a bridge, and they leave. But then now suddenly you owe them a few $100 million. That's how Belt and Road tends to work. So the good governments will negotiate a more fair deal, but the governments that is more corrupted or more weak in their negotiation skills then got gamed. Then basically they suddenly got piled on debts for some roads or some railway, some bridges. Then sometimes this may not be very useful. The roads or the railway may not be very useful, but it's very useful for the Chinese because, you know, this part of their Belt and Road, they wanted these facilities, like ports as well. A lot of the ports, like the one in Sri Lanka, the Chinese promised that they will send their container ships there, you know, to make it commercially viable. But then when it's built, the commercial ships never came, and then they don't make money. So the port was given over to the Chinese because they failed to, you know, repay the loans or whatnot. So this kind of thing is, you know, it's across the board. Like you can call it like, you know, like Serbian provocateurs say, you know, it's like a colonization. Like it's a modern day or way of colonization because you don't have to send your troops in because now, you know, we have all these legal stuff that controls everything, and which is why, you know, Donald Trump is hitting the reset button and forcing everybody to renegotiate. Because once everybody have to renegotiate based on the US decided rules, then nobody is going to follow the Chinese rules. No, but it's a geopolitical battle. You know, a lot of people say that China is going to win it. No, not wrong. So someone disagree. Clarence say that which African country was destroyed by China? Sorry, dropped too fast.
Well, there is
Who
is on the. There is more to this story. It's not like because about Serbia, I know I was there looking for a job for more than a decade, struggling just to pay my bills, couldn't buy meat. Luckily, I'm now in Western Europe for 12 years. I made more money here in a decade than which I would make in Serbia for 3 centuries, literally, if you compare the numbers, you know. So, but it's not so simple like to blame Chinese. Like we sold a steel company to United States company. They were trying to produce steel to sell it, and after 3 years, the American says, we give it back to you for free. We don't want to, it's not profitable for us. And then Chinese took over this company.
It was
US Steel.
Yes,
just I just want to finish. And then Chinese took over the company. But Chinese said, can I finish, please? Can I finish?
But that's a wrong fact. They took that factory to melt T-55s.
Okay, you will respond. And when Chinese took over the company, then Serbian president went to, at the time was Angela Merkel, to beg her for Germany and European Union to allow Serbia some export allowance so the company doesn't die, because there's so many workers, it's going to be really problematic. And then Angela Merkel was looking, what, you want us to allow Chinese steel to come from your company to Europe just so you don't have social unrest? And Serbian president said, yes, please, it really means a lot for us. And at the time, they reached some kind of a deal. I don't know the exact numbers. So Chinese were working in this company, which Americans left, because European Union allowed certain numbers. So just to tell you, Serbian policy was a begging policy because we were so desperate to start running anything. You have to understand that we will beg wherever we can get some. That was before. I don't know if it's better now. And then you can complain about Serbian president. Well, he has to go everywhere and to kiss asses to try to get something when you're poor, you know? That's from us. Now he can say.
Just one thing, that steel factory was a sham deal. That only reason was to melt down T-55s, because Serbia inherited a large fleet of tanks, and that's the main reason. You can check it up if you don't believe me, if it's too wild conspiracy theory, but check it out. So
I think
that was
Serbia's
never
situation,
about profit. There was never about profit.
because Serbia geopolitically is very isolated, because they have no direct connection with Russia. So Serbia have no choice. They have to play all sides and back all sides. No, we just look at Transnistria. Russia can't even save Transnistria. Don't talk about saving Serbia. Serbia is like very difficult to save. So
we are surrounded with NATO countries.
To save.
Yeah. So I wouldn't blame the Serbian leaders have to back a lot of people, because like they are very isolated. Like, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Can I just say something to the super chat? The guy that asked the super chat about Google, the practice is called in economic terms, global. It's called debt trapping. So just Google debt trapping Africa, China, and you'll get articles on the how the Chinese do this.
Voss asked, tell me a country that developed under the United States. China developed under the United States.
Japan, Germany. What do you mean?
Yeah.
South
Just
Korea.
China alone.
South Korea, all of Europe after the war. That's a stupid question.
Well, to be fair, Europe was developed before the war, and so it wasn't like, it's different to develop a place that has institutions, that has a functioning society, and industrially trained population, than to pick up a country that is practically in
but look at Japan. Didn't have an industrial
Paleolithic.
economy.
Oh yeah,
Japan
was an extremely developed country before the war.
Japan
was the most developed. Yeah, it was making It was making cutting edge aircraft. They weren't as developed as Europe, but it was a country that was developed, or in a rapid development.
They were on the cusp of starting to develop, but I mean, Japan was. I mean, they had no natural resources. I mean, you look at their army. I mean, they were pretty backward.
But there's a chosen few countries that were developed under the United States, while a lot of other countries were suppressed. Because that's kind of what you do when you want to control the world. You separate labor amongst the raw resource producers and the industrial high-end producers, and you take a cut out of both, and that's how it's been working. And so, like, I think it's kind of presumptuous. Like, I'm saying this to myself because it's something I've been learning throughout time, to like pretend to know a better way of dealing with geopolitics than a major power. So it's like you could say, oh, they did this wrong, they should have done this better. They were unfair here, they were cruel there, they were stupid, and it's really hard to anticipate results when you're dealing with such macro forces. And so it's I do think there's a certain level of like ideological conditioning that can be an impediment for development, but then there's also like material conditions that are definitely germane in a national situation. So you have like the population, the resources that are available, their history, their neighbors, so on and so forth. And so, like, yeah, I've been afraid of the rise of China since years ago, in the sense that I see it like as an apotheosis of social control, like just as in a cultural thing. Like if the model is proven correct, it's ominous for all the peoples of the earth, because usually when a model is successful, then it tends to be imitated. And so if that model is successful, I don't like it. I don't like that. I'm not necessarily morally against it, in a sense that it's a cultural thing, and they have their own context to be like that. But I'm a more chaotic person. I live in a more chaotic society, and I like it that way. Like I prefer a dysfunctional system that has more freedoms for me than a very functionally and highly controlled system. But I do think that it's going to depend on who has more to offer. So like if the US can have keep on offering because that's what I've observed. Like they developed Germany and Japan and South Korea and a lot of places, while suppressing others. The US did. And so they had this incentive, like you could aspire to be a functional capitalist nation. But in the measure in which it starts, like, collapsing and having to hang on to their subjects slash allies and sinking them to keep afloat, people are gonna migrate to the whatever offers a better option than that. And it's not so hard to offer a better option than to being like completely ripped off, absolutely ripped off. And so it's possible that, if the US continues to decline and China continues to rise, that model ends up predominating. And I don't necessarily see it as a good thing, but it's something that seems to be happening. Like Argentina is a good example of that, how Milei wanted to fully embrace the West, and ditch China 100%. And what ended up happening is that he still has to crawl back, after dissing Xi and China. Then he has to go crawling back to China, because the West simply doesn't have the incentive to completely abandon China. Go on, Drew.
I there's just so much disinformation about China that I just had to hop on to correct some of it. First, China is not communist. It hasn't been for the last 40 years. It stopped being communist after 1979 when Deng Xiaoping took over. You can read their constitution. It's online in English. Just go read it. It says in the constitution one sentence which contains communism, which says that the Chinese should learn about communism. But the rest of it describes China as a socialist system, and socialism and communism is very different. I won't get into details of how they're different. I explained that before. But and on this topic about China doing like a debt trap on countries. So what's happening here typically when a country wants an infrastructure project and they want a loan? Okay, we set aside the Belt and Road Initiative first. So talk about general, like, okay, I want a dam built or I want a highway built. Okay, so the countries will put out a call to like debt providers, and all the debt providers will come in, including a bunch of Chinese banks, including like IMF and whatever other bank, and they'll all come up with their term sheets and then they'll present it to the person that wants to borrow. And all of those term sheets, they all have their terms of why to lend this money, you're going to repay in what, this is the interest rate, etc., etc. So the if you look at it, more and more of the African loans, since we're talking about Africa, is actually coming from China, because at the end of the day, they provide the best terms. But with the hundreds of loans or even thousands of loans that the Chinese companies and banks provide to Africa, some are going to fail. It's not all of them are going to be successful. And so what the Western media likes to do is they pick at those that do fail, and then say, oh, the Chinese are doing debt trap diplomacy. When it's a commercial deal and it fails, if you take a mortgage from a bank and you fail to repay that mortgage, the bank takes your house. Same thing. That's a typical commercial loan. There's nothing like demonic or crazy about it or any evil about it.
Well, no, true. I think people were saying that they went in. The point about debt trapping is they went in with the intention of believing this was likely going to fail. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
it's up to the borrower to decide which loan they want to take. And
sounds like
when
loan
they
shark.
fail to repay,
That's what loan sharks say too.
yeah, but like a loan, like if I go to Tony Soprano and like I need money, right?
No, this is all mythology.
Why go to?
It's not your turn, Joe.
Okay,
so
let me finish.
It's not yours either.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's they get to select whichever bank they want to go for, and if they select a Chinese bank, they gotta read the terms and agree to the terms. They sign on it, and then they agree that if you don't pay, these are the penalties. All the Western contracts have the same thing as well. There are also cases where the Western loans fail.
The IMF is a massive loan shark enterprise.
Yeah, it's happened many times with the IMF. So if the Chinese are loan sharks, so is the IMF. And the key difference in a loan shark and a regular commercial bank is one, the interest rate. And Chinese banks consistently, if you look at all of the interest rates among all the Chinese loans versus Western loans, the Chinese interest rate is lower. So if they had a hard time paying the Chinese rates, they would never have been able to pay the Western rates. The Chinese provides cheaper financing, which is why they are being selected. So this whole idea about debt trap, it's actually the Western banks that actually do the debt trap a lot more often, but it's not publicized in Western media because it's not popular to promote that IMF actually does, action when to take assets when its loans fail. So it's a typical commercial arrangement, and there are hundreds of them. And to address the companies which do shitty things, like Chinese companies that do shitty things in other countries, yes, of course there are. Because out of the thousands and thousands of Chinese companies, there are hundreds of that are shitty. As in any other country, this has nothing to do with the Chinese government. Of course, you have a private commercial entity. Some are going to treat their workers nice. Some are going to treat their workers like shit. And some are going to do shady things. It's up to the countries which invite these companies in to basically vet that they are a proper company. And there are many proper countries from China and from the US and from Singapore and from Malaysia and from any other country. If you want to get a company in to build this road for you, you vet them and you make sure that they give you proper good terms. You don't bring them in and then assume that they're going to do anything outside the commercial relationship. China is not a charitable country. It's not going to go into a country and make your country better. It's going to go in a country to make money. It's up to you to negotiate with them so you get a good deal out of it. They're not there to give aid. They're there to make money with you. And if you work with them in the right manner, then your country can prosper, as we have seen with a lot of African countries. Okay, I'm done ranting. Sorry.
The same thing as I say. I literally also say the same thing about
No, you didn't.
if the corrupted officials don't care, they will be signing very lousy deals. The countries that care will sign good deals and they'll protect themselves. That's exactly what I said. Of course, China is, and also say, China is not there to save you. They build things they want, and if they're willing to brainwash you into building it, all the better. But I just want to read super chat. So sorry. Clarence say, please, Drew, bring some balance. Enough China hate. And also, no, Japan, Germany are under occupation and were developed before World War II. And every time they try to surpass, something happened to them. Then, and there's one more, but it's by Johari, but I think he left. Feel like Putin gesture of negotiation is the last straw for Zelensky or for Trump. What do you guys think? But I think this one we can talk about it later because we're still on China. And and
let's go back to that super chat later.
I think Gareth first. Then after Gareth, let X015 to introduce himself. So, Gareth.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that this idea of the debt trap is something that's been ginned up in the West. It's not the African perspective at all. It is quite true that China offers you no more than a fair deal, but seeing as that's substantially better what Africa has had from the West, China is the best thing to happen to Africa in the last 500 years. This idea that China is trying to take over ports and so forth is completely fictional. It's just another thing that the Western media uses to whip up the local population. Thanks.
I missed out one. I missed out one point. Can I finish one point?
Go on.
So, sorry. It's actually in response to what Gabriel said about this fear of China showing that it has a better system, therefore other countries will try to copy it. I don't see that as ever happening. First, because of how the Western media demonizes their system, so there's no intention. And even if they wanted to, the Chinese system is extremely difficult to set up. They have this system where all the elections are done at the ground level, and then only when they get elected do they then have a chance of getting a job in the government, and they don't join the CCP or the CPC before they get elected. They join the ruling party only after they get elected. So after they get elected, then they become a part of the ruling party. So the ruling party is the government. It's just the name of the government. So after they get elected, then they slowly rise to the ranks based on how they are basically based on merit. Based on how they are viewed. So there are many like voting layers. So some layers it will be like the management will vote which underling gets to go up. Some layers, the people that are supposed to be promoted, they will vote among each other to see who gets to be selected, and then like the top 5 would then be those 5 would then be the choice that the management gets to pick from. So they pick among themselves, and then the management pick them. And then there's this whole, it's a very complicated system. Every layer, every different department has a different like way of selecting, but it's mostly supposedly based on merit. It's like basically in a company how you promote them. And so if you imagine you try to set up this system in a new state, in a new country, it's just almost impossible. How do you get the people who are currently ruling the country to like start from the bottom and then slowly work their way up? It takes decades to get to a point where you have already 40 years of policy making behind you, then you can get to be like the prime minister. It's a very, very difficult system. And the part that most people don't see is the democratic side of the system, which is all the channels of feedback that the Chinese government has to get feedback from the ground. So like in the Western system, what happens is the politician will come and say, I'm going to do this, and that. If you vote for me, this is what I'm going to do. Whereas in the Chinese system is the politician will go to the ground, and the ground will tell him, I want this. And then the politician will then bring that back to his government and then argue it with internally. And if they decide then it's a good idea, then they will implement it. So it's a different way of democracy. It's a different way of getting how you want to, what you want as a citizen up to the government. One is you pick the guy that already has his plan, or 2 is you tell them what you want, and then and this can happen at any time. You don't have to wait for election because there are no elections for the people that are already there, right? So it's very difficult to set up. So it's I don't think anybody will be able to actually, even if they wanted to. So you don't have to have that fear. I don't think anybody will even try. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
That's why communist countries never appear normally. It's always through conflict. Anyway, the X015 disappeared. Yeah, because he was disappointed. Like, we are not talking about India, so he left. So
yeah, I wanted to do a caveat to what I said earlier, but I was gonna let EXO go first, but since he left, too bad.
Then can I read the super chat first? Give me a second, sorry. Madeline said, please. I helped initiate Chinese investment in Cameroon. We use Project Lock this way. The projects get finished. We'll send email to explain how investment works in Africa, but very, very drunk. Yeah. Have fun, Madeline.
Well, I salute your service in both senses. yeah, like the issue of imitating, I don't mean culturally or in as so far as a system, and this is kind of like my risk assessment of Chinese influence in the world. It's not about China specifically. I just see like a historical trend in which the greater control over the population creates a greater um, output of geopolitical power. And I don't see that specifically for China. I see it like from the rise of absolute monarchy out of what was like a electoral royalty of the aristocrats. Gareth, would you mute yourself when you type, please? Thank you. And then the rise of democracy, um, quote unquote, or the nation state, and and how that takes away the protagonism of the nominal leader. Like it takes away like a bunch of development of these sort of counterbalance or control mechanisms, separation of powers and all that. What it does fundamentally, and the advantages it gives, which they talk about like the advantages of democracy, and they say that since it's represented by the people, then it has an advantage. But I don't believe it's so. I believe that the actual advantage of democracy is that it um, relieves authority and responsibility from the nominal leader, and gives it to secondary agency that isn't at plain sight. And so it allows for greater concentration of power through minimizing the public discontent. So you can aim the public discontent at a figurehead, and the actual policymakers remain untouched. And that's and so like I see this trend in history in which greater concentration of authority creates an advantage and predominates. So it can impose itself over other political projects and nations. And so like that tendency is what is imitated. So nation states spread throughout the world, so on and so forth. And I see that same risk towards Europe. Like Europe has an extremely developed, and I don't know how, like security state or um, comfort state, whatever, and they achieve that through extreme social control. And a lot of Europeans that I know that have migrated to South America, they're always complaining about how nothing works in South America. But the reason they left Europe was because they couldn't bear, they were too much of a misfit to adapt to such a regulated society. And so they end up being more comfortable in a chaotic place, even though they spend their life complaining about how chaotic it is. And so there's this trend of maximizing control over population as to maximize its output, and that can come from the European liberal democracy system, or it can come from the Chinese. And to close, like the Chinese has its own mechanisms of social control or social conformity, like to not make it sound so uh, tyrannical. It has its own, and the West has its own. It's not that one is greater than the other in its form of control. Like maybe in China you have certain laws that for us are uh, ridiculous or stringent, and in the same way, in the liberal democracies, you have other laws which are ridiculous. You have a bunch of speech laws in the West that relate to your opinion about life or social interactions, even though you can criticize the government. Well, in China, maybe you can't criticize. I don't know for a fact. I'm just stating contrast for the argument. But in China, you might not be able to criticize the government, but you can have your own opinions about social interactions. And so it's free, and it's more free in a certain sense than here in Latin America. I mean, than in the Western world. And so I'd say that it depends kind of on what you prefer in life, if it's more or less authoritarian. But most of all, like in my personal opinion, I do prefer like a nominally authoritarian government that is harder to criticize than have like your personal life controlled, like your opinions or what you do with your children and so on and so forth. So it depends on inclination, but I'm not sure it's well established that one is more authoritarian than the other. Go on. Gareth, I think, was next, and then Drew.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that China actually has a very robust, multi-layered local democracy. It's not at all recognized in the West, quite the opposite. It's always presented as a dictatorship, which is just absurd. One of the important differences, though, in this way of looking at society is that instead of there being leaders whom you just cast your lot in with and hope that they do what you want them to do, as Drew mentioned, it is the case that these are administrators who are being tasked with carrying out a particular function. And so it's the political system is much less about the criticism of leaders and more about negotiating at that lower level what needs doing. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Also, we want to give X015 to introduce himself so that he can join the conversation. X015.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can you hear us?
You have to unmute yourself. He's muted.
Yeah, but I think he's lagging.
Hey, do you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Hello? Is it bad audio or good audio?
Good.
That's okay.
You need to on
can hear
your
you.
camera though.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I think
But
his
it's
connection
He's
is
he's
Seems
lagging
like
very
you're
badly. Yeah, I think X015. You need to get better internet.
Yep, I'll join later. Bye.
Bye. So I want to preface a bit on the Drew's explanation on the Chinese democratic system. There is as much as it sounds really good on paper, what the Chinese Communist Party is using, like they have the first initial election in the ground level, and then but everything else is going to be like internal meritocracy, internal voting, or internal democracy. The dangerous thing is that if you look at political parties within any democratic countries, so you ignore the entire democracy of the rest, not only focus on just within the party, you're still going to have Democratic Party in the United States, where you have Joe Biden becoming the president. You have Kamala Harris becoming vice president within the party structure. You're going to have idiots going to be voted up, even if we might imagine it to be meritocracy. Because it's not particularly just meritocracy. It's meritocracy in the capability to play politics and to destroy your political opponent. So this happens within China as well. They are constantly fighting among each other. There are factions. So Drew can laugh, but there is the reality. There are factions. They do compete with each other within certain set of rules that they kind of like silently agree. So
it's very different. It's very, very, very different. The US and the Chinese system. In the
of
US,
course, it's different. I'm just saying that
in the
within
US,
a political system, within one party system, there's going to be competition. There's going to be politics within the party system. Anyone that cannot survive the political battles within the party is going to get eliminated. And at a very high level, within elimination means going to jail. So in a normal democracy, elimination means you just get out of politics. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a difference. And you still can get very lousy people getting promoted all the way to the top just because they play very good politics. So I just want to say, it sounds very good on paper. I don't disagree. It sounds really good on paper.
Can I respond?
Yeah,
okay. That is the reason you have political parties in the US that then have idiots who will get promoted up, because the politics in the US is not they are not based on political discussions. They're not based on they are based on which company buys out which politician and pays more, and the ones that gets bought out and has more money will rise to the top. the interests of the companies are paramount there, not the interests of the people, not the interests of the policies. Whereas in China, that doesn't happen at all. The companies are subservient to the government, and you need to stop thinking of the Chinese Communist Party, Communist Party of China, I will call it, as a party. It's not a party. There's no party system in China. There is no party whip. They pretend to have a party system. They have some independent parties here and there. But at the end of the day, the Chinese Communist Party is the government. The army answers to them. They are the government. There is no party system in China. It's not a political party. It is the government. That's it. There's one government in China, and its name is CPC. It's not a political party. There's no party whip. There's nobody in the Chinese Communist Party that tells them how to vote on particular issues. They don't have to vote, or they vote based. It's basically a country that's run by a few thousand independents who are in the government system, and they choose among themselves who to promote and who gets which position and what power and whatever. It's a bunch of independents. That's how the Chinese system is. And this, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. So I'll let Gareth go first.
Okay, thank you. So I thought I might take the opportunity to explain the arguments behind the one-party system, whatever you may think of it, which is that they are intended to avoid factions. And in fact, this was the same in the early days of the United States. They were also set up on the presumption that the Congress and so on would not divide into competitive factions. And of course, what we see in the West is that these factions, they expend much more energy on winning the conflict with each other than on governing. I mean, the American politicians are always campaigning. They're always on TV. They're not in the trenches doing anything useful. And as I mentioned earlier, there's no strategy. The American system, I mean, at least in the British system, the parties will come out and they will lay out an agenda which is practically legally binding and say that we are going to do these things and will be held account by the media and so on if they fail to meet that manifesto. But in the American system, it's just, oh, we vote this guy, he believes in this, he believes in that, and we hope that he does something useful. Okay, so you can have criticisms of it, but it should be understood that one of the differences between the two, it used to be that Westerners had trouble understanding how it was that in these other countries, people would get elected with 90% of the vote. And I would say, well, you know, that doesn't make sense for a democratic system, because in our democratic systems, the parties only win by a narrow percentage over each other. This must be fixed.
They work with 15% of the vote.
Okay, yes, there's very low participation as well, if I heard you correctly. But the point I'm getting at is that when you're offering people something that they want, you will get a very high degree of support for it. And so what you're really seeing is actual democracy in action. Thank you.
Yeah. I remember what I was going to say, because I was going to respond to Gabriel's point before Wyatt was saying something. Gabriel was saying something like China is very authoritarian and in its own way. And then he also said the Western, hey, my camera died. So can you still hear me? Sorry, my camera. Yeah, okay.
We can't see you.
Okay, sorry, my camera. Somehow it died. I'm not going to fix it now. I'll just talk. And then the Western is authoritarian in its own way, and I agree that China is very authoritarian. But what does authoritarian mean? Authoritarian means they actually enforce their laws. You have a law, and it's enforced, and it's hopefully, I'm not sure about the specifics, but it's hopefully enforced equally. From the people I talk to in China, like local people, they seem that, more or less happy with the fact. I mean, we have the same. Singapore is also a very authoritarian country.
Yeah, I was going to say that about Singapore as well. Like, people here are terrorized of going to Singapore if they forget they have a bag of weed in their pocket.
Don't bring weed into Singapore. You will get
bring drugs.
They will kill you.
You can die.
Yeah. So it's very authoritarian.
It's unbelievable.
But the thing is unlike the European and American political systems. If we find our finance minister with a bag of weed, that guy is also going to get hung. Doesn't matter who you are. As long as you break the law, you will get the punishment that is listed in the law. So it's fine for authoritarian as long as the authoritarianism applies equally across the board. And I think that's the most key important
Yeah,
point.
but most of all, I'd say that people agree with it. If the population mostly agrees with it, says, yeah, like, let's whip people on the street for throwing trash, then it's kind of fine. It's better if it's applied equally, but mostly it's important for the people to agree with that. Mostly, I'd say.
And so the thing about China is a lot of people don't understand is they always say that the Chinese government has this like authoritarian grip on its people, but it's actually the opposite that is true. The Chinese government is one of the few governments on the world that is very afraid of its own population. I've always said this: the Chinese government doesn't have an iron grip on its population. It is extremely afraid of its population. If you look at the Chinese history, every couple hundred years they revolt and they overthrow their leaders. And when they revolt, millions die, millions and millions die. And so they are very, very attentive to the needs of their people because they don't want them to revolt. So you see them do things that make the people happy, like building high-speed rail that doesn't make any money but makes people happy. They build infrastructure, they have good healthcare systems, they have good schools, etc., etc., etc. And all of this is because they are afraid of their people. Because when they do revolt, it's not a laughing matter. The thing about Chinese is that they don't revolt. They don't really protest. Not like the French, they protest every other week, but nothing ever changes.
Yeah, but nothing happens. In Argentina, the same thing. In Argentina, it's the same thing. People protest every single week.
But the Chinese culturally, Chinese culturally they don't. But the moment they do start, you watch out because it means that their anger is already boiling over, and then millions will die. So they are the government is it's a cultural difference. You don't see any protests more or less, but when it does happen, it's going to get serious. It's been like that for hundreds and thousands of years. That's the Chinese culture. So yeah, it's actually opposite in China. They are afraid of their people.
That's very confusing.
Yes, it is. It's the Chinese philosophy. It's the Chinese way of life. Yeah.
The mandate of heaven. You have it or you lose it.
If you lose it, you die. It's not a funny thing.
So before Gareth go, I want to say the super chat. Madeline say, sent the email put on the screen. God, I am drunk. So this is what she emailed me. She said that the Chinese are welcome in Africa. They have gone behind the leaders' back. The generals trained in China. They worked out the following system. Still have to pay off their leaders. Then they get the project to finish. Majority of the money go to the infrastructure. Chinese set up boxing factory in Dola. 1,000 people sat down, served tea. Went through our machine works, health and safety, bowed, very respectful. Chinese won hearts and mind. White treats them like monkeys, talk them down, pay off corrupt politicians. Chinese treat us as human beings. All Chinese are our brothers. We will fight for Russia. We will fight for China. More female veterans in Africa that started combat in the age of 12 than veterans in the rest of the world combined. White still believe comedy, fantasy, film, Black Hawk Down resembles reality. Africa thanks China, we thank Russia for the support. Okay, so there's the yeah. So that's the super duper chat. Very long one. So Gareth.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I agree that is a very deep cultural tradition in China, dating back to just after the first emperor. The idea of the mandate of heaven is that it is self-evident that heaven doesn't like you if you get overthrown. It's your own fault. Don't make that happen to yourself. And so that's one of the reasons that China has been so stable by comparison to most other historical societies. They were unusually solicitous of the people. Of course, they couldn't do that forever. The system eventually did ground down, and they do have a series of terrible revolts, as Drew points out. But it was at a much slower rate, much less frequent than occurred in the West. Anyway, that's all. It is true to say that I think that is very much a part of China's governing philosophy even now. Thanks.
You're being
just-
extraordinarily succinct, Gareth. Sorry, Wyatt.
Oh, it's okay. No, I just want to say, yeah, Drew said that the Communist Party part scared of the people, but you have to also understand that they're also not scared of the people at the same time. You're scared of the people. They don't scared of the people. They only scared of revolt. That's all. They're scared of mass revolt. They don't scared of the people. They basically step on the people. You just can look at their numbers. How much they actually earn. The kind of infrastructure problems. The level of corruptions and issues. And yeah, I mean, ultimately, I don't blame them per se as well, because it's a big country. And generally, I don't really give a damn about what happened in China. Just like I don't give a damn about what happened in North Korea. And also just now, Drew described a long way of describing the Communist Party as a Communist Party. So I find it a bit funny. That's all. Like, yeah. So because the one-party system, everybody, the party is the government, all these things. This is basically communism, right? This all communist countries the same, right? So I don't find it anything special about that per se. But of course, again, China is a very big country, which means that it's much harder for any single dictator to control the whole of the country. Like unlike Cuba or North Korea, which is much smaller, the dictators are more powerful and have the ability to control the entire country. China is very big, so they may control a province or a few provinces with very strong support and networks, but the whole country a bit harder. Actually, a lot harder.
That's one of the things that I and I don't know how true that you would know more about it than I do, but I heard that Xi, this was a couple of years ago, had, they called it a power grab, but it really wasn't, like where he kind of started to take more power from I think you call it the regional governors or whatever you call it there, but he brought more of it, he centralized it more. So they were not.
Yeah.
So to my understanding, because China's large with its massive population, and so just for the point of just common sense that they had to give power to like regional governors just because it's so big. But then Xi apparently, and I don't know the intricacies of it, but he apparently more centralized the power structure in China as far as
I think typically how you centralize in China is mainly just put your own people in positions. So he don't manage, of course, directly, just like Donald Trump don't manage directly on every single department. It's just that you put your own people, like what Trump have done. But of course, Trump's case is a US political system that operates this way. So he put his own people. And I think in China,
every president does that, right? They come in and they appoint their.
So in China's system,
cabinet, new heads of the new directors.
China's system is different, right? Like you hear what Drew said. Basically, it's promotion. So and then everything is ground, and slowly go up all the way to the hierarchy. So it's just that how Xi Jinping did is that he kicked out. He used corruption charges and kicked out all the political opponents, the powerful ones, and then that he promotes the people that is loyalist to the Xi Jinping, and this somewhat how he get to kind of like a consolidation of power. But of course, the rumors says that basically all his people that he put in is starting slowly one by one being taken out as well. So there is still this taken out. That means some people, like some promotions, this is what side with Xi Jinping, but within the power struggles, his own people got kicked out as well. So and is especially when Xi Jinping is not focusing, sometimes he get very distracted by a lot of things. Then some internal politics, and his own people one by one is taken out. But that's based on other people who observe China politics. Like I don't. China politics is a bit too complicated for me, because you need to take some time to understand who are the people, who, and China is a very huge place. So yeah. But compared to his predecessor, Xi Jinping did have consolidated a lot more power to himself than previously. So he basically, according to some observers, they say that under Xi Jinping, he rolled back the reforms. Like the previous premiers, they actually like reformed and tried to make China more and more open as we move forward. But then Xi Jinping actually moved backwards. So, but that is based on those China analysts. Gareth.
Yes, thank you. Just to wearily mention that, of course, the claim that Castro was a dictator is an opinion. That's not an established fact. It's a thing that the West asserts. It's not something that has been established as a given. The people remain loyal and almost worshipful to this day. I mean, you got your ass, your lips stuck to the U.S. State Department's ass. Basically, you just say whatever they say.
Oh no, who says dictator is a negative word? Dictator, it simply means that the person has full control. That's all, and he doesn't get removed.
Exactly.
Like, Lee Kuan Yew is a dictator, almost.
Again, all you're doing is saying it's different to our system, therefore it must be evil, which is exactly the problem. That's basically the Cold War in a nutshell.
Actually, I'm not sure. It's not accurate because
like,
Singapore's system is actually a lot closer to China because we have a one-party system all the way, right? Almost. Because during
but that wasn't the point that I was making.
Yeah, and then my previous leader is widely regarded as an authoritarian dictator.
But surely we recognize that when the West uses it as a justification for war. It's what justifies the blockade on Cuba that continues to this day.
Yeah, they did that. They labeled Lee Kuan Yew that way because they cannot control Lee Kuan Yew. So, and the reality is factually he is. He is authoritarian. He is a dictator.
So,
essentially,
in a certain sense, one could almost establish that when the West calls someone a dictator, it's because they're enforcing sovereignty beyond foreign interests, and therefore it's more democratic than a democratic leader that follows like internationalist foreign and economic policy.
yeah, it's a label thing. No, it's just like when people call someone a racist or call someone a Nazi or whateut, it's just a label thing.
Fuck yourself.
It's a label thing. So, for example, for a
this pertains that's just fakery and for effect. It's just delusional nonsense.
Yeah, it's basically it's an illusion.
Watch your mouth, young lad.
You wish.
Inaccurate in objectivity. When you call someone a
no,
Nazi,
they aren't.
Really a Nazi.
If I call somebody a Nazi, it's because they're a Nazi. And if I call somebody a racist, it's because they're a racist.
Because you believe it.
No, Gareth, it's definitely a
Gareth,
fact.
People call you a lot of names too.
Fact.
You shouldn't go so hard on this hill.
People call names.
Why not?
Unwarranted.
No, people labels people. So no, don't. I'm just saying the labels are not necessarily always correct. So similarly, when you call a country democratic, like Germany, is it really democratic right now? Is Romanian election really democratic right now? Is Georgia really going into dictatorship or authoritarianism? No, it's all just labels. The reality actually sometimes is just different. So these are just people, the media or whatnot. They just try to simplify things or try to shape.
No, that's lazy sophistry.
Do you think Fico from Slovakia
the man who doesn't have a job
is a far right Nazi? Gareth, do you think Robert
Sorry,
Fico
what's the reference?
Do you think Robert Fico is a far right Nazi, neo-Nazi?
I haven't paid enough attention to have an opinion.
Well, nominally he's a socialist, but he's still being labeled by the European Union as a far right for some reason, because he has a nationalistic tendency. He cares for like the sovereign interests of his nation instead of like just giving everything away to Ukraine and to the EU.
Well, you say that, but I say that him being a far right politician means that he's selling the whole country out to business and has no loyalty to it whatsoever.
No, but I'm saying that he's being called far right for doing exactly the opposite.
But he's not doing exactly the opposite. You just said that he's presenting himself as a nationalist, dancing around a national costume, all of that stuff.
Do you think
Gareth is such a tool? He is the low-key and Stalinist. So by asking,
no, he's not a Stalinist, for God's sake.
He's a Trotskyite by his own admission.
No, but like Robert Fico, his whole conflict with the European Union and with NATO and with the Western Bloc is that he doesn't sell out his country to like the technocrat oligarchs of the European Union. Like, I don't know why you're calling him a sellout
Yeah,
and a far
he's kind
right
of doing the opposite of what Garrett said.
when he is
European
being called
Union
like.
wants all those.
So in the West, every nationalist or any government that actually take care or side with their own country tends to be called authoritarian or dictatorship or far right. That seems to be my observation nowadays. Like it doesn't matter which political leaning you are. Like the moment you put your own country's interest on top of let's say European Union or NATO or whatnot, then you immediately suddenly become far right. So, and that happened to Trump as well. So
oh, come on, that's
like I
bullshit.
say, labor
Total
is labor.
bullshit.
Labor is labor. There's no firm reality.
Yeah, that's complete self-serving nonsense.
How is it self-serving?
Can you explain the
Because you're trying to excuse Trump being a very obviously far right, blatantly racist guy who's now considering suspending habeas corpus and trying to overthrow the government.
Trump
and you
hasn't
fuckers are still
suspended
trying to pretend that calling him far right or fascist is mistaken.
Habeas corpus, open body. He hasn't suspended it. And by the
Not
way,
yet.
the government, right?
He's-
How do you
No,
overthrow
he's
the
the-
government? He is the government. He is the government.
He is clearly the president. It's a formal position. He's not a fucking king.
We
The
didn't say he is a
president
king.
is the head of the government. Then you have the
The head
Congress,
of
and
the
then-
government. He is not the government. You're literally saying, I am the state, like Louis XIV.
No, he's the chief executive, and certain powers are granted.
Exactly. So what? And he wasn't at the time. He tried to overthrow. Okay, he was at the government. So are you saying now that it's a...
No, hold on a second, Garrett. Just
Gareth, can you have
the president has the right under times of invasion or war to suspend habeas corpus, and there's precedent for this. Lincoln did the same thing. So
You see now why I try to avoid American politics?
yeah, well, why? Yeah, then why are you even here then? So the point
Because
is
it's defense politic Asia, you arrogant
right,
fucker.
we're talking about America. You brought it up. You mentioned Trump. You say you don't like talking about American politics, but yet you have all these strong opinions about American politics.
Yeah, I only object to this pretense that these labels are applied falsely. That's a self-serving lie. That was my only interjection.
Because you're a Trotskyite, so you're against any. You can't stand nationalism, both personally
You
and
don't. No, I just want to say
It's the other way around.
You see, different country have different system. Like for example, in Singapore, the moment the majority party goes into power, they are the government. The ruling party is the government. In United States, the president is the government. The president leads all the executive, that heads all of the government bodies.
He's literally not.
Government. Which is why you have the Senate and the Congress. The Congress set the laws, the Senate checks on the government, and then you have the judicial system that makes sure that the government don't do oversteps. So, if Trump is not the government, Trump and his administration is not the government, then who is the government? Why would you want to protect the government? The government would not be elected. Then why you want to protect it? Then that means it's going to be just deep state. So it don't make sense. Someone must be hating this government.
Oh my God, the deep state. You just said that labels are meaningless, and now you throw this urban legend around.
So the moment you say that a government, there's no head, no one leads it, then that's the deep state. So this is why I say
No, that's complete nonsense. That's utter lunacy. I mean, what are you talking about even? The deep state was supposed to be a band of rogue Democrats buried in the U.S. government who are specifically bringing down Trump and his good works, all of which were evil.
But it's not.
Well, that is what the
deep state is. That's not what the deep state is.
Well, of course, because it doesn't exist.
No,
listen, Gareth. It would be great to have your opinions. It would be great to have your opinions, expressed without a teenage girl's whiny denial. Okay, like just elaborate. Okay, you don't need to get offended by people's opinions. You can contradict them with like a rational and logical voice.
But I can point out things that are obviously wrong and stupid.
Beyond the character.
Oh my God! Go on.
Like, don't get offended by the word.
No,
Okay,
it's
let's
very
discuss
simple.
it.
Just use Google. Okay, Google deep state. What is the deep state? It's unauthorized secret level of power in operating independently of the state political leadership in pursuit of their own agendas of goal. And the term originated in Turkey. So this is Wikipedia. Everybody can search it. It simply means people taking power, controlling the country without actually being elected to it. That's all. There's nothing. There's nothing. No, like
Look,
Illuminati.
beyond the caricature, beyond the caricature that you're imagining, there's synonyms that you could use. Like you can use permanent state, you can use administrative state, you can use shallow state as well. The shallow state, like the pompous and ridiculous ideological interests that guide the continuation of policy throughout administrations. Do you deny that exists? This shallow state.
That's called the bureaucracy. Everybody knows it exists. Okay. It's not secret at all.
No,
deep state doesn't say
but
secret state. It's not secret state.
There has been historically movements that have been trying to influence in the backside political decisions.
And sometimes
Sherlock.
The oldest one and very well known is the Freemasonry. This is a very old one. It's
an old fiction, yeah.
No, it's not. For instance, it's
too many conspiracy theories. I'm out.
You're denying the existence of the Freemasons.
What's the problem? How was he? He doesn't know any history or what? In 1910, the Freemasonry was able to expel the king in Portugal and introduce republic. And it was, we know today, it was all organized by several levels of secret Freemasonry.
The Freemasons have pages that they have documentaries of themselves, like they've made documentaries.
They have everything written. Yes, exactly. Like, so everything is.
Yeah, we're a social organization, that fight for public good and so on. Like it's full of proud, self-proclaimed Freemasons. It's not a secret by any means.
Yeah, and the Freemasonries, normally they have several levels. And inside of the Freemasonry, you can open another secret shop, like they called it. With 3 people, you can find a new shop. And there are all levels of secrecy inside the Freemasonries, and many of these deep state organizations. The fascists came inside just to destroy the whole scheme.
You can don't talk to him. He's okay. What?
Yeah,
so,
because he needs to start shut up other people because he doesn't like. Not everybody's an eugenist. Not everybody wants to kill all black people in the world.
Prata, you were saying something.
But the bitch just came inside to destroy the discussion we were having.
Let me read super chat first. Code North Electronics to repair. Say, how come Trump continuing Biden's work? I'm not sure if that's the case, but
it's a good question.
Siamese cat, which is worse, annoying a Stalinist, capitalist, socialist, Democrat, or an African woman with a Centurion card whose husband is a made man? Yeah.
Interesting question. We can debate, but Prata, don't you just saw the shameful display of Gareth? Don't emulate that. It's not a good example.
Yeah, you can continue with your point. You will see how this is the typical. He just started an hour ago. He will keep doing it because it's
it doesn't matter.
In his nature.
What is it to you?
It's drunk and then it's like that. But
what is it to you?
There are several. Most of the institutions that you could consider as deep state have very similar organization to the one that the Freemasonry created, more or less. Well, you have the French and the British one. One is a bit more complicated. The other one is somehow simpler. But also in Germany, they have the Bunds, and the Bunds have been known to be under most of the political parties. Also some kind of student secret organizations, and they also created a lot of revolutions in Germany. So the deep state, whatever name you want to call it, it's a name that's popular today. Exactly, it's a name that's popular today. It existed for so many centuries, and it's nothing new.
Yeah, I agree. So I just read the super chat. ASCII asked Prata not to stop. Can stop fighting like a little kid, please. Anyway, I want to agree because if you actually watch Chinese dramas about the ancient.
Hello, I can't hear you though.
Yeah, but we can hear you. But let me mute him. So I'll mute him. So if you look at Chinese period dramas, like in the Empire's days, you literally see the court politics, right? Those are the deep state. The emperor have no control over his own country because the deep states are controlling. If you look even recently, like World War II, Japan actually invaded into China. They invaded into Manchuria, then into China. It's not decided by the government per se. It's not decided by the emperor per se. It's because the people on the ground, the Manchurian army went in first. And they have no choice. The government have to play along because the military already decided to go to fight. So that is also a form of deep state. Basically the leaders basically lost control of this government or the civil servants, which is soldiers are also government workers. They basically have just go and do their own thing, do whatever they want, and then all the leaders just get pulled along by their nose. That's the deep state. So it's just like what happened. CIA go around killing people, or doing weird shit, or doing drugs or harvest drugs or whatnot in Afghanistan.
Killing U.S. presidents.
Or the killing. Yeah. So those are deep state actions because they don't abide by the decisions made by the supposed decision maker. The moment you have something like this, is a deep state. So deep state is just a overall term for uncontrolled bureaucrats or governments. It's not a conspiracy theory. If you talk about Illuminati, then maybe that's a conspiracy theory. That's a totally different thing altogether. Or you talk about the orange juice, or you talk about all the other.
Oh, actually, the World Economic Forum, it's a kind of the deep state. Those leaders try to find all together,
So
try
we call
to
that the
find
globalists,
decisions.
Right? We call them the globalists, right?
But they
it's a
are
different structure.
working for new decisions.
Yeah, but no, I think the
right?
point is we know who they are. Like the point is like the WEF, like
deep state.
we know their names. The deep state is like entrenched bureaucrats that have been there. I always think of the I don't know if you know the history of what's the head of the guy that started the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. He stayed in power. Like presidents came, presidents went. J. Edgar Hoover was around since like FDR. Like he stayed all the way up till he died in like the 70s under Nixon. Like how many presidents is that? Like that's an example of a deep state where he totally had control of this authoritarian organization and people that answered just directly to him for decades. Right. That's an example of a deep state. So
yeah,
I think like the WEF, I mean, they're globalists and they have like a global agenda, but they don't we know their names. You know what I mean? Like all the people that we knew
they operate in a different way, right? Like the agenda is different. Like the WEF, all these things, the agenda is kind of different. It's still like a cabal of sort. But deep state is deep. The word deep actually means you don't know who are they. That's the point of the deep state. But the globalists is a bit different because they're pushing for a global government. So that's a kind of like a different like these two may not work together. They might be enemies to each other. No, so
or sometimes they can overlap too. Like sometimes
sometimes they work together. Sometimes
they've been allies. Clearly, they've been allies because there's like the continuation, this continuation of agenda that we see in the States, but also in other countries. Britain, Germany, France, etc. So there's definitely like a net of permanent states or administrative states that are aligning to maintain and execute like the same continuation of agenda or continuation.
I would add a bit means because what is the purpose of the deep state? The deep state is actually just to extend their career. Generally, that means they want to stay in their position, have the same resources given by the government, continue to live their life, doing their job, and have more power or whatever. But mainly the whole point is just to extend their career within the government. That's the deep state. Globalists is a bit different. Their aim is to get more wealth and power from the whole world, concentrated to themselves and their friends, a bit more like to that kind of extent. And these two, as long as they can benefit each other, they will work together. But sometimes it
Yeah, they
doesn't.
could turn on each other, though. I think that's what you're saying. Is like
Yeah, they could.
there could come
Yeah,
a
because
time where
sometimes-
their interests don't align. Like I think that's
Yeah.
is that what you're saying?
Because for example, if the government workers works related to something that helps with internationalism, to grow globalism, grow trade, these people will definitely work very closely together. But once you have others, then maybe they have a contradicting goals, like the CIA, for example. Then CIA wants to get power and control in covert ways, destroy countries so that they can stay relevant and get continued funding to justify their existence. They may go against the globalists because they will destroy certain countries just so that they can stay relevant. But then the globalists wanted this country to be part of the global system. So sometimes they may fight. So this is how I look at it. I feel like they are a bit different, these two things. But but it's very interesting if you really fractionize them, right? It does looks very interesting.
Well, the state somehow organizes and distributes the resources that within a country, and the fact that the state has the monopoly of violence, it's a marketplace of influence where many actors interact all the time. And some are bureaucrats, like Wyatt was saying, that what they want is to keep relevance, get more funding, grow, because organizations have this stick of self-destructing themselves by wanting to grow more and more. And sometimes they tend to create a system where actually they are destroying themselves, but it's how it is. And on the other side, you have people that working with those bureaucrats want to keep influence and growing their influence. So there is always alliance between different lobbies, pressure groups, influence trafficking, and so on. And this can be seen at different levels, from a regional level, like in the province, little city, or to a more global level, like we saw in the World Davos Economic Forum, which is actually also where many important people, bureaucrats, decision makers meet together, and within that confluence of interests and decision making, they somehow make the same thing, like a bit deep state. It goes pretty much over democracy, and there's a understanding that we have this misunderstanding that we have that democracy and state is the same thing. Go on, Wyatt.
Yeah, I was just pondering about like how in United States, when they go to the legislation, when they try to pass new bills, the bills are always so freaking thick, like thousands and thousands of pages, which is not humanly readable. Like
that's by design. They do that by design.
Yeah.
That's not an accident. Yes. So what they'll do is, like, you want to pass they'll call the bill like, save the dogs, or like something that no one could agree with, like the freedom bill. Yeah, like the freedom bill, or how
good for the nation,
or the Patriot Act.
Yeah, except the Patriot. Yeah, like something that you can't. And then, but the bill will be, like you said, like if you printed out all the pages, it would like fill your entire condo. So, and in there'll be all these other clauses that have nothing to do with it. Like there'll be, they'll set aside so much money for transgender research in Afghanistan or something. I mean, literally things like that absurd, like, will be in there.
Yeah.
And everybody will have their own little pet project. Like senators and congressmen will say, well, if you want my vote, you have to slip this into that bill. You have to slip that into the bill. And that's basically what it does.
Yeah.
So
that was what I wanted to point out, because it's like the all these senators or the congressmen, they have their own share in the pie. They take money in certain ways.
Yeah.
Then they work. Some of them, they got paid by globalists or MNCs or the MIC, give them money so that they vote. They slot in certain things. Then the deep state, maybe in order to work, you want to turn the money around. You have to give us certain things. So the deep state will also ask their leaders, the directors, hey, give me certain things. Then it's all a cabal of things putting together. I just thought, that's interesting.
Well, an interesting thing that happened was in the 1990s, like there was drastic cuts in the U.S. military after the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? And so they realized we had like massive amounts of bases in the United States, like, for obvious reasons, right? We had all these bases all over the place, and then they were no longer necessary because the Soviet Union wasn't a threat. The Warsaw Pact, there was like, we're spending all this money against an enemy that doesn't exist. So they had all these base closures, and you had all these senators. Like if you were a more powerful senator, you could say, even though it would be the most logical base to close, they realized that would economically negative. Like if you close a large base, right, you could have an entire town or cities dependent on that base, like having, all those troops stationed there. Like if you close that base, that town dies.
Something just happened. This happened just recently, right? Trump just decided to not close one of the bases, and then the congressman from that area was so happy, come to the White House and the Oval Office, they signed the executive order, and I saw that.
Yeah, so so that will happen. Well, they're not necessarily doing what's in the best interest, like say, of national security. They're doing what's in the best interest of their state, right? I mean, you can make an argument. Well, that's their that's their state. That's what they have to represent. But at the same time, these interests can be in conflict with each other, right? Because you're saying, well, what is the best national security? Like the same thing happened like when they were building the F-35. Like they will say that, oh, you have to. For me to approve this military spending bill, you have to build so many of the parts in my state or my district, or I'm not voting for it and it won't get passed. So they'll say, okay, even though that's going to like add hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to the package, they're saying, well, if you want my vote, you have to do that.
I find it interesting that countries that love to lecture about corruption are the ones that most and foremost legalize their own corruption.
No one is more corrupt in the United States.
So it's quite interesting to see what Wyatt was describing, how it works a bit in the United States. If I look into Germany, it's amazing how half of the parliamentarians in Germany are also lobbyists. How much money they, through the parliament, distribute to ONGs and all those political foundations, and all these little projects they have, and so on. They are connected with their parties, with the friends of the and so on and so on, and also the corporations that they represent in the parliament. And it is interesting that in other countries, which are normally connected with perhaps a more more easygoing way with corruption, like South of Europe, this would be considered completely corruption, unacceptable that the parliamentarian would have other interests besides the ones representing its region or its constituency.
Well, let me blow your mind. Let me blow your mind, Parad. I just want to add to your point. So this is what the United States does. The government will actually pay for an NGO, like using taxpayers' money, and those NGOs will literally hire lobbyists to pay. That's the level of corruption in the United States. Yeah, so it's this weird loop. So literally, the taxpayers are paying for lobbyists to influence the lawmakers, to whatever they're
literally pay themselves. They take the government money and pay
literally
themselves.
paying themselves, and that's like some of
which
that
is
was.
Why, which is why I build up the bills, because it's like some of them actually works in this way, and it is very weird. Like in Singapore, is all considered corruption. All of these things that is done in the United States is corruption.
Yeah.
It's legally, you will literally go to jail in Singapore if any of these things is done in Singapore. And I also want to add
that's why you guys are a dictatorship. That's why it's dictatorial.
because we are just too evil.
You don't allow for freedom.
You had mentioned we were talking before about label someone a dictator or a king or whatever. I don't think it's, how do I say? I'm not saying that that's a good or a bad thing. I'm saying what's less important is the how do I say it? Does the person in charge have the best interests of the people in mind? So the type of government is not the main concern, right? Because whether you have a parliamentary democracy, a constitutional republic, a monarchy, a dictator, some sort of autocratic regime, that is secondary to whether or not they are operating in the best interest of the people, in my opinion.
Yeah, totally.
A People's Democratic Republic.
Because in Singapore's system, if the ruling party had the leaders is corrupted, that means, let's say we do not have Lee Kuan Yew, the thing with the kind of power that the ruling party have in Singapore during the early days, will be utterly corrupted. Will be very similar to many of these other countries in those days, like South Vietnam, South Korea in the early days, which are all puppet leaders.
Even today,
South Korea is still kind of corrupt.
South Korea is extremely pervasive.
But in the earlier days, in the 60s, 70s, those are like basically puppets of United States, South Vietnam, all these countries. So it can get really bad. So the system is not the problem. If you have like a China system, but the leaders are all honorable, and then, oh my God, China is going to be, everybody will go to pivot to China 100%. That's why I say that the opportunity that China have lost.
I think that's the foundational disagreement you have with Drew, ultimately, is that you don't believe that the ruling party in China necessarily has the best interest of their people.
They don't.
But Drew would disagree with you. He would say that
he can disagree, but the one that's suffering, the people that is in China is suffering. They lost their job. The China insisted on a trade war, but of course they have no choice. Like I said, they have no choice. They have to fight a trade war. But the people are losing their job. The people cannot get pay. Graduates left college and then they cannot find a job. They went to do food delivery. Like even the people who are driving those Uber kind of private car, all of them are they're working insane hours and they're hardly earning money. There's a lot of insane things that's happening in China. That people are suffering really badly. But the thing is, people only see the glittering, beautiful skyline in Shanghai, and the bullet trains. Then go ahead, man. You can enjoy whatever you want to think it is. But we are not the ones suffering. Just like we can laugh at North Korea, we love Kim Jong-un and his parades, but we don't really give a damn about the suffering of the people. It doesn't matter, Every country have its own problem. Like for me, my only problem with China is always their foreign policy, because it affects me. If they want to bully or put people in camps, that's not my problem in China, because it's their internal problem. It's not up to me. Just like in United States, if you guys have this very weird corruption system, which to us is corrupted, to you guys is normal, but it's not lobbying.
It's still it's normal, but it's still corrupt. But
yeah, but for us it's corruption. But in United States they call it lobbying. But you see, I don't really have a problem with it per se, because it's like, it's not my country. Of course, it affects me, but there's nothing much I can do about it anyway. So that's the main thing. And I just want to add one more point before I go to toilet. About deep state in Singapore, deep state very hard to take root, because in our government system we keep rotating the leaders. So every department leader always get rotated out. Like even in the military, no commanders can stay more than 3 years in a unit. Usually, they will get rotated out and promote or go to other units. So no one can actually sing their rules. That's how we prevent deep state in Singapore. So the ministers are always in control. Usually, only the permanent secretaries tend to be quite permanent, which is why they call permanent secretaries. So that means the top civil servant in the ministry are the one that usually is there more for a much longer time. But the minister is directly talking to this person, so he have control. But everyone else below, they are always rotating jobs. So it's very hard to have a deep state appearing in Singapore. But that's our system. But in United States, maybe it's different, because like someone can stay in the same job for a long time. Then that's a different thing. Yeah. And also, feel free to change the topic, because I think we had a discussion about how sometimes we can talk about the Chinese Communist Party as a synonymous for China. And in that sense, it's a concept that the leaders of the whole power structure in China is about a single organization that actually controls all possible administration in that country, with two little exceptions, Macau and Hong Kong. So this also tells a lot that perhaps this organization has at heart the interests of its own, not of the people they are ruling.
in that sense. But it's also, China is also a strange country. They have their perspective, their interests on long term, 50 years minimum. And so we always have to take into account that they have another game in mind sometimes, and it doesn't care how people are suffering or living at a certain moment.
Yeah, but when you say they, like that's a challenge I have with a question like that is like, who is this they? Because when you say something like that, it almost sounds like you're talking about the Chinese people active like a Borg collective, you know, to use a Star Trek
No,
metaphor.
the people in the Communist Party. This is an elite. A Chinese person can't just get in the ranks of the Chinese Communist Party. Well, if you look at most of the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, they have been there. They are the sons of and grandsons of people that have been from the beginning there. So it's
Yeah, but they have their own internal.
that's what
Like,
they.
like they have their own internal power struggles, like that. You know, Wyatt and Drew went back about this. Like,
Yeah.
so
So-
it's not like my point is like I could be wrong on this. I don't really know. I mean, I just know what I read in the lying Western media, but I don't believe that the Chinese government necessarily is like this hive mind collective where they're all acting like, you know, we have this 50-year or 100-year goal. I mean, maybe very loosely they have this concept of it, but I don't think that they really I mean, it doesn't look like they're behaving that way, at least not recently. I don't
Correct,
see
because
that.
things change too fast. Like you see Donald Trump throw one the 145% tariff, everything just go chaotic.
Actually, saying about the change too fast. This is
I
also
want
something
to-
very interesting about changing a bit topic. It's also quite interesting the fact that the US deals with Trump incorporated this self-aware mission of being a mission mediator, a peace mediator, and he wants everything very fast. So this is very typical Western. Well, America is a bit faster than Europe, but everything's very fast. And if you go to Russia, everything is slow. All the political, they have a very stable government. There is almost no public political discussions in the sense like we know in the West. Things are not moved by scandal. Other in political areas, yes, or corruption, yes. It goes to the public and it's discussed in the public. But the real structure of the country is never exposed to the public, and it creates a sense of stability and continuity. So it's very interesting. I read an article about this. It's like the Russians, they don't expect anything to be solved rapidly. It's like things will be solved. We have to give time to it in order to find its path.
It's unrealistic to think that they're going to be solved rapidly, and it's part of the like the demagoguery strategy to like rip the population off is to promise them something unrealistic. You know, it's something that Socrates talked about 2,500 years ago about the problems of democracy. It's much easier to convince people of an unrealistic rapid solution than it is to convince them of the harshness of actual solutions. And I wanted to say something about that, but Choudhury has been waiting for a long time and he hasn't been able to say anything. So maybe he wants to say something, and then I'll go.
You're muted, Abhinav.
Abhinav,
Yeah, you're muted. He's struggling.
you want to say something? Abhinav, you're muted.
Yes, I was trying to find the tab in the browser. It's been so long that I couldn't really locate it.
Yeah, you've been since forever. Hi, I hadn't seen you before.
I mean, there were so many topics, and I think it was Gabriel. I forget his name, but he was in full scale TDS. Trump didn't.
Garrett, that's Garrett.
Gareth.
Yeah, and so I that's when I decided to join, but my mic refused to work. Well, anyway, I didn't really want to comment much on the China thing without personally
You
being.
can talk about whatever you want.
But
Yeah, we can change topic because we have
history.
we didn't even talk about the major things happened over the past week. We just like ramble along, don't know.
Yeah. So
all over
please,
the place.
please change the time. I think we beat China to death, right?
Right. So, I mean, I thought, have you discussed the India-Pakistan thing at all?
No.
Okay. That's interesting. You
Please help us. Make us talk about it.
So Wyatt has that in the main heading, but nobody's actually talked about it yet.
It's normal. It's normal.
Yes, well, Chiang Kai-shek have said several times the problems of Europe are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europeans' problems, are not problems in Europe. So it's very easy. They completely, the whole world completely ignored the Pakistani-Indian conflict, although they were talking about nuclear weapons and this and self-destruction and so on, mutual destruction and so on. And then the Russian president said he would gladly mediate between you both, and suddenly everybody wake up and everybody was trying to mediate the conflict, and then they just like again Trump a very fast resolution, a ceasefire that's not working. Amazing. Again, we go back to when root problems are not solved, are not taken in consideration. The importance is the scenario, the easygoing, this like a ceasefire. We have a ceasefire. So
No,
the problem is not solved.
In fairness, like, yeah, I'm not saying the problems are solved, but in fairness, when you got two nuclear power countries going to war with each other, you got it kind of like what we were talking about, how things can't happen overnight. You know, they take a long time to, especially dealing with these root issues. You can't say, all right, well, you guys keep fighting with each other until we solve these root problems, even though you both got nukes pointed at each other. I think people have to say, well, hold on, let's chill the fuck out for a second. We'll get to those root problems, but the main problem, the root problem for the world, is you both got nukes and they're pointed at each other, and you guys want to kill each other. So I think that's the root problem, at least in immediacy. So I don't know if Wyatt wants to give the world some cliff notes on the India-Pakistan conflict, because I'm hearing all sorts of wacky shit. I don't know what's true. I don't know if there was a ceasefire. Is there a ceasefire? Was it all bullshit? Whose fault it really was? I think it was probably not the Pakistani government. From my understanding, it was like a rogue element that did this. That could be bullshit. Maybe they were behind it, or at least sympathetic to it. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Since the SIBRAP, the only thing I know is that Trump basically have a call with both sides. Both agreed to a ceasefire. But as of any ceasefire in the world, there's always violations. So that's basically normal. But then the rumors I saw just now was like, they're starting to strike air bases again and whatnot. So I'm not sure. So because this
both sides are violating, as far as you heard.
Both sides.
Violating.
Nobody knows, man. Okay. Just as I wanted to say, anything you do with India and Pakistan is just full of fake news. It's just full of made up shit. People are just very excited, and then you can't. Someone is very hard to tell what's happening, because like the areas that they are fighting is like more third world. It's not like if something happened in the middle of Paris, the whole world will be like using the camera phone and posting on social media. It's a different place. And also I'm not sure about Pakistan, but India, there's a lot of media that is very clickbaitish. Like they sometimes even make stories up just to get clicks, because the media space is very competitive. So the misinformation is crazy. Yeah, which is why I'm not reporting it like very urgently, because you need time to let it digest, because then eventually they'll tell you what is real, what is not real. And until today, we still not entirely sure what happened to the fighters. Like how many actually got shot down, who actually shot down whose fighters. Like everybody is just anonymous official, or the Pakistani claim or the India claim. Oh my god, whatever, man.
A reliable source has reported that.
So
that's how they talk.
That all the tanks at the Victory Day parade is all made of cardboards. So so that's what I think.
I mean, what I would like to say is it's actually a lot more complicated than people really know, because it's actually a festering conflict. I have been to most of the areas on the Indian side, of course, Kashmir and Punjab and all of the areas, because I have a military background. So the thing is, if you look at, this is probably exactly what I was expecting in terms of a resolution, if this can be called a resolution, the ceasefire. Basically, both sides had to save face. And this is the best way to do it, because the other is you attack and you take territory. And in that case, the nuclear option is on the table, and which is something nobody really wants, including both India and Pakistan. Although I'm not so sure about Pakistan in this case, because Pakistan, I'm not really sure is speaking as a united group at this point of time. I don't think they have one voice. I would say this time India has been remarkably one voice in terms of, even the opposition has sent people who are basically supporting the government. They could have very well not supported, but they have supported the government. And so India has basically said that we will retaliate very clearly. And however, to what extent can India retaliate? Because if you look at the why this has happened, I have been to the places, so I've actually visited all the spots. I've seen from the 1980s the collection coupons of the Hizbul Mujahideen, in which they collected money from Canada, from Pakistan, from across the West to support this noble cause, which finally, basically, Hizbul Mujahideen is a terrorist organization, but it's actually one of the better ones in the sense that it's not as violent. That's why they created Lashkar, because Hizbul wasn't violent enough. So they had to make something worse, and that is what Lashkar became. And Lashkar became banned, and so they created all of these. You also had Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is another one of those which has been struck. So if you look at them, basically the terrorist groups really started after the Soviet Union withdrew from Afghanistan. So Osama bin Laden and his friends were funded from the West to basically fight the Soviets. After which, once the Soviets left, they had all these weapons, all this training, and that's what they knew how to do. What to do? They basically then, were career terrorists. And so these career terrorists decided to fight a different war. And so they all went to Kashmir. They have it. That's the genesis, really. I can talk more about the origins of it, but that's really the 80s and the 90s. And we've had 20 to 40,000 casualties in this. Dead casualties would be far more. But this is a long conflict, and it has been relatively peaceful in recent years if you compare to the 90s.
What? I'm sorry, because I'm kind of ignorant on all the details of this. Was it really just all about this quote unquote terrorist attack against India, or was this going to happen anyway?
So basically, I would say this is the casus belli. I don't know if you pronounce that, but basically.
No, that's right. Yeah, Latin, cause for just cause, or cause for war. Yeah.
Yeah. But basically, that is the cause. The casus belli of this entire thing is for India to strike back, because India has plenty of reasons to strike back, but it requires a prominent provocation. But otherwise, India is pretty much waiting to strike, because India has been struck scores of times in the last 30, 40, 50 years. And so, in 2001, the parliament was attacked and the Indian army was entirely deployed, but India finally did not actually cross the border. The thing is, if you do, it's very clear. India knows exactly where the terrorist camps are. They can strike any time. But if you strike across the border, it would be called a sovereign attack by the West, obviously. Now, what happens is when such a reason is given, a provocation is given, that's when you strike that, okay, we take them out, because you have to do something. But otherwise, India actually knows exactly where the terrorist camps have been located for the last so many years. It's just that we can't attack them because they are located on Pakistani territory. If they were located on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, you still have a chance, which is what India did in the last terrorist attack. But the thing is, these attacks will continue. So it's not this is a solution to the problem at all.
It's very interesting that whenever Pakistan there is a movement for Indian Pakistan to kind of de-escalate the situation and try to engage with another, because they have many reasons to engage with another. Families are on both sides of the border. There is commercial interests, and Pakistan actually is cutting. It's like a wall cutting the connectivity of India with the rest of Central Asia. So it's very interesting whenever there are these results of going and trying to speak with each other again, things like this happened. So a few years ago, India had to cut all the borders with Pakistan due to such border attacks. And this was a huge blast to so many years of attempt to approach them together. And now that they were being approached again, mostly with the help of Iran and Russia, and they were starting having connectivity again. Railway lines were going to be open again, and so exactly this happens. Exactly this happened. And it's very interesting that Abhinav made this comment about career terrorists. These are mercenaries. These are people that will act. We don't really know in the name of what. I think it was very interesting, a comment of one of the previous prime ministers before Asharif. And he was saying, like, these groups, there are many. Sometimes they act together, sometimes they fight each other. But it's the same one. It's the same group. And where these groups came from, the West brought them in. And we were stupid enough to allow them to be created in our territory. And it is, of course, yes. And then Abhinav also said something very interesting. Who really has the power in Pakistan? This is a very complex answer, because we don't know if it is the political power that has the control of the situation, or it is the military power that has the control of the situation. And we have been seeing this so many times. Whenever the military power is not very happy with the political power, just take over and put another puppet as a prime minister. And all that. So it's very complex also for India, which is more or less a Western democracy. It's a very special democracy. Sorry for saying Western democracy. So to really know who to engage in Pakistan and try to solve this situation. And it's very complex. And it's not just a question of India. It's also many other countries. It just sounds like some people do know how to engage Pakistan, though. Probably the ones putting more oil to the fire.
The very interesting thing is that Pakistan has never had a single prime minister finishing their term yet since 1947, which I don't think anyone else in the panel would know. You can Google this up. No prime minister has ever finished their term in Pakistan. That tells you what, I mean, people in the West have equated India and Pakistan. India, Pakistan. I can see the comment section on this very chat, and that is how people talk, even today. But it is very clear that one of these countries is politically stable, whereas the other is not. India's never had a military dictatorship. It has had an emergency once in 1970s, but apart from that, it's pretty much been a stable power. But Pakistan, on the other hand, if India has to negotiate with anyone, whom will it negotiate with? Which is your point. And the thing is, I honestly do not think we were close to a resolution. So yes, we could have had that railway connection, the Samjhauta Express and all that. But ultimately, we're not solving anything until we solve Kashmir. And Kashmir is not something the Pakistan army would want to solve, because that is really the reason they're in power. I have talked to Pakistanis, and I have personally, I have nothing against Pakistanis. And the problem is, even the Pakistani civilians, often behind closed doors, they talk about how they do not really have a choice in the matter, because the army is basically dictating the government. If the government goes too far on the opposite side of the army, it's going to be removed from power. And so the people, it's not really a democracy in that sense, because as soon as the civilians want to actually solve things, the army needs war against India to survive, because that's how they maintain their reigns and power. Otherwise, they would lose their. They control a large part of the funding of the country as well. But it is also basically strangling the civilian, the economic power of Pakistan. If you look,
can we talk about the the economy? Isn't Pakistan's economy like pretty much screwed right now?
Yes, but it wasn't always the case. If you look at what when the British left India and Pakistan in 1947, Pakistan actually was really well off. I
agree, but I guess my question is is economics one of the reasons why we're seeing this flare up right now? Because
I wouldn't say. I think it's international geopolitics, most and foremost.
You want to say something?
Hey guys, I'm genuinely interested. We have an Indian here. I would love to see Vakar also here, because I'm really interested. What is the real root cause of this? We talk about terrorists and stuff, but terrorists of one side have always been the freedom fighters of the other side, and they have most likely genuine interests. What are their interests? What are they fighting for? And what is it's obviously about the land there, but isn't there a possibility to come to a common agreement?
I can sum it up for you, since you're actually interested in what has happened. Basically, if you're looking at the interests of different groups, there is this group which is Pakistan, which wants Kashmir for itself. And there's India, which wants Kashmir for itself. And both countries claim that Kashmir is theirs. And then you have the Kashmiri separatist group, which says we want independence of Kashmir. But if you look within Kashmir, you would find that it's also having its own internal divisions in terms of various groups. So you have the Hindus as well as the Muslims in different parts of Kashmir. It's actually not that different from Donbass, the entire Russo-Ukraine thing. It's rather similar, which is why I can understand the Russian situation quite well, because it's so similar to the Kashmiri situation. And if you look at Bangladesh also, similar war fought in 1971 for the liberation of Bangladesh. And Bangladesh is another can of worms which is opened in the last 12 months, where they have become suddenly like East Pakistan. I'm beginning to call them East Pakistan again, which was their name before 1971, because they become very Islamist recently. And so they're also becoming closer to Pakistan, which is also remarkable. So maybe this incident is related to that as well. But overall, basically the Kashmiris want independence, and so they're their liberation army. Now the Lashkar-e-Taiba, I'm not sure whether they want Kashmir to be part of Pakistan or as an independent country. But the fact of the matter is, if Kashmir actually becomes an independent country, it would be something like Monaco. Or
it's a bit bigger than that. Come on, it's a bit bigger than that.
Monaco? Did you say Monaco? Like the
because if you think, it's not Jammu and Kashmir, it's going to be just Kashmir, and if you look at Ladakh is dominant Hindu, so Ladakh will not.
They don't have casinos there, so it wouldn't work out.
What I basically mean is Jammu and Kashmir, if you really divide it, it also has 5 parts. You have Leh, Ladakh, you have Kashmir, you have Jammu. And so you divide just Kashmir as a separate country, because that's the only part which is going to really fight.
It's quite curious. It's quite curious that all this area until Tajikistan somehow is extremely complex ethnic diversity on it. Very, very old peoples, very many, and connections with different civilizations along the millennia. And this complicates also a bit because everybody has a different background history that they find very important to save. It's very complicated. But I would just to finish, I think we are forgetting the most practical thing. And that thing is the same thing that is in the core of the Chinese Indo conflict. It's about water. We are talking about areas where some of the big rivers of Asia get born, and then we see now, for instance, India manipulating the control they have of the waters in order to coerce Pakistan. And somehow the problem of India with China is that China controls the water courses that start in their territory and could coerce India. And India is crazy about such an idea. Many countries would. But actually, this is Pakistan and India actually have a treaty, a water treaty. So I think it was a really big mistake that India did in putting into question that water treaty. It really created something that we'll have to deal for a long time. Wyatt, sorry.
Oh, I want to say, because like you say, the region all the way up, is always like very chaotic and mixed. Because this region is basically the outskirt of empires. So that is the reason why. Like if you look at the ancient history of China on the east, then you have the Mongolians and the steppe people in the north, and then sometimes you have the Persian empires, and then you have the Arabic empires, and then you have the European empires,
the Chinese.
And so this area in the middle around Afghanistan region, these are the places where they constantly different tribes are forced together. Then they have to fight. They have to try to survive. And if you look at the changes in the kingdoms, it's very erratic. It's like you go from one race, suddenly become another race, then they become another race. It's totally chaotic, that place. So which is why the mix is very complicated there. Like the Mongolians go through the area. Once they reach Persia, they suddenly become Muslims. It's like we decided to be Muslims. So it's like ridiculous. That is a very weird region. I agree. Kashmir should be their own country. Just create a buffer country between the two states.
Don't say that to India. You're provoking a war here. Don't do that.
I mean, why? Basically, basically, the reason Kashmir cannot survive is, if you look at strategically, it's independent.
They were a kingdom before, and they were not part of the British India.
But they were a much larger kingdom, and the kingdom had Hindus and Muslims not going at each other the way they're going at each other now. In fact, before the division of India and Pakistan, people were pretty much in harmony. There were hardly any communal riots in the last 150 years. If you look at the riots, they've actually happened more or less after independence. So, to be honest, there is no real reason for India and Pakistan to even be fighting each other. As far as I am concerned, I have no desire to fight Pakistanis, despite my dad being in the army. There is no reason, because we are basically brothers in every sense. But the problem is, the political reasons were whatever they've happened. They've decided that, no, we want power, we want to be king of this place, or we want a reason to appropriate a lot of defense resources, and for that we need a reason for war.
So I just want to add, just now there was a point I wanted to talk about, I forgot, is when Prata was asking about what are the different groups interests. But from my perspective, usually as long as it's a terror group or extremist group, usually it's just they want the tension to be always there. It's almost never to complete their mission. That's what I think about terror groups.
Sure, this is obviously true. But there is a genuine root cause for their existence. Why
there's an excuse for them how they appear, but the moment after they appear, they get the fundings and the weapons and the power and influence and women or whatnot. They want it to forever be like this. It's just like Hamas will never go all out and fight Israel to the end. They'll never, because they are happy the way they are. Just as the Palestinian Authority, they are very happy the way they are. Having this semi-dictatorship, not here, not there situation. They are very happy because they stay the power. Because once you go full-fledged independent state, then you're going to be kicked out of the government. So similarly for the terror groups, it's the same thing. Be it ISIS or all this L something in Syria, none of them actually wants to win. I believe even these Kashmiri ones, very few of them actually wants to win. Because once you win, then you don't have money. Then all your skills is useless. What can you do? You never go to school. Then you learn only to use the AK. And then after that, like, what can you do? It forms a country. You will never be part of the government. You'll never be part of the government. Same for the other side. The Baloks. There's affecting the Pakistan on the western part. The same. They enjoy the fight, but they never form a big army to fight. They always do these ambushes here and there. Because if they form a real army to fight, they themselves will lose power, because the smarter people will become the leaders of the group, and then they will lose power, and then they will just be another peon, and then they will just die in the front line. It's just nicer to hide in the mountains or behind the rocks, shooting, or ambushing a bus full of Pakistani soldiers, and then they can claim victory, and then they feel happy about it, and they can boast it to some woman, and then they can, this is how I look at most of the terror groups. Very, very few operates like the Communist Party. All those communist rebellions all around the world, like be it the Malaysian Communist Party or the Chinese Communist Party, when they really want to conquer the country, they form armies. But you see all these modern terror groups, none of them form armies, except for the Kurdish. The Kurdish form an army. They become the YPG. But these are the real people that really want to form a country. This Kashmiri type, I don't believe it. Brother, your mic is gone again. Maybe Taliban form a country. You see, Taliban form an army. So it's a different ideology, whether they are terror group or what. Oh no, Prata's mic is gone again. Oh no, Prata. You have to check your settings again.
This is very true, that many sides have the interest for a frozen conflict, and the terrorists most likely also are among them. But I think they don't have the power to keep this situation in existence, and there are genuine big root causes to keep it in existence, probably for India and Pakistan as well. The question is there a possibility to come to a solution, either that one side wins over, looking at Ukraine, maybe there is this possibility, or that this will stay, because this will be always a sore point, and a conflict and the crisis can come around at any moment.
I would say that, so I've heard this for the last 20 plus years, and even now from the Indian side, I can say that the anger against Pakistan is much higher than I've ever seen, which is very surprising, because such attacks have been dime a dozen, and in the 90s and early 2000s they were very common. So it's just 30 people dead. I mean, we were used to 300. 30 people every week. So this is not that large a number, except for the religious, selective selection of men and Hindu men. Except for that part, the religious side, if you look at the sheer numbers, it's not that large as even 2008, the Taj Mahal attacks. And so why didn't India go to war in 2008 instead, when we even had the person directly, the perpetrator, captured and directly saying exactly which terror camp he was trained in Afghanistan and Pakistan, every one of them. And then India still chose not to attack. The thing is, I think Indians have had quite enough, given the sheer number of decades that have passed. And secondly, India knows that now Pakistan is not in a condition to fight back economically. So that Indians also understand. And so India is much more interested in warfare now than it ever has been. On the other hand, because of nukes, it's not really possible. And in fact, in this case, I would say India's chances of victory are actually more dangerous, because it means that Pakistan has a much higher chance to just use nukes. And so India is reluctant to win. So India really can solve this problem by just occupying Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, for example. But strategically, it will be like a special military operation, basically. So instead of Donbass and Luhansk, you have POK and perhaps Gilgit. Now, Gilgit has been ceded to China by Pakistan illegally, and I do not know how things will happen there, but because China's decision to do whatever really decides. because even India's confrontations with the Chinese army in the recent years have happened around Gilgit as well. There have been conflicts in Gilgit, and Gilgit is Indian territory, at least according to the Indian government. So the solution really is India taking POK or Pakistan taking it, which is impossible. Pakistan would not be able to take it militarily. So you only have the solution from one side. The other solution is conflict for the next 200 years, which is basically the Gaza Strip. And the third is, an independent puppet state, which is comprising 20,000 or 100,000 people. And that's a country, whatever it's called. I mean, not really a country because they have no economic or military independence. But really, from an Indian perspective, I would say the only real solution is if Pakistan voluntarily cedes its claim over Kashmir, and India provides something. So let's say this Indus water thing, India just permanently says, we will never revoke this treaty, and we will also give you money or something, some sort of actual diplomatic solution, which might, rather than a purely military solution, is also. But otherwise, if India doesn't really talk to the leadership in Pakistan, there is no solution except military force, but and a special military operation, really.
Well, promises are promises, and they can be easily broken by another political generation just 4 years in the future, So this is not very convincing. Yeah. And
they just broke it. They just said, no, we're going to terminate it.
From 1960. Yeah. And the thing is, which is why you would actually need closer economic cooperation, and the countries really working together instead of separately. So that would require actual friendship between the countries. And I think that there is a change of regime within Pakistan, which is not controlled by the Pakistani army, but by the civilians who genuinely want to trade and just be friends with India. I do not think the Pakistani civilians actually care about this as much as the army would want everyone to believe.
I don't. Two further questions for you, the local expert. But the one is, if I remember correctly, the Kashmir area, or this area that is known as Kashmir to us, is already separated between or split between India and Pakistan. So they each hold a part of the area. And I'm not sure if China has also some claims or holds some parts. Is the conflict to move the border, or do both sides want the whole thing? This is the one question. And the other question is also how does this go with the China-India situation? Does China want part of it? Does it want Pakistan to win just to weaken India, or what is your view on that?
What was the first question again?
I think Kashmir is already split. So is the argument between India and Pakistan to move the line? So India wants more of Kashmir, or Pakistan wants more of it, or both want the whole thing?
Both want the whole thing. That is exactly what I was saying. You have the line of control, which was basically when the UN declared a ceasefire in 1948. That is just like South Korea. So you have all of this nonsense from the 1940s, but basically same thing like Korea. The UN just said ceasefire, and both parties stopped fighting there. And Pakistan had this large portion. It realized it didn't have the troops to station across the entire area. And so they gave half of it to China immediately, almost immediately. And then Chinese troops occupied that portion. But basically that was on behalf of Pakistan. Now, China has no territorial rights over that land. And so it's really between India and Pakistan. But China, because of that action in 1948, is now indirectly a party directly on the land of Kashmir. Now, the second part is that China also has its own problems with India in the eastern regions of India. And so when India and China negotiate, it starts with Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya and all those areas. And then it there's also talk of Gilgit, and nobody really resolves anything because ultimately, what I understand about China is, and what Donald Trump also understands about China is, China only respects strength.
Come on. You're not reproducing the European Union arguments, are you?
I'm not reproducing anything. I'm just I have read the entire book of the 1962 war between India and China, and I also know about the other two conflicts which happened between Indian and Chinese troops in detail because well, I know from a military perspective directly, being in the from the military.
But Abhinav, look, in the
I'm
past,
sorry.
especially in
Did you
these
say
areas,
China
there were
only
so.
respects respect? Sorry, did you say China only respects respect? I didn't understand you.
Respect
He
strength.
said strength, and I made a joke. He was repeating the European Union, but no, I was making a comment. It was a bit different. You know, historically, like we said before. Well, Wyatt, remember us. These are the areas where old empires meet each others, and the thing is that these areas in the north, in the are almost cold deserts. No, the Himalayas. This is some of the areas that are in dispute between India and China are inhospitable, are not doesn't allow people to live there, and they are extremely empty. There are one or two Buddhist monasteries in some parts, and that's it. And these monasteries had a kind of sovereignty over these areas. So some ask for protection of India, some had more connections to Tibet, and China believes it also belongs to them. In the Gidit area, where people are not even traditionally Muslims, there has been a strong protectorate of China for some time. Sometimes they were a protectorate of Kashmir, the kingdom. And so it's areas that kept moving. It's very difficult to if everybody wants everything by the centimeter, it will lose a couple of meters, because you see the Chinese. Wyatt is the guy that's more specialist within all five of us in China. And the Chinese have a very old way of dealing with this stuff, intransigency. Well, when they say this belongs to us, you can't do much about it. It is not really about strength, it's about a very unique way of living of the Chinese.
But
Yeah,
but I
go
want
on.
to again, I want to blame is this modern concept of borders, because in the past it's never really there's no this line in the sand, right? So the Tibetan kingdom, they were like, oh, we live in these mountains, and then nobody comes here. No, we build a monastery here, we build a town there. And this basically operates everybody. That's how it operates. The empires in the mainland China, they either put Tibet under their protection, because Tibet sometimes asks for their protection, sometimes they don't. Sometimes the Qing Empire come in and said, no, you shall now pay tribute to us, and that's it. But the modern concept of no borders, this line in the sand, is what caused all the problems. Because if let's say if you look at Kashmir or even Tibet, or there's no need to protect the border to that level of extent. In fact, if you go back to maybe the olden days, maybe just a few hundred years ago, nobody give a damn. The people just walk around. They don't really give a damn. I'm a Pakistani or I'm an Indian. Or I'm from this kingdom or from that kingdom. They just travel. I can't survive here. I go to that place to work. Same thing. If I'm sick of my work, okay, I decided to become a monk. Then they just walk all the way to Tibet. There is no such thing as a border thing. This border thing caused so many people dying for no good reasons.
Do you mean that globally, or are you just talking specifically to
globally? Globally.
Right, well, I don't.
It's a Western concept. The line in the sand is the reason why. Is how they smashed the Qing Empire, because of the Qing Empire have no concept of this kind of border, so they got gamed by the Western empires. Where they come in with all these laws and international laws about borders and territorial waters and whatnot. It's like, then everybody get confused.
Yeah, but the reason, like at least in the United States, like there's a big thing about like property rights, right? That's sacrosanct in the United States. So that, and like there's good reasons for this. Like think of like you're a rancher, right? And you own 50 acres that your cattle grazes on, right? And let's say there's a drought and there's a lot less grazing, fertile land, and then someone is a goat herder and he rips up your barbed wire and he wants all his goats to feed on your limited grazing land. Well, that's a conflict there, because resources, I mean, sometimes there's abundance, right? You could say, all right, well, I got more grass than my cows can eat, but we have a drought right now and we don't have enough. So I'm sorry, you can't graze your goats on my land. I own it. I get to decide who grazes here or not. So,
but I mean, this applies with very established territory. Like for example, even within India, within China, in like ancient times, like it's clear that this is within the empire or within the kingdom. Then clearly they have this parcel of lands all cut out very clearly. I'm talking about like mainly in the border regions, because it's so far away from the center, right? The center of power is so far away.
These are expensive. They are expensive empires. They don't really have an opponent on the other side. So I think a very far away opponent.
So the closest thing that we have
place where the mark is.
So the closest thing that you have something like this, like the border, is usually along rivers,
mountains, rivers, natural barriers.
And then, or you have the Chinese Great Wall of China. But even the Great Wall of China is not that accurate, because the Mongols or the steppe people, they come and go. So there is actually towns and cities outside of the Great Wall, but then they got raided, then they will all run in. It's more freedom in a sense, but it's more scary because there's bandits and criminals all along this. It's like Star Wars, right? So it's like the outer worlds.
Well, I mean, I just think that, like, on a national level, like, I think one of the problems with the whole Middle East area, like, specifically because we were talking about India and Pakistan, is a lot of these borders were not drawn up by the people who lived there, right? There was tremendous influence by the Western world in deciding where these imaginary, line in the sand are. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Yeah, which is why it's funny. Because we can blame the British. It's the freaking British fault. They cut it in this way. But then, okay, now we have power now, and we also still not negotiate. Is see the point? Like now, both of them have the power to negotiate, but they don't, because everybody is just power hungry.
So the McMahon line in which is basically McMahon was a Britisher. He basically drew the line which separated India and China, and which is what India has used to negotiate with China. And China has basically said, we do not recognize it. And China has consistently changed its tunes on what it recognizes and what it doesn't recognize, precisely on the strength of how strongly the Indian government has basically countered its arguments. So if India concedes more to China, China just keeps pressing its claims, which is why I said China respects strength. Because in the 1950s, if you look at that area, that entire area, as Wyatt was talking about, if you go to that place, these are mountains. So we are talking about the Himalayas, okay? So it's like a hill, not a hill, they're mountains, and you will be able to see a large amount of territory, but nothing can grow there. They're just rocks, and you're going to fall off a cliff. Nobody occupies land there. We are talking about minus 50 degrees Celsius, minus 60 degrees Celsius. Nobody wants to live at minus 60 degrees Celsius. There is no pasture to protect. There are no crops to save. It is basically a place you go to die in. And so nobody wanted to conquer that land and occupy it with force, because there was nothing to occupy. If you stand there for 5 minutes, you're dead. The person who stays in Siachen, the Indian troops who live there, they shorten an year of their lifespan by just staying 2 months there. And the Indians have to deploy it there because the Pakistanis also are deployed there for no bloody reason, because both of them are losing troops for no reason. Nobody wants to occupy Siachen. There is literally nothing there. And so,
but in the past, the people or the peoples there didn't have the power, the technology to deviate rivers or to construct dams and all this stuff. And this is becoming a really matter of death and life. And China and India as well have the capacity to build dams, to deviate rivers, to use water as they feel pleased if they have control over it. And we saw, as I said before leaving, this was a big mistake that India made with Pakistan, putting in cause the Treaty of Water and deviating water.
I do not think. I think India has done it quite well, because I would say all the gloves are off. We can do anything and everything now to strike at you, including breaching every treaty. If China does it, we will have battle lines drawn. We'll have clarity that the Chinese are with Pakistan, and so we'll at least have the groups of the blocks, the military blocks forming. Because right at this stage, China wouldn't do it, because China wouldn't want to take a point that clearly, especially to save Pakistan, because Pakistan is not proving to be such a strong, reliable economic ally. And so there is not as much benefit from China in outrightly, let's say, stopping the Brahmaputra, the Sangpo, I think it's so called in China. Whereas with India, I'm not saying that I would support blocking water to another country with which you have a treaty. But then the thing is, you negotiate. You negotiate that, okay, I have been a good supporter of this treaty. You should at least respect our demands. So what else can India do otherwise, apart from invading the country? Because India...
I think my point was just that as India has so much to lose to put into question respecting the water treaties, so could China also disrespect water treaty future? There aren't any yet. Future water treaties with India. And I think this I know. It made sense on the short run. On the long run, I think it was not very intelligent, since water is so scarcity on your region and it is so important. All these big rivers, they are born far away in the Himalayas. You have almost no control about them, and they are violent and seasonal and very problematic. But you are achieving the technologies to put some order to it, and that's good. But in doing that, you have to cooperate with the other ones. They are dependent on that, be it Bangladesh, be it China. No, but because most of them are born in the Chinese area, or Pakistan.
I mean, so for example, if you're talking about the Brahmaputra, which flows, that it goes through India, it starts in China, it goes through India. It's a huge river, so it's extremely long, and then it becomes a Sangpo, I think, in China. And so, if China blocks it at origin, it's going to cut off those regions which get water. So it's basically China will cut its own water supply, because how much does India benefit from the Brahmaputra? Not that much. Agriculture is not that important. So China is going to lose a lot more. So it's not as easy.
Yeah. But Abhinav, what I mean is that we have very strong sensitivity here about water, which means that you guys, all three guys will, four, because Bangladesh is also being touched by it. We'll have to have a much more cooperative attitude in order, because water is really, it means life, and countries really go to war because of water. So it's important to have these things more or less, and that's why I think it was a bad move to so easily cut the water supply to Pakistan, because there are many things India can do to make Pakistan coerce. But hopefully that thing will come back to, it's like nothing happened. This was a very short moment in a very long story.
I really want to know what you think India can do apart from this, because as far as I agree with you. I agree. This is an economic nuclear weapon. This is the equivalent of an economic nuke. And so the economic nuke has been deployed, yes. But yeah, we had to deploy nukes in this case. What other option do we have actually conventionally to actually solve this?
Hi, Applet. Well, I was surprised that both India and Pakistan were so unprepared to call for heavyweights in order to make some mediation or open the dialogue between you both. And this would have to be outside. I understand that India wants to be a superpower and wants to be able to show to the world that it solves its problems. And it is obviously legitimate, but in this case, when there are two nuclear powers around, India should have asked a bit for help. Yes, well, India or Pakistan, it doesn't matter.
Pakistan actually wanted third party to come in. They have been saying it's nothing to do with us. No, let's bring in neutral people to come in. India is the one that go bloodlust and say no, we are 100%. We have intelligence. It's Pakistan behind it, and they go all in, prepared for military strikes and whatnot. That is the interesting part about this incident, is that I've never seen India become so assertive.
Yeah, I think that was because it was but I think
go all in.
Yeah, but I think how do I say your name, the Indian gentleman? How do we say it?
What is interesting is I didn't know. I only learned this a couple of weeks ago. Abhinav Gupta is actually was the earliest name of my name I could find is a Kashmiri guy from 1050 AD in Kashmir. Abhinav Gupta, so a Sanskrit scholar. So it is.
Well, you got a great lineage then. That's great. But
it's all your fault. You are the fault.
No, but I think like to dovetail on Wyatt's point about that India had this kind of like bloodlust. I think that was because the people kind of were demanding it. Like I think one of you kind of had mentioned this earlier, that it was surprising that even the opposition parties in India were saying, no, fuck this. We need to do something. They need to answer for this in blood. And I think that's why that the military responded the way they did. It was almost to appease their own people a little bit, because they were, maybe I'm wrong,
super fast. But the surprising thing is it's super fast. Everybody immediately, all in, into, trying to get back at Pakistan. There is like, there is no even discussion. There's no discussion. Everybody just decided that, no, we're going to hit back.
Well, I'm sure there was some discussion. Yeah. Come on, it wasn't like there was just some guy in a chair that just hit it, hit the button and.
Abhinav actually explained it very clearly. This has been an escalation. It looks like a single event. It's not. There are lots of little single events, border little things, the terrorists crossing the border. That's the biggest claim about India, is that Pakistan allows terrorists to cross the border, and they make some incursions inside of the border, kill some people, and they go away. Is it like that, Abhinav, more or less?
Yeah, that's more or less correct.
But are they allowing it, or they just don't have the ability to stop it? There's a difference.
You must understand. I mean, India stops most attacks, and we are talking about many, many, many spoiled attacks. But every now and then you would have one of them which succeeds. And the thing is, they try so many times. So the only way you can really eliminate this is you eliminate either the funding or the people. Now, it's not as if these were Kashmiris. So you can say, a lot of attacks in the 90s, and India gets blamed a lot that India didn't allow the Kashmiris their own country. But Kashmiris have died in terror attacks, but these were not even Kashmiris. These were Pakistanis. And so Pakistan is basically creating this infrastructure where, first of all, they train Pakistanis, but also Kashmiris, to basically they promise some money, they promise they will do, and they of course promise the eternal life in heaven and all that, and they send. And the thing is, India knows exactly where their attacks are. India has missiles trained at all points of time, and we can fire any point of time. We just don't have the permission to do so because obviously we're not in a state of war. But at this point of time, when it's clear that Pakistan has given a provocation, the Indian army for the first time in decades has actually had an opportunity to strike back, which is why Indians are more or less clamoring for some action on their side. And I would also add another point I think that you were alluding to. If you look at India basically has stopped all its wars. In 1948, the war was stopped by UN intervention. And Indians, a lot of Indians, especially in current ruling government, um, are not happy with the 1948 ceasefire, which was orchestrated by UN, because India believes that India could have resolved the Kashmir issue by militarily conquering the remaining part and then having the ceasefire on its own terms. Instead, it had this problem. And so they do not want third parties to dictate India's fate ever again. That is roughly what I would say the current ruling government's mantra is.
Varjan?
If I'd like, if I could add to that, regarding the very strong reaction or quite bellicose activity of India, it was strange to me. I started watching Indian media 3 years ago with the Ukraine conflict because they were maybe the most objective English-speaking media. Yeah, most balanced. What's her name? I think Palki something is one of the famous reporters and the Republic TV and something like that. But what was strange to me, because once these Ukraine topics ended, there were all the other topics, and while they have been quite objective on Ukraine, they were always very bellicose on the topic China and on the topic Pakistan. So it is a very bellicose at least media environment. I don't know about the social media in India, but at least the mass media, they are quite bellicose in these two topics, in my viewpoint. I'd also like to add to the thing, or the border issues. Wyatt mentioned it. The borders were not like drawn lines in the sand some hundreds years ago, but I think it's inevitable that they became that. Just like John said, it's a issue of property and rights. You know, rights on all these values that are there, and also on the power projection that it enables. And I don't think that rights are the real correct name. I'm a bit of a realist, and I think it's more claims and capabilities to enact your claims. And all these countries have claims and interests. The issue is, what are the interests aside from historical rights, of India and Pakistan and Kashmir? What it's the water, and it's not a lot of people there. It's no industry there. It's no agriculture there. It's basically just land and power projection capability. And the last thing, we're talking about the surroundings of this topic, but what about the issue in itself? Will this war go on, or will it be a ceasefire again and freeze? I'm not very sure about what will happen in the next weeks. Who would like to answer?
I want to add on to your first point regarding the rights to minerals and whatnot. Because if you go back a few hundred years ago, no human beings don't have rights. Only the monarchy and the ruling emperor or whatnot have the rights. And this right is also not to the emperor, it's actually to the kingdom or the empire. So, and if they want to mine in a certain place, they go there, then just mine. And if someone is there, they fight a war, kick them out, and then they just mine. So there is no need for borders, you see. There is no property rights to anybody. Everything belongs to the empire or the state. So the So I think that basically answered it. Is the rights only comes because we now give private property to people. But I'm not sure about how India works, but in ancient China, like no one actually really owns those places. Like the emperor or the imperial court can anytime take away your land and just plug you out and just tell you to now you shall live in the border. That's what they do in the past. It's like sometimes some of the punishment is okay, from now on you move and live in the border town or border city, where you are at risk at getting killed off by the hordes, or or this governor or this imperial, you're now in charge of becoming the general to guard the one part of the Great Wall, and they just port you. There's no rights to anything. The farmlands is given and taken freely. So I'm not sure about other empires or kingdoms, but yeah. So I mean, it's a modern thing.
Well, I think we could get into a really abstract discussion like do rights really exist and among themselves, right? I mean, that's kind of a thing. I mean, what good is a right if you can't enforce it? I mean, basically a right is whoever has the power to enforce it. It's like the if people say, well, I have a right to this property, and I say, well, yeah, give it to me or I put a bullet in your head. Well, what is your rights? So in that regard, that's true. But I think that like even in the United States, where like property rights is something that's more ingrained in our culture than it is most places in the world, we still have something in our Constitution called eminent domain. I don't know if any of you people know about that, but it basically says that you can own property, but if it's necessary for the good of the state, they can take it from you. Like the first time they used this in mass was when they built the railroad system, when they connected, the railroad from Chicago to San Francisco. They basically said, we want to put a railroad system right through your property. You had no choice. Like that they had to compensate you, but they decided what the price was. So they said, we're going to give you like 50 cents an acre. Well, you had to take it. So that even exists now in the United States. I mean, that's literally
the same everywhere.
Yeah.
It's the same everywhere. In Europe, the same. And also, if you own land, I own some land. The resources in the ground below my surface, So it's in the same in everywhere in the state. If I had some gold mine below my acre of land, it's not mine.
It doesn't belong to you.
So
Yeah,
it
exactly.
belongs to the state.
There was a case in France.
You only have the first 5 cm of the land,
No. But there's actually a thing in the United States, like they always say that if you're going to, because I was looking into purchasing property in Eastern Washington, like rural area, and they always warn everybody, always get the gravel right or the gravel rights, the mineral rights rather, to the property. So when you buy the property, you have to have that explicitly saying that you own what's under it as well. Because, they could find, I don't know, gold, oil, uranium, doesn't matter. But unless you have that in your deed, then you don't own it. It would go to the county.
It's interesting that a French farmer found a gold with 150 kilos of gold. And the French state took it. Sorry, going back to something very interesting that Vojan mentioned, which is the mediatic space in India. And he is quite right. Although we have to take into consideration that we were talking about the English language mediatic space of India, which it's for domestic consumption, but also for international projection. But it is true. The Indians, whenever they talk about China, they always have to put it down, and they have to compare themselves to China as well, which is something strange. Like they are going to be the new China. They are better than China. And the other one is also with Pakistan. So there is always this kind of whatever is reported about Pakistan, but I do not tell us how it is in Hindi, another language. But whenever they report something from Pakistani, they have to say something bad about Pakistan. It doesn't matter how. It needs to come through. Is it cricket? Is what something? It needs to be like a little thing there just to poison the moment.
Well, it's like a sports game, right? Like if you have the sportscaster, like a soccer match, or you people call it football or whatever, you're
Yes.
going to have or a cricket match. You're going to have like the announcer, like let's say it's a blowout. Let's say India played Pakistan in cricket, and let's say Pakistan won the match by 5 goals or run, whatever you call it.
Run.
The announcer for India is gonna try to downplay it, saying, "Oh well, their best hitter was sick that week, or their pitcher was," you know what I mean? No, am I right though? I mean, everybody does this. Everybody does this.
Everyone does it.
I think it's more to that.
Everyone does it.
I think it's more to that. Usually, if something in the mass media is happening in this way, it's very deliberate with the obvious goal to influence.
I would say in India, if you're expecting that level of sophistication in terms of being able to control the media so that everyone is talking in one voice, that's simply not possible. India is just not possible to unite that way. That's genuinely what's happening. That with India and Pakistan cricket matches, for example, it just naturally happens that the presenters are going to present that, but that's not because of the government's design. That's how sports happens, actually.
Personal biases. Everybody has a bias. Everybody here has a bias.
Yeah.
Whether you want to admit it or not, you do. I do. I admit it.
So that's why I mean they would not report as objectively as you might want. On the other hand, I do agree with what Prata was talking about in terms of the media not trying to downplay China when genuinely they should give China its due, and even Pakistan its due when it does well, which it doesn't very often, which is why do not get many opportunities. But in China's case, genuinely India has a lot to learn from China as well in many respects. And so there is a lack of respect and many times when Indian media talks about China. But what is remarkable is in India, a lot of cities were said to be the next Shanghai, which doesn't make any sense because the chief ministers would go to China and then visit and then say, "Oh, this is such a magnificent city. We will make our city into the next Shanghai." And then at the same time, you're saying the Chinese are this and Chinese are that, while also saying that the Chinese are what you're aspiring to. That is hypocrisy 101. And so I think the Indian, honestly, I feel that India has a long way to go economically, and it should really, really get its work in order in that respect, where instead of just parading on the media how much better it is in China than China, because honestly, the results are going to show when India does become better than China. You won't have to tell it on the media; everyone will see it happen. But that's
show me, don't tell me. You ever heard the expression? Show me, don't tell me. Yeah.
Well, in cricket, Sachin Tendulkar, the biggest cricketer of India, used to say, "I let my bat do the talking," which is basically what you're saying. Yeah.
Hi, boss. The slight echo, just a little bit of echo. So you can just mute when you're not talking. So it's not a very disturbing thing. It just sounds like someone is holding a microphone in the hall. So there's some echo.
Okay. What about the war? Will it heat up or will it cool down?
Oh, you mean this one? I do not expect. So I was actually talking to my dad, and I was telling him because he was in air defense, which is exactly the hot stuff in India right now. Basically, I do not expect the conflict to happen to escalate more than missiles. So remote stuff, not boots on the ground, because boots on the ground would be. However, if there are boots on the ground, and that's possible, if Pakistan escalates beyond a point, India is politically in a situation that India could realistically send boots on the ground. Which in that case they would do a special military operation, take Pakistan occupied Kashmir. In total, and that's where they would stop. And I don't think that would give enough grounds for the Pakistani side to use nukes, because it wouldn't have impinged on the sovereign territory of Pakistan or taken the sovereign territory of Pakistan, and so Pakistan won't be able to use nukes. So you could have a conventional war which is limited.
Evil super chat. Afina, you want to?
I would say, I mean, it's a huge country, and if we ask the same question of people living in San Francisco and LA, what would your answer be to the same question?
Yes, American shit on the street. I agree.
And I do not want to say to blame the Americans here, but my point is that there are people who do this stuff in many different countries.
Yeah. This is.
But yes, in a lot of Indians could learn a lot of things about keeping the streets clean. That genuinely needs to be something that Indians should work on.
Well, it's a huge country, extreme contrast. We have very modern developing cities, and you have cities that are a bit stopped in the time. But I think that's also one of the reasons why Modi has been re-elected so many times, or 3 times, is because he has been with little developments changing the life of everyday Indian in really deep. It with the program of 1 bottle of gas to families. It made a huge difference because families used to burn petrol, and that would give a lot of bad smells in the house, which hindered the study of the children and many other things. So there is a lot of development, but there's some cities like Bangalore, Tamil. What's the name of that state in the south? Tamil? Can you help me? Sorry. Yeah, it's one of the most growing economically and one of the most developed states in India at the moment, in the south, which is very interesting. Not in the more historical developed north, and so it's India is a country with huge differences, and we should also take into account that they have a huge cultural complexity with themselves. That also somehow not everybody apprehends at first. And on the other side, I would like to say that it's a pity because the deals that were being forged between India and Pakistan would allow the north of India, especially the northwest part of India, to be able to develop. It's one of the less developed parts of India at the moment, less industrialized, more agriculture part. And there was this pipeline, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, India pipeline, which is being constructed. It's being constructed in Pakistan, in Afghanistan. It's being constructed at this moment, like we speak. They are constructing the pipeline, but this conflict just tells us, well, it won't be finished until India, because the conflict is growing. The Russians were willing in trying to develop a railway system that would allow to transport merchandises from Russia, or at least from Central Asia, directly to India without transshipment. And this is also going to be delayed or postponed for a long time. And it's a pity because this would all go to the same point in India, which really needs a lot of development. Or it's one of the
that railroad that you're talking about. Wasn't it like constantly being harassed? So like they kind of gave up on that. Like I could have sworn like there was an open mic before, like it was. Yeah, someone who knows better than me speak to that. Like that was a lot of problems with trying to develop it because they couldn't make it safe. Like that's what I understood.
That's absolutely correct. But the other point, Prata, I want to ask you: are you talking about the northwest portion of Pakistan or India? I'm not exactly sure which region you're talking about.
Well, the Tapi pipeline was going to come. What's the name of that state? It's a state between Kashmir and Maratha.
Maharashtra?
Well, yes, it's on that part of India that is really
that's a huge part of India. You're talking about an enormous geographical region.
Okay, yeah, but I just knew that it was one of the parts that needed more development, and the gas pipeline would help a lot, and also probably the railway connection. But it's like, look, I was just giving an example. I find it that this conflict now comes and delays everything and postpones everything that was on the table.
Yeah, but that was already
Actually,
proposed even before this terrorist
with
attack.
one point. I do not think what the deals that you're talking about would be that influential, because India never really believed that the region is going to be geographically stable enough to actually.
Yeah, I know. But the pipeline is being constructed now, and that's the point. It never really had the support, the full support of India. They never believed in it, and they never wanted to have, for instance, a big share of it, because they thought if they have a big share of it, which is very intelligent, they would get dependent of it. That would be a weapon that Pakistan could use then economically. It's also true, but the fact is, after so many years, of course, the Americans in Afghanistan never helped. Now it's really being constructed, which is amazing. And
Nord Stream. It's the Nord Stream, basically. It's the same thing. And you can have the other country just stopping at any point of time. And India does have a border with Afghanistan, actually, in Kashmir. A very small part, but India technically has a border if you accept entire Kashmir as Indian. Now the entire pipeline. No, the reason I bring that up is if India has enough reasons to take the territory by force, it can take that region as well and directly connect with Afghanistan. It does not need to go through Pakistan at all, because right now, and India and Afghanistan are friends. So India and Afghanistan have a bad relationship, which is why Pakistan is the only real thorn in the flesh. And if
it's a wall. It's a wall. In the center of Asia, Pakistan is a wall. It doesn't really go into relationship with Iran, but it's not unfriendly to Iran. But it doesn't allow anything with Iran. It doesn't with Afghanistan is the same thing. So it's a wall. But the Pakistanis will have to solve that. Go on, Voyagen. You have your finger. You should talk. We are not many today on the chat.
Have you already discussed Ukraine today? I think we have discussed India, Pakistan already.
Yeah, Vojan, bring up your Ukrainian topic, please. You're right.
Yeah,
say something about Ukraine, please.
Yeah, I asked if if not, the interesting thing is about this, basically ultimatum to Russia and Russia's response. And what do you guys think? What is this really about? Because obviously the Europeans didn't expect that Russia would agree to anything like that. What's this game about? What do you think?
Well, the game was the payback because Ukraine used 524 drones and missiles on the 8th of May, attacking several parts in Russia, especially Moscow, in order to somehow constrain or make fear of all these world leaders that came to Moscow. And it was known that for indirect channels that Russia was going to use Oreshniks once the ceasefire was over as a punishment measure. And that's why all these four writers of the apocalypse arrived, those little shits arrived in Kiev and made that kind of ultimatum, which is a joke. Because what they are actually threatening Russia with is something that the European Union has been trying for months. Is the 17th sanction package. They haven't been able to approve it, and it's not clear they will be able to. So it's quite a joke, the ultimatum they made. But Putin was very clever. Because they said, okay, we want the 30, that's my political interpretation. We want 30 days of ceasefire. What for? What for did they want this 30-day ceasefire? Do they have a peace plan? Do they want to start negotiations? Nothing. And then Putin said very intelligently, okay, on the 15th of May, let's meet in Istanbul. And now the ball is on Zelensky's court. But what Macron didn't expect it was that Trump, a few hours later, said, whoa, the proposal of Putin is a historical opportunity to finally get some peace. And that's what these four little guys weren't expecting it to happen. And now they have to go, because if Zelensky doesn't go on the 15th, well, not Zelensky, if he doesn't send the mandataries to Istanbul on the 15th of May, it's like, well, then Putin is right. These guys are not being serious. Well, this is my interpretation. What do you think?
Well, no, I just want to say, Prada, you're not being fair, because you have to understand that Macron and Starmer were doing cocaine at that time, so they were not in their right minds. I've seen the video. Did you see him grab the bag of cocaine off the table? So, you know, I think you're being too harsh in your interpretation, because you can't hold a man to what he says when he's high. That's not fair.
Stop. Rich people don't do cocaine.
They claim it was a handkerchief. No, it was not.
It was not a handkerchief. Okay.
Yeah. So, but then the most interesting part of all this, funny scene was, in my thing, if really the Americans were in it with the Europeans or not, because the Europeans tried very much to make it seem so that Trump was all in with them, you know, and. That this was the most interesting part, and it will be interesting how this will show itself to be really the case, and if Trump will go on to basically continue Biden's policies towards Russia, because he's kind of doing so, maybe not with the big budgets like 60 billions or something at the time. Direct help, but obviously the military help, like the intelligence gathering and the targeting and stuff, is obviously going still on. So, do you think there will be some kind of a ramp up for the Americans, like they said they will just get out of it if nothing comes out of?
Wojciech, I think it's like people were saying, perhaps they were high. How can you believe that Macron, the story is like this, they were all, the four of them, well, the five of them, were talking, thinking, making their plans, each one presenting themselves as something special for their own internal domestic propaganda. And suddenly Macron pulls up his mobile and calls Trump. And he tells, oh, you know what, Trump, we have this idea. We're going to make an ultimatum to Putin. What do you think? Oh, yeah, I think it's good. What time was it in the US at that time? Trump was probably still sleeping. This is ridiculous. Who can ever take these people serious? And the next day, what happens is that Putin makes that move, which was extremely intelligent. And what does Trump say? He is not with the Europeans at all at the same table. He say, "Oh, this is a great idea." You understand, Wojciech? There is no interconnection with themselves.
All of that, what you're describing is just the public relations stuff. You know, maybe the whole stunt was a public relations stunt itself, but
you made another question.
Public relations.
I know.
Public relations is just a propaganda word for propaganda, you know. So they're doing propaganda. But the question is,
going deep to that question, my feeling is Trump doesn't know what to do, because he invested so much in trying to normalize the relationships with the Russians. If he goes back, he's going to lose much more, because it costs a lot of political will to come to the point where they are, where they could be talking again, where they were phone calling again, and so on. And going back, it means that Trump is going to put himself into a corner. Does he wants to be into a corner, closing himself opportunities? So my feeling is that, well, more than that, is that Trump doesn't know what to do, and I don't think he's going to do continue the Biden policies. because that would be losing too much of what you already gained politically. What's your opinion?
Is that to me or to Viljan?
Maybe to everybody, huh?
Well, I mean,
Don, what's your opinion?
Well, my theory on Trump is what he plans to do is a buddy of mine came up with this expression, Fortress Americana, which he wants to continue trade with the rest of the world, but never to the point where that trade leads to any sort of dependence for the United States. And that's what he's been working towards. So Trump doesn't necessarily have any love or hate for Russia. It's just like they're a means to an end. And if he will not, he doesn't want the United States to be, look, this goes long before Trump ever had any political ambitions. I mean, I grew up in New York. I knew Trump before, The Apprentice and shit like that. He was always like a celebrity in New York circles. And he spoke out against the Iraq war way back when. People are old enough to remember the Iraq war. Trump was always against that. He never liked foreign interventions. He always thought that was anti-American. He was totally against that. That is not his mindset. And this is not this. Like I said, this is before he had political ambitions. So what Trump wants to do is have what I call Fortress Americana, where he wants basically like it's a new Monroe Doctrine, where the Western Hemisphere is self-sufficient, but not to the point where they totally isolate themselves from the world. They'll still do trade as long as it's beneficial to the West, but to the point where we're never dependent on like the way the United States has allowed itself to become dependent on China, and not just China, but Southeast Asia in general, where so much of like vital things we need, like, pharmaceuticals, power transformers, things like that, where literally China can cut them off and say, well, we'll collapse your markets, or you can't make an iPhone unless you do business with China. Like, he never wants to have that. He'll say, yeah, China, we can do business with you. We can do business with the rest of the world. But all trade agreements have to be at least mutually beneficial, if not favoring the United States. And that's pretty much what Trump's grand plan is, I believe. I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on that. Are there any other Americans here?
No.
Oh, I'm from South America.
Okay.
Yeah, that's America.
No, but I think that like you have a very good point there in the sense of like the fundamental strategic needs have to be self-sufficient, definitely. But I think it's not that every deal has to be beneficial for America. Like every deal has been beneficial for America, but for who? For which
No,
part
okay.
of America?
Let me clarify that so you don't go off on a tangent that I didn't mean to suggest. I meant beneficial for the security of the United States, not what's beneficial for some multinational corporation. I meant what's beneficial for the security and financial well-being for the American people, both the security and the jobs in America, things like that. Like, because we talked at the very beginning a few hours ago about the United States has literally started to onshore chip production, right? We talked about that a few hours ago. Like that's already started to happen. That's Trump's dream. I'm not saying it will be realized, but that's what he wants to do. And this is not new. Like Trump, if you go back and you listen to Trump's interviews and speeches and stuff like that, and there's a lot of them, right? You go back on social media. He used to go on Howard Stern and talk about stuff like this.
I've seen some clips.
You can see there's a theme that Trump was always against the Iraq War. He was always about America first. He never understood this idea of globalism type of bullshit. He was always against it. This is not new. He was always like, the thing about Trump, people try to make it sound like, oh, it's similar to like the way Putin, they try to think like, oh, he's doing some complicated shit. No, he's fucking Putin. He's an intelligent man, so he does things in a master class, but he's black and white. Like you always know what his ultimate objective is. How he tries to get there, fine, but he's always been a nationalist for Russia, and he acts in the best interest of what he perceives is in the best interest of what he perceives as the Russian Federation.
Yeah. So I just want to note there's one of the breaking news. Trump has been talking about this potential truth that he's going to throw out a statement. So he just announced it half an hour ago that he will be signing an executive order that will force pharmaceutical prices in the United States to drop from about 30 to 80%. Is it? 30 to 8, between 30 to 80%. So executive order forced the price to drop, but it will also make all the prices all around the world increase. So the idea is
good
that
because all these countries, because all the pharmaceutical research is done in the United States. 99.9% of pharmaceutical research is done by U.S. corporations. I'm not making that up. It's true.
No, that makes, like, the first thing you said didn't make sense, but the second thing did.
Yeah. So let me just share this. It's probably easier. So so this is what he tweeted out. So let me turn off the banner first. So this is what he wrote, and so is basically saying that they're going to force the reduction, and then after that, but the price will rise throughout the world to equalize the pricing, and then the pricing in United States will match the cheapest price in any country. So that means if there's a country that have a lower price, United States price should match it. So yeah, so it's going to be, I'm not sure how it is going to be done. Like, how are you going to force this? This is my first question, is like, how are you going to like force this? Then how the pricing is going to work. So let's see. But I do agree.
Simple.
US,
if a corporation wants to charge X amount, you just say, well, what do you charge to other countries? Like, for example, Pfizer, take a big company, or Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson. What do you charge Canada for drug X? What do you charge the United States for drug X? Okay.
Just what they're willing to pay. Just what they're willing to pay. They can't force them to pay higher prices if there are alternatives.
Right, but they could do without the drug then. So we could say, fine, you don't want that drug, you don't want that cancer treatment, you want monoclonal antibodies, fine, you don't get them.
You don't want this mRNA vaccine? Okay, go fuck yourself.
Exactly.
So I want to share my point of view. So the thing is, the price, generally is of course decided by the big pharma, right? And they have been selling at decently a fair price, throughout the world. Only in United States it's ridiculously expensive. So
yeah,
I
have all
don't think
it's insanely expensive. You guys have no idea what we pay for drugs.
So I don't think that
subsidize the rest of the world.
So even though Trump wrote it in the sense that the rest of the world will increase in price, to balance out the difference, but I don't think this might happen because I think a lot of the drugs is bought in bulk by the countries. So like I think in Singapore we probably buy it in bulk. As a country we buy it. So there is still definitely a lot of bargaining power. So I think drug prices may increase overseas, maybe not that much, not as much as the tweet seems to imply, but it's a great news for the Americans for the price to drop. Because I don't think, because if you raise the price, the other countries cannot buy it. No, a lot of countries are not that rich.
Well, the other thing about like pharmaceuticals, a lot of people don't realize is like, because some of these compounds are not like stable long term, so they have to be combined locally. So you buy the different chemical compounds, and then you combine them locally because it's kind of like a radioactive material. They're concentrated decay, so you can't just buy the finished product and then have it shipped. So you buy the different components of it, and then you combine it locally. That's especially some like cancer drugs and stuff like that. Like those have even here in the United States, like some cancer drugs are actually made in the pharmacy because they're so their shelf life is so short.
I'm not sure. I have read it sometime, but I can't remember. I think a very big percentage, more than half of all drugs that are used are quite old drugs, like aspirin and stuff, which don't have any patents on them anymore, and they're produced very cheaply all over the world, especially in India. And most of if United States pharma industry would try to increase prices, most of them would just switch to for the most of the drugs. To
generic alternatives, right? Where the patents have expired. You're absolutely right. But a lot of the newer drugs, for example, especially drugs like cancer drugs and drugs for diabetes and stuff like that, which
the interesting.
Good.
The interesting thing, if I remember correctly, reading is that you pay also for the old drugs in the United States very high prices. You know, you have some kind of protection for the pharma industry there.
Not exactly. What they will do is they will come out with the same drug, like this is like a scam that they do, and they'll come out with they'll call it like penicillin. I'm just using an example. Penicillin XR, like extended release. So it's the
Ultra.
exact same fucking drug, but it lasts longer. Like they change, you know. So you know what I mean. So they do tricks like that. So it's the same drug, but they'll change like a little thing about it so it lasts 8 hours instead of 6 hours. Does that make sense at all?
Hyperfilling.
Do your country do anything for free?
Rebranding.
Or everything has to be about profit?
No, yeah, that's what's interesting about this. That's what's interesting about this policy that he's announcing. It's really interesting because it would be like one of the first times. Look, you could say that the tariff war kind of did that, but like the Liberation Day was but it was unclear. It's still unclear what the purpose of that was. But this is a pretty deliberate, explicit slashing the oligarchic cash cow. It's one of the main oligarchic cash cows in the U.S. So it's really interesting if he wants to slash that. I think that that's like one of the first things I've seen him do, which is actually, conducive to making America great again, to like improving the issues, because it's like really easy to blame China and blame Iran and whoever, but it's mostly an internal issue, like of the internal interests that are overpowering the public interest. And so if he's actually doing that, I don't really see how it can actually like first of all, it's not that the rest of the world is subsidizing that America is subsidizing the rest of the world's pharmaceutic. Like all pharmaceutics are like cash vampires, or like they literally live off draining the life of the people that need those pharmaceutics, and also creating the need for those pharmaceutics. But not everywhere do the pharmaceutics have that much influence in politics as to be able to actually like rip off to whatever extent they feel like it. So it's not that Americas are paying more expensive so that the rest of the world can pay for less expensive stuff. It's just that you guys don't have control over your government, and so the pharmaceutics have control, and they establish and especially with like Medicaid or Obamacare, I don't know what it's called, but it was like basically what I know of the agreement was that the government was gonna sponsor the
Yeah, it was a
medications
giant
for the
Obamacare.
population.
The quote
Yeah,
unquote Affordable Care Act was a giant cash
but
cow to the pharmaceutical companies. That's all it was.
exactly. So the government agreed to pay whatever the pharmaceuticals wanted to charge for it, and that was it. So like
At
it's great
taxpayer expense, yeah.
and so like as a result, you guys have the highest governmental expenditure in healthcare, and you have like the worst like health parameters of the developed
Well,
countries.
that's not exactly true though. Like, because, like for example, I live in Seattle, as those of you don't know. Like, and like there's like when it comes to like advanced treatment for, let's say, like cancer, for example, I live right next to Fred Hutch Cancer Research Center. We have people literally from all over the world that come there for treatment, and it's literally the best in the world. I mean, there's no one that's even like, there's not even a close second. Like, it's the absolute best. And I'm not saying that because I'm an American. I'm just saying it's objectively true. You
No,
are
that is
right.
true.
Yeah. So,
But I'm not talking about the quality of the healthcare, particularly. I'm talking about the overall quality of health of the population
yeah, no,
versus
you're
the
right.
expenditure.
You're absolutely right. And that's mostly, and that's one of the things that RFK Jr. is trying to address, like the Make
So
America Healthy Again thing.
what I think is super interesting about this is because like the healthcare expenditure of the United States is the greatest waste. Like it completely tramples the military industrial complex in expenditure. It's much higher, you know. And so like if you want to see like which oligarchs have power over the USA, like where does the government spend more money more uselessly? And that's probably pretty much certainly the pharmaceutic industry. And so if he's actually attacking that, that's super interesting. I wonder how it's going to play out. I don't see how the world's going to pay. Like maybe you can make the world pay for it with the whole like tariff strategy. So like America's like is gonna like sort of extract as much money as possible from all its commercial economic um, all the countries with whom it has economic interaction, and so he's going to be able to sponsor to like subsidize and maintain the profits of the pharmaceutic industry. If that's the plan, then shit, man, it's not going to work. Like it's the same thing. It may be cheaper for Americans, but you're still going to be paying it like through your taxpayer dollars. Even if it's through tariffs, it's still going to be paying it through taxpayer dollars. But if that's just like a way of sort of smoothing the blow and trying to like not raise too much alerts amongst the oligarchs, and it's not the actual plan, then it might work. And I hope you the best. You know, I think it's a good omen, unless you know he's gonna do a Obamacare Ultra, and I hope that's not the case.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I think what Gabriel said was quite correct, especially with the part of the overall health of Americans, right? If you pay so much for medication, you should be the healthiest country in the world, right? But you're one of the unhealthiest country in the world. So it's quite funny that you pay so
In
much
the
for
first
your
world.
medication. Pardon?
In the first world.
Yeah, in the
Or in
first
the
world, yeah, of
developing.
course. Yeah, we're talking about the first world, right?
That's just
Oh,
proof
right.
that that's just proof that the pharma industry in the United States is very efficient, you know,
Yeah,
because
of course.
they earn more money when the population is not healthy, you know.
Of course, but it shouldn't be, right? The pharmaceutical companies should make our overall health better, right? And but of course, the profit margin and stuff like that will go down, obviously, if everybody will be healthy and in a good shape, right? So they wouldn't sell any drugs, and these companies will not make their profit and not make their shareholders happy. So there's a circle, right? And it's never ending. But I think we also need to agree that not just the US is making medicine or drugs, right? We have all over every country has pharmaceutical companies who is producing special treatments. For example, my city in Basel in Switzerland, when one of the biggest pharmaceutical company, Roche, you know, or Novartis, is very big. It's it's selling a lot of drugs to the United States and have a deep connection with the United States too. So it goes both ways, right? The world is not just depending on all the medicine from the United States. We produce by ourselves. France, Germany, Bayer, right? Sanofi in France. You know, there's
Yeah,
multiple big
Germany.
companies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Germany is
Germany, for
huge.
example. Yeah. So I think to just say, yeah, United States is just subsidizing, like I think Trump is always in his mind is everything is like America is the best, right? And all the things what's happening in the world is because of the United States. So some is partially true, some is a little bit like far-fetched, right? Because it's not like because he thinks like 30 to 80% to cut the cost. I mean, like I want to see the first of all the proposition and how he's going to do it, because Trump is talking a lot, right? And let's see the actions afterwards, because 30 to 80% of cost cutting, there are going to be a lot of people in DC not going to be happy about that, right? Especially pharmaceutical guys who are lobbying there, right? So I don't know if it's going to be that easy to cut the cost that much, right? Because
well, if he can do it by, no, I agree with you 100% upgrade. But if he's legally allowed to do it by executive order, because the thing about Trump is he's going to be in a unique situation because he can't be reelected. So he's pretty much like Wyatt is nodding, like he doesn't give a fuck, right? They've already done everything that the deep state or whatever you want to call it, or the establishment, the uniparty, they've already done everything that you can do to a person, what they've done to Trump. I mean, he's literally a convicted felon like 30 times or something like that, because they literally said that every single entry into the account, was a separate felony. And, he doesn't give a fuck anymore. He's basically just a middle finger to the world. He doesn't care. He's like,
and he's old.
He's old. Yeah, he's old. He's like, look, I'm not long to this world. I realize that. He goes, I got children. I got grandchildren. I think he has one great grandchild on the way. So he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just, you can't do it. You can't hurt me anymore. Right.
Yeah. And his son is going to be the emperor of mankind. So,
Baron Trump will be the God Emperor.
But also what's good is also it's kind of working, right? The tariffs and stuff like that. Now many countries start to all of a sudden, come and start to really think about signing a deal with like my country, right? The US delegation went to Switzerland, all of a sudden, we are not idiots, we're not going to start to fight the US, why you need to fight against the US, let's find a deal, to not pay 31% tax. I know you told me.
It's funny that you said that upgrade, because I remember like when the tariffs came out, like you would watch channels like, I don't know if you know, like CNBC, like all these financial channels, and they were all saying, oh, the tariffs are going to be a disaster, and they're going to do this and do that, because all these people just worry about their stock prices, and it's going to be the end of the world, and the U.S. economy is going to collapse, and all this.
It's okay.
And now they're all like, they're trying to kind of backtrack like what they were saying, because all they were caring about was, and Trump's like, well, fuck the stock market. He's like, I'm more concerned about Main Street. I don't give a flying fuck about Wall Street anymore.
I mean, on the other side, he's also referencing the stock market to say that his economy is great, So Trump is both sides, He's taking the good news where he wants, but he's cherry picking a lot, right? When the stock market in his first term was very good, he said, look at the stock market. The economy is great, right? And now you're saying that he don't give a shit. I think he
No. Well, the reason he doesn't give a shit now is because when Trump, let's be honest, Trump's, in my opinion, some people disagree with me. I believe Trump's first term was a disaster. And I'm not saying that Trump's ideology was wrong. I just think he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. I mean, for Christ's sake, any man that would appoint, John Bolton as a fucking foreign policy advisor has to be out of their fucking mind.
Never try, never know, right? No, he have to try to know whether the rumors are true. That's why he got sacked after that. He didn't say how useful he is. He just bring John Bolton as an accessory. Once he go into the room, the opponent side is like, what the fuck? So
and my point about tariffs is like, if it's wielded well and thoughtfully, right, then it's okay, then it's good, right? But if you just do at the beginning, when he start to make this broad, 10% on everybody, this and that country has this and this and percentage, right? I was like, oh my god, how he's gonna deal with all these countries? Because it's difficult to make deals with each individual country when they have different individual needs, they have different things they sell, they import, so it takes time, and Trump needs desperately also some signed document, to prove that, okay, now it's starting, the first country fold and then the other ones will fold, so. But if it's not going to happen in a certain period of time, it's also bad for the US economy. You need to acknowledge that, right? And I think he acknowledged it by himself. He said it by himself that, it's going to have some impacts, right? He
said that. He said short-term burn for long-term gain. He said it.
Yeah, he said it openly. He's not. That's why Trump is liked, because at least he's not a fake politician who's telling you bullshit. He's telling you, okay, I'm doing this because you asked me to do it, right? Now you're gonna have also the consequences of it a little bit in a certain period of time. You're gonna have to suffer, but at the end, it's going to be beneficial for you, for the American people. And that's why I think Shabos, many people still have a high, opinion of him. His opinion rating is pretty good, even if everybody is in the world is like, oh, Trump is like this. Yeah, he's just taking care of his people, taking care of his people, taking care of his country
I want to add one context
first, and then
before I go
after,
to
when
Wayne.
the America will be again better, then he can do other things.
Oh, so there's a delay on upgrades audio. So anyway, I just want to add one context, so in case people don't know, because maybe they never followed Trump previously. When Obama was president, Trump criticized Obama for not even being a cheerleader. So he, in Trump's point of view, the US president need to be a cheerleader for the country. So he need to always be very positive, which is why you look at Trump's statement, it's always ridiculously positive, even though that there is nothing there. Like, for example, you talk about Ukraine war deal, he's always so positive, but actually nothing happens. The just ended talk between China and the United States. He said it's very, very good. So of course we still do not know what the hell is going to happen. I think they're going to have a statement tomorrow. So, but it's like, he also acting as a cheerleader. So I think this is important to have this context, because he did criticize Obama for that, because Obama is pretty pessimistic sometimes,
Oh yeah, the apology. Remember Obama's first term when he went around the entire world and started to apologize about how horrible America was, and all the Americans like myself were like, "What are you doing? Like, didn't we like he went to Europe and saying like how terrible America was?" I'm like, if it wasn't for us, all you people would either be speaking Russian or fucking German. So you should be fucking sucking our dick and kissing our ass, not like, blaming us. I mean, it's
Heard
true.
that, upgrade.
Jesus, man, this
Boy,
Americans.
Upgrade. Heard that.
No, am I wrong? No, seriously. Like, what would have happened? What would have happened to like you about World War One? The Germans
America is Europeans. You're literally Europeans. Who flee out countries.
We're Europeans in the sense that we left Europe because we wanted to get the fuck away from you people. I mean, my parents left Europe to get away from you. Like, I mean,
that's a different topic, right? Because United States wouldn't even be United States if France didn't help, when the British were ruling you. So, I mean, like the European and American history is deep and long,
deep and intertwined. I get that 100%, but there's no way. And by the way, you talk about the American War of Independence against the British. Granted, the French helped, but the Brit. And here's another thing a lot of people don't know.
They helped you with the military. You didn't have anything. You would get crushed by the crown. The crown would crush you. The French went literally bankrupt and got the revolution because of this. So
yes, but what you were leaving out was that the only reason that the British agreed to U.S. sovereignty when they signed the treaty in, what was it, 1783? I could be roughly around that time when they agreed. They always thought they'd take it back. It wasn't until the War of 1812 when it became self-evident that the United States, they had lost it for good. You understand? They reinvaded the United States, and we kicked the living shit out of them then. And the United so this whole idea of like that the French, if it wasn't for the French, the United States, no, that was a crock of shit.
True.
The United States was
literally a history book.
No. I've trust me, I've read more books than you have pages on the Revolutionary War. All due respect.
Okay.
I'm an American.
Okay, so the French didn't help you, and
they did help us. They did help us a great deal.
Weapons
but yes, but they did it not out of. They did it because it was in their own self-interest, because they had a long.
Because they hated the British. Yes,
right. Well, it wasn't just they hated the British. They were in competition with the British. So
exactly.
it wasn't. So they were going to do that anyway. So it wasn't that the whole point you were trying to make this argument that. All of a sudden, the French stepped in from like they stepped into the ether and stuff like that. Well, there's always people.
Okay. Voyin is next. Voyin is next. No need to argue about
Voyin. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Voyin.
Oh no, he's broken. Oh no.
Yeah, well,
Voyin, your turn. Voyin.
So what the guy was saying, every foreign assistance is for self-interest. There's no such thing as like for the sake of justice or freedom, whatever.
Exactly.
It's always self-interested. So saying that France helped the United States out of their own self-interest has nothing to do with the fact, has no bearing on the fact that they wouldn't have made it uh, if it wasn't for the French
Thank you,
support.
Gabriel. Thank you.
Voin,
Simple.
Voin.
What you?
Yeah, I have some issues with my Bluetooth set, but I hope it works now. So I wanted to steer the discussion a bit back to the issue: what will America do regards the Russia-Ukraine topic? You know, obviously Trump can choose to do how he likes. He seems to have some preferences and would like, or at least some part of his people around him would like to pull America out of it completely. But what does this mean? Does United States not finance Ukraine anymore, deliver weapons anymore? Would they deliver if Ukraine or Europe pays? And more importantly, will United States stop to deliver intelligence, which is a big part of the cost that the United States has regards this whole issue, because it's not for free what these satellites deliver, and all of these drones and all of the other capabilities that the United States are delivering. What will America do? What is your opinion? Will they stay just in the fight,
Man,
the
it's really
background?
hard to predict what they're gonna do because like everything indicates that the best case scenario is that like what would be more convenient for Trump and his administration is to find the first chance, you know, and Putin is offering him generously chances to like off ramp. Um, and so like the logical thing would be to be able to like use this situation that Putin is proposing of like restarting the Istanbul negotiations, and you know when Zelensky rejects it as they're gonna do obviously, then to ditch the whole thing. But it's probably not going to be the case. Like they're probably still pursuing their geopolitical interests and trying to get some cut out of the whole situation. And again, that's like the sunk cost fallacy all over again, like the same thing that Biden was doing from a different angle. And so, like, there's a certain level in which the U.S. could gain something out of the situation as to like save face and all that, but beyond that point, it's just going to be a loss, and it's going to keep on detracting from his what should be his priority, which is the U.S. and its economic war with China. It should be the U.S., but let's say that the economic war with China is part of the like core interests of the U.S. Um, Not so much their control over potential control over Russia, which is the whole Ukraine thing. So if he can like find the right timing, maybe all of this is just that, it's just a workaround to find the right timing to egress from the situation with the best possible face, and maybe that's what's going on, and it's just like a waiting game to see when they get the ripe opportunity. But there is a certain level of flip-flopping that puts it into doubt, like Zelensky really sort of spit in his face a couple of times, more than a couple of times, and he kind of like just takes it. So I don't know if there's like entrenched interests in the U.S. that are like too powerful to go against right now, and he's like systematically, um, I don't know, like trying to remove them or something, which is possible. That you're like isolating the neocons enough as to be able to.
Well, on
Uh,
that point, Gabriel, they just came out a thing where Hegseth is getting rid of. He said there's too many generals. He said we need less generals, more GIs. Google it. So he is trying to
Interesting.
get out this establishment. Less
Yeah.
generals, more GIs.
So I don't want to be too harsh. I don't think like there's clearly been a flip flopping that might seem detrimental to the U.S. But again, like I'm gonna be. This is kind of a theme throughout this open mic. Like governments or administrations have certain amount of wiggle room, and they have to do with that. They can't like just sort of change the whole thing overnight. And so maybe this is like a necessary strategy to extricate themselves from the situation in the best possible way, both in terms of saving face, but also more importantly in terms of how do you get rid or appease of the entrenched interests that brought this whole ridiculous situation into being. I don't know. That's kind of my opinion on it. Oh, Vojin left. God damn.
There's some breaking news regarding the trade talk between United States and China. So the Chinese media side, the Chinese side, official media or official side, basically put out this saying that Li Chenggang, the trade negotiator and the Vice Minister of Commerce, have put out this a statement and confirmed that the China and United States will issue a joint statement regarding the two-day trade talk in Geneva. So and they say that it's going to be big news and good news. And this is pretty big to me because it's from the Chinese side. Because if Trump say this, no, it's very normal. Trump always say everything is big and everything is good. So, but the Chinese one say I think this seems like a breakthrough of some sort. But I'm not sure what they're going to deal with. And some people speculated might be something to do with the big pharma thing, the pharmaceutical price reduction. So not sure, maybe related. Yeah, just want to share.
But by the way, Wyatt, Trump never says big. He says huge. It's going to be huge. He loves that word, huge. Yeah, I can't do a Trump voice, but he does use the word big. It's always huge.
No, because you never do the hand thing. If you do the hand thing, you'll sound like him. Huge.
Okay, yeah. Well, he does. He loves that word.
I like the word massive. It's always a massive collapse. Yeah, upgrade.
Yeah, it's so the U.S. delegation didn't just come for our ass. They also went to talk to the Chinese in Geneva, and I think it's still important that money things still get decided somehow in Switzerland. It's funny, but
what the fuck is it with you people? I don't understand. What the fuck is it? I swear
not so much money, man.
They're the Uber Jew. They are the Uber Jew instead of the Uberman. Instead of the Uberman, they're the Uber Jew.
But it's interesting, right? Like Wyatt said, like the Chinese brought out the statement, right? So I don't know if it's going to be very positive. Probably they're going to have to. If it's positive for the United States, they will spin it so it's still some good thing for the Chinese, you know, to keep the faith, the face, you know, this important thing, you know, for the Chinese to not give in, even if it's going to be a win for Trump. They're going to spin it that way, that China still gets, you know, the upper hand somehow, somewhere, you know, to maybe not give the win. But it's anyways, it's normal, right? The United States is one of the biggest markets for China. They need to talk to the Americans, you know. It's normal, and the Americans need to talk to the Chinese because it's the same for both of them, right? So I think it's positive. We need to talk to each other. Without talking, nothing's going to be done, right? So hopefully some fruitful thing happens, right? And about Ukraine, I don't know. Ukraine is a thorn in Americans' foot, right? The faster it's gone, the better it is. I think Trump will really want to get rid of it, and he also got his deal, his mineral deal, right? So somehow he's getting a lot of wins lately, right? He talked he's gonna talk and maybe sign a deal with India, with the UK, now with maybe Switzerland. It's not small countries.
Yeah, I think the UK deal was signed. I think
was signed already? Yeah? Okay. So you see, already UK is signed. If China is signed, it will be the biggest one, and then everybody will sign something because China is the number one.
I think about the Ukraine thing. Like for Trump, it's not just that he wants to he wants it to end. It's that he wants to get credit for ending it. Does that make sense? Like, he doesn't necessarily want it to be like the Russians win and the Ukraine surrender. He wants to be the one that says, "Oh no, I was the one that negotiated the peace." I could be wrong. It's just my vibe.
That's the win. That's the win, and that and getting something back from all the billions were spent there. And that's the problem about the sunk cost fallacy. That's exactly the definition of the sunk cost fallacy. That, like, you keep on going because next time, like, you might recuperate what you already lost, and that's the danger of it. But they do have,
you mean like gambling at like the craps table where you just keep doubling your bet even though you keep losing, you keep
exactly.
Yeah,
So like, oh, this time I'll get something from it, and you double down, and you lose again, and so again, and that's the danger of it. Like, so if you're trying to get a win too much, you might just keep on losing. But I'm pretty sure that there is things that can be done to, like, both save face, take a win, and get the fuck out of there. But I think that there might be some, like, very entrenched interests in the U.S. that are going to be very resentful if that's the case, and so you have to find a way of neutering them before you actually do it.
I think that it's not so much anymore. I could be dead wrong on this, and probably Europeans could speak to this more so than I can. I think it's actually that a lot of European countries, and even the general consensus among the populace of these countries, have been all for Ukraine. So these countries can't walk away from, like, because the United States doesn't give a fuck. The average American, you ask them about Ukraine,
No,
they can't find it on a map. It's true. I mean, it's sad but true. Now, you ask like someone in Poland, where's Ukraine? They know where the fuck it is, or even Germany, right?
it's where the bombs sound, where you can hear the explosion.
Right. Or see them maybe, depending on a clear night. But my
Where the
point is
smoke is
that,
rising.
but no, you were talking about like saving face for the Americans. Most Americans, we don't, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some people that do, but it's not like the Europeans. So I think the difference is like the real problem is that the Europeans need a way to save face if Ukraine loses. I mean, I could be wrong. You guys are Europeans. You tell me.
No, I agree with that. We are very deep in it, and but also don't forget, it's easier for a country who is far away, right, to not give a shit, about something when, and it's much different when it's just at your doorstep. Ukraine is not that far from Switzerland, for example, right? I can fly from Zurich to Moscow. I can fly in 3 hours before. It's nothing, right? So you need to imagine yourself your geographical standpoints
Yeah,
in
but
which Europe is.
one caveat though. You got to admit, Upgrade. You Swiss. You don't give a fuck about anybody but
Of
yourselves.
course no. Of
You've
course
always
no. We
been
don't
that
give a
way.
shit about Europe already.
Exactly. That's the Swiss. I'm talking about like the Germans, the Poles, the Baltic countries,
Yeah,
even
okay, the
England.
Baltic countries have a point, right? They're next to a huge country who already took them, and they already know how it is to be under Russian rule. Most of the East European countries know how it is to be under Russian rule. So they have a different opinion than somebody who never been under Russian rule, That you also need to acknowledge that, the Polish, they're not having a huge army and getting a lot of stuff from the United States just for fun, they know that in the history many times they've been attacked by Russia and been conquered by Russia and almost disappeared. They disappeared. The history is very fascinating. The Polish, right? They disappeared and they came back. It's a struggle for survival for them. So it's different to talk about the topic when you are a country who actually had the impact of history on you than somebody who's just like like you in the United States, who's like, oh, okay, we don't give a shit, if Ukraine just lose 20% of their territory. But
No,
Ukraine gives a
I
shit.
wasn't saying that to be, cruel. I was just saying as you said, there's a difference between the Polish consciousness and the American consciousness when it comes to Ukraine. So it wouldn't be a hard sell for Ukraine to win or lose the war in the United States. Like, the Americans are going to be like, okay, how does that affect the price of eggs? That's all we care about.
Yeah, of course, and that's totally understandable,
Yeah.
right? You don't care about that, right? Because it's not affecting your daily life that much. But the other guy who is in Poland who sees, like Gabriel says, the smoke, just with his eyesight, he give a shit, he give a shit about that. So you need to also understand that each country has different points of view on this topic, right? It's not like, yeah, United States has one way of seeing it and everybody has the same, right? Because
No,
I
yeah,
think
but
we
like
agree that
in the
the
case
world is
of
multipolar, right? And everybody has a different opinion on the topic. So I'm just talking about European, as a European, and also Swiss aside, right? We're also getting tired of this war. People get tired. We see that many Ukrainians came. At the beginning it was for goodwill. The people said, "Okay, you're fleeing the country where is war. Okay, we take you in." But now it's 3 years. It's been 3 years, and it's not moving forward. People dying. Our economies are shit. And it's just not. It's no end in sight, and there's the people is difficult to sell to the people to continuously found something when it's just getting worse and worse, right? It's easy when
well,
you win, right? When you win, then it's good, but
upgrade.
if you lose, then it's another topic. And like you said, Chabos, it's very important that Europe needs some to save their face,
Well,
right?
the thing upgrade is that yeah, the European countries had the experience of being under Russian rule. That must have been horrible and all that, but they also were under German rule, and now they're under German rule again, practically.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
And so
what do you mean by that?
like
I
this,
don't understand.
I mean,
I understand.
economically, because the EU, if so goes Germany, so goes the
I
EU. That's
mean,
the
And
argument.
Germany is
so
literally the weak point of European Union right now.
yeah,
So
right now,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
that's only
still because of
because of
Germany,
the
and that's why the
war
EU is
broke
so
out.
weak. And that's why the EU is so weak, because their heart, the center of power is has suicided itself, is bleeding itself out voluntarily, and with it have the rest of the European countries
He's
gone
gone
along
along
with it.
with it.
And
And
so
so,
because they gone along with it, yes.
wait,
wait,
do I have
do
an
I have an
echo?
echo?
Okay,
What about me?
give me. No, I think you. Give me a second.
Yeah,
But
I just
okay.
adjusted Voss mic. So apparently his mic cannot adjust volume. I have to put it on default.
As soon as
So now
Gabriel,
I can hear
we
Voss, but
need
there
to
is an
let
echo.
Voss speak, though.
Can you hear me?
I can hear Voss.
Yes.
Voss, can you speak a bit?
What about me?
Yeah,
Can we
can hear you now.
let Voss speak, because he hasn't
Oh.
spoken? I think.
But let me read the super chat first. Mr. Eric, USA and Trump walks, the Ukraine gets nothing. And also one more thing. Yeah, this a tissue paper. It's not yeah.
It's not cocaine.
Yeah, it's not cocaine. Yeah, it's tissue paper. Yeah, the Visegrad say you guys are useful idiots for spreading Russian propaganda.
Well,
Like-
you know, there's certain things that give you a runny nose.
Like I said,
We don't know what that is.
like I
But-
said, like I said before, rich people doesn't do drugs.
Dude, cocaine is officially the rich people drug, 100%. No, but just to finish what I was saying, I understand that the Europeans, especially the Eastern Europeans, might have like a very gut feeling about Russia and all that, but also like just keep in mind how much propaganda is in that feeling, like how manufactured is that feeling, because you also see countries like Hungary and Slovakia and so on that are also neighboring the situation,
That's true.
and they're also but they're still following their self-interest, because Russia has the gas, Russia has the oil, and you need that. And so like Lithuania, I think it was that, like they cut their grid from the Russian input, and all the electricity bills just jumped to the stars immediately after that. And that's retarded, like it's a stupid policy, and you're screwing your own population. So like, if they prefer to have higher electricity bills as long as they have freedom electricity, then that's the level of propaganda that they're under, and that's how retarded their policies are being.
We got to let Boz speak, though. He hasn't spoken at all.
Oh yeah, Boz, you want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah. About United States, let's go back. Do United States, yeah, does United States do anything for free, or everything is about profit? Because I see a lot of people crying about healthcare, but is there anything is there for free in your country, John? Come on.
Is there anything that is free in our country?
Yeah.
What do you mean by free? Like, I mean,
like healthcare.
Well,
Someone
yeah,
is like,
yeah,
someone is like,
like for example, in the United States, as is probably true of most of Western Europe or most third world countries, no one starves to death in the United States. I mean, we literally have, like where I live, there's homeless people on the street. You can Google this. Voz, could you mean who am I getting the echo from? This is annoying. I'm getting an echo from somebody. I thought Voz is muted, but anyway, doesn't matter. You like there's literally homeless people that are living on the street who don't work, haven't worked in years, who all they do is shoot up every day. Their profession is shoplifting, and they get fed. Literally, there's I have a friend of mine that does volunteer work, outreach for the homeless people, where they drive around and literally deliver them meals. No one starves to death in the United States unless you want to. There's no such thing as hunger in the United States. Everybody eats here for free. You can literally go to a food bank. You can go. There's what they call the supplemental nutrition assistance program, where they give you like a credit card where you can buy groceries with. Even if you're an illegal alien, like you can get all this stuff. No, if you don't have health insurance, you go to an emergency room. By federal law, they have to treat you. Now they can bill you for it, but you can just say "fuck you" to the bill. But but they have to treat you. So this whole idea of America being this some place where like the poor or this and that, America is the worst place for the working class. It's the best place for the poor. If you have to be poor anywhere in the world, you want to be in the United States. You get everything for free. They feed you, they house you, they pay your electric bill.
I disagree.
They give you free education for your children. You get everything in the United States if you're poor. Now, if you're working class, you get fucked in the ass 3 ways to Sunday with a 12-inch dick without lube, and you don't even get kissed before you get fucked.
Voz is speechless.
No. I'm not speechless. I just lost what I want to say. But the thing is, if you are poor, the best place to be is in Europe. Yeah.
No. The best place to be is if you're poor, quote unquote, depending how you define poor. If you have nothing in the United States, they give you a house. They give you free medication, the best in the world. The United States has the best healthcare system in the world. You get free drugs. They literally will even pay your electric bill, your gas bill. All that is paid. There's literally, and you don't even have to be a citizen in this country to get this shit. You can go to food banks, every large, like maybe if you live out in Nebraska.
Now I remember what I want to say. You guys always say we are the best country in the world.
I'm not saying we're the best country in the world.
Hold on, John. Yeah, you always say this kind of thing. But don't you think a country like the United States is wrong to have a food bank? People need food bank to eat.
Is it wrong that we need food banks?
Yeah, you have, every time I see it's like, Ukraine is going to get 15 billion, another 50 billion. And then I see videos on YouTube, people die on the street.
Yeah, but but my point is no one starves in the United States. So there's been, like, one of the reasons we have food banks, like I literally did this as an experiment. I actually went to a food bank, not because I needed the money, because I mean, look at my stomach. I didn't need the money. I just wanted to see what you got from a food bank. I'm not kidding. I Googled like food banks in Seattle, and I went there and I wanted to see what you got at a food bank. And they literally have food banks that are like grocery stores where you can, I didn't know this. So I just went like on foot, and I went there and I waited in line. They gave me like 2 sandwiches, and actually they gave me a choice between vegan or meat. I'm not kidding. Like, she literally asked me, do I want vegan or meat sandwiches? She gave me a banana. She gave me a cup of ramen noodles. And there was even this little what do you call it, little treat package of a cookie and bubble gum. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. In my daily, you could do this. Everybody could do this every day. They
It's probably because you look like a hobo going.
Okay, I look like a hobo. But no, everybody was online for this. But no, but my point is, and they even have food banks. I didn't know this at the time, where you can drive up in your car and you can actually go grocery shopping, and no one asks you any questions.
I'm glad Upgrade is here, because he lives in the elite country in Europe. What about
the best country?
Yeah. They're fake, but they,
Everyone knows that Switzerland, like Americans keep on talking about America being the best country in the world, but everyone knows that Switzerland is the best country.
Switzerland, because you let Nazi gold, you fucking fucking faggot.
Nazi gold.
That's why. It's a Nazi gold. It's the only reason you still have that Nazi gold.
The only reason Switzerland has the Nazi gold is because you guys let the Nazis put it there before you guys could take it away.
That's not even their gold,
That's be careful about
those Swiss are the thieves. You stole all that Nazi gold. That's why you have such a high standard of living.
Hey.
Yeah, but
Argentina sent its last Nazi gold to England this year. Okay, we sent it all to England. Now it's theirs. They have it. We don't have anything. All our Nazi gold went to England.
Everybody has shit on their country,
if you go to Scandinavia countries,
I don't hear you complain taking the physicians and the doctor Nazis, right, from the German Institute, the best guys.
What about your space program?
Hold on, Upgrade. We had to go to the moon, okay?
What about your space program?
We need Werner von Braun. We needed to go to the moon. And the Germans, as always, have the best, most intelligent people that are non-Jews. So we needed them, and that's how well, it's true. I mean, at least in the 20th century.
Well, also the Jews, by the way. Also, the most intelligent Jews come from Germany. No, but like now I understand why Millet sent all the Argentinian gold to England, because it was cursed gold. It was so like to take revenge on England. We sent the gold over there so that they fall apart and we can take back Falklands. It was all a 10D chess move.
Anyway, Vaz, we want to let Vaz get some airtime.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like I was saying, when you talk about poor people, if you go to Scandinavia, any country in Scandinavia, they got different lifestyle. It doesn't matter how people complain. They go a stable life, In Scandinavia and Switzerland, they go stable life. UK used to be really good, but not anymore, because every year
they let in too many of you people. You third world people.
No, it's nothing to do with us people. It has to do with America.
So it's America's fault that they let in a bunch of third world countries.
America keep buying things in the UK, like the NHS.
No, but hold on a second, though. I just want to make sure I understand what you're trying to say. Is that you're trying to say that it's America's fault that the UK let in a bunch of third world people from Africa and the Middle East? Is that America's fault?
It's nothing to do with the immigration. Everything is being privatized here in the UK. So
no, but there is
basically in UK everything's about profit now.
There is you can't blame the migrants for the policies of the political elite that allow them in. It's not like the migrants lobby.
I'm not saying I'm blaming. It's not a matter of blaming. It's a matter of the realities that exist because they're there. I mean,
no, but my point is that the root cause.
No, hold on. My point is that regardless of who caused the migrants being there, the fact that the migrants are there has caused this decline in the standard of living. And
absolutely.
every first world country that you have this huge influx of migrants by the millions deteriorates the standard of life.
Yeah, and also in a third world country.
Like that's not. Well, in third world countries, they're already in the third world. You can't.
No, but yeah,
you can't fall any.
Yeah,
lower.
you can.
I mean,
that's the whole point of being a third world country, is that you're in a more precarious situation. Like when you fall, you guys have more expensive bills. Maybe you can't send your kid to college. But when a third world country lowers its quality of life, people actually start to starve. So it's not like a third world country doesn't get it worse off because they have a massive influx of immigration, and that's happening.
You're missing my point. My point is
John,
that
your country has more immigrants than any country in the world.
Right,
yeah,
and
that's true.
The quality of life has been going down in the United States. As we have imported more people from the third world, we've had what they call real wages go stagnant or decline, because we import people from the third world who don't assimilate properly, who have no skills. They don't even have the ability to read and write in their own language, let alone in the English language. And yet we have to, quote unquote, educate them, because we have a socialist system here in a lot of ways, where we have to pay more money for their schools to teach them English as a second language, for example. We have to, because their parents can't afford, they can't get jobs that they can support themselves. So all of this that's paid for. Let me finish. Fuck. All the medical costs in this country, which is so expensive, that we have to pay for their children. I mean, do you realize what a burden that is on the working class? No, the rich don't give a fuck, but the working class,
the rich make money off of that.
The truck drivers and stuff like that. The majority of Americans have to pay for people like I know Voss is in England, but take Voss, if he came to the United States, we would have to subsidize him.
I'm never gonna make that mistake.
No, but John, I understand your point that it is a cause of a lot of problems, like the immigration thing is a cause, and not only in the first world, like in the third world, it's worse because you don't have the infrastructure. Yeah, okay, so in the first world, you have immigration that is a cause of a lot of problems, but it has a lot of economic advantages for the oligarchs and the elite, and that's why they do it. It's not like they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're winning off of it.
Right,
by screwing guys like you.
Mutually agree that it's bad for the working class.
So my point is,
it's bad for the working class.
And so my point is that the immigration is cause of a lot of problems, but it is caused by even a greater problem that is more fundamental, which is the political and oligarchs. Elite.
Well, can we just say it's bad overall? I mean, as far as
no, I'm saying that there's a root problem that it's much deeper than the immigration in itself, and it's causing the immigration.
Causing the problem, the outcome of the problem is that it's negative for the stability of the nation. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, no shit, sir.
It is absolutely negative for the overall stability of the United States and the citizens thereof. I'm sorry,
but I think what Voss was saying. I think what Voss was.
Let upgrade go.
Wait, let me finish. I think the point that Voss was making is that it is a policy that was established in the U.S. of the melting pot sort of thing, and from there, through its influence on Europe, it was exported into Europe, and not only on that, but also the whole issue of wrecking Africa and Middle East is one of the massive causes of mass refugee migration.
This bullshit about wrecking Africa. Africa has always been a shithole.
Yeah, it always was a shithole.
I wonder why.
Then you guys wanted to bomb Somalia.
Yeah.
You guys wanted to bomb Somalia, wanted to go and invade countries in Africa, just as they invaded countries in the Middle East. And just by chance, when you guys started interfering militarily in that area,
never bombed a single country
with the help of Britain, and Canada and Australia and NATO in general. So all of the European countries got on board with this plan of
Look at how backward Africa
screwing up
is.
countries
I
in
mean,
that
every
area,
African
and then you
country,
get massive migrations. You
right?
get
Nobody was
massive
talking
migrations.
to himself, and he's just rambling on, and he's not really saying anything.
Dude,
Look at every
like
single
I'm
African country.
explaining step by step the
No, you're not explaining
situations.
anything step by
I'm
step.
explaining step by
It's
step
true
the
that every
situation,
single African
and
country is a
and you're
shithole.
just
Yes or
denying
no?
by a general. No, that's not true.
denying
Libya wasn't a shithole. South Africa wasn't a shithole. Okay, and countries that
No,
were
You're
shitholes
right. South Africa wasn't.
became
You're right. South Africa
even
wasn't.
more of a shithole.
Neither was Zimbabwe. You're right. Why was that? Why was it the two most functional countries in Sub-Saharan Africa
John, how the
ruled by
fuck
whites?
John,
Why
how the
is that
fuck
true?
do you expect
Why is that?
Zimbabwe?
Why
How
is
the fuck
the
do you
two,
expect Zimbabwe
Rhodesia and
to
South
be a
Africa?
free country when they
Rhodesia
are?
was literally the
Come
bread
on, John.
basket
Come
of
on,
Africa.
come on, John.
Now
Come
that is
on,
a fact.
come on.
Are
Because
you
of
going to
United
deny
yeah,
that?
because of
but
Zimbabwe is in a shithole because of your
sure,
country.
like whatever the cause of their success, it's still the
Whatever,
fact that they
some
were
great
actively
mystery. Is it some
sabotaged.
great
They
mystery?
were
What
actively
was the cause of it? You
sabotaged.
said whatever is the cause of the success. Well, gee, I got a hint. Took it. There's two. There was Rhodesia, and there was
Yeah, you can
Zimbabwe.
take pride
When
in
it was
that. You can
Rhodesia,
take
it was ruled by whites.
also
Guess what?
Libya.
When it was
Also
John,
Libya.
John,
it was
Also
Zimbabwe, and it was the shithole.
John, the sanctions your country put on Zimbabwe is the problem of that country.
look,
The same
like
shit in Zimbabwe is
there's
happening in
consequences.
Iran.
Sorry, go on, boss.
Stop depending on your country, John. Your country is a fucking retarded country. All they do is make sure no one is be safe. Look at Burkina Faso. Look at Burkina Faso.
What? I didn't hear the last
Look
one.
at Burkina Faso. Since they stayed to the French,
But I didn't hear what you said.
now the America is doing is trying to kill that guy. Why they want to kill Ibrahim Traore?
No, yeah, like beyond that, look, Goy, Paul, sorry, John, I get confused. John, look, there's this thing called Africa, okay, and it's a big thing. So like all of the north of Africa was part of the Ottoman Empire, and it was massive, and it was very organized, and they had, and then you have Sahara, which is kind of desertic and all that, and then you have sub-Saharan, and so like you have this huge place.
We know, Gabriel. We know the geography lesson. Thank you.
Yeah, but like you can't just say like, oh, Africa is a shithole. Like it's a
I
big
said
place.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh, okay. But you're not getting massive migration from sub-Saharan Africa specifically. It's more of a Middle Eastern, North African thing. What has been, and that's what's been mostly attacked by the Western Bloc, to not single out a particular nation in the recent history. And coincidentally, as they batter that area of the world, waves of dispossessed, and desperate refugees flow out of nations that maybe were shitholes, but they were still like semi-functional. And then they're wrecked.
No, they
And
weren't.
then
That's
those
the whole
people,
argument. I'm disagreeing with you about whether. Well, it depends on what your definition of semi-functional is. Basically,
Libya was pretty functional.
They weren't even nation states. For example,
Syria was pretty functional.
Tribes that were in a constant state of war. Sometimes
No. That's the thing.
Actually,
Again, you're conflating.
Can we let Upgrade talk for a little bit, please?
Oh yeah, go on. But wait. Before I let Upgrade talk, again, you're conflating like the tribal sub-Saharan area of Africa with the like pretty much established civilization of Northern Africa. Go on, Upgrade.
Yeah. So this is a little bit a crazy topic right now, but I wanted to come back also to the previous points, but one thing is like I saw some woman, American woman, right? She was black and she went out because Trump won, and she thought that country is very racist, and she went to African countries, and then after she made a video about how Africa is horrible, and I just don't want to. I don't want to say that these countries have not improved a lot, and there wasn't great civilization before, right? But not just the Europeans did invade Africa, right? The Persians came, the Ottomans, you know, there was a quite other civilization who attacked Africa and also put their culture and messed up their country. So
Yeah,
that
and you look at the slave trade, for example. It was worse under the Muslim slave trade was far worse than the transatlantic slave trade. No one ever talks about
yeah,
that.
that's another topic. Just want to come back to the healthcare thing, right? Because I have both sisters. I lived in France and I lived in Switzerland. So one is subsidized by the states, who is the French one. It's great, right? You go to the hospital if you have some needs, you know, and you get take care of it of your needs and stuff like that. But the problem is we can't the French cannot subsidize the system anymore because it's overwhelmed. It's too many people take.
Africans, yes, non-French.
Let's not marginalize on one specific group, right?
Well, no, I don't mean to marginalize on one specific group, but I mean let's not, let's be able to speak the truth here. It's not like there's a bunch of It's not like there's a bunch of Swedes coming into France and overwhelming their healthcare system.
Of course, sure, boss. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
You're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be surprised the amount. You're gonna be surprised the amount of rich people that live in France.
Yeah, a lot of
white.
A lot of them. Yeah. But my point is like there's more. The people take more out and put less in, so that the system is not working.
Yes, exactly.
So it's great to say it's the healthcare is free and everything. Yeah, but it's bankrupting the country.
Yes.
It's bankrupting literally the country because we can't subsidize on like without end. And now there's a big debate in every election about that, right? It's not just probably in French election, but all over developed countries about this problem, right? That it's great to have free healthcare, but the problem is you need to subsidize this free healthcare. And on the other side, I live in Switzerland, and if you want to work, you need to pay every month money, you know, even if you're not sick, you know. So the insurance company, they take an amount of your salary. Most of the time, it's like around 500 to 600 Swiss franc, which is about $600 each month. And even if you're not sick, you have this coverage. You know, you need to have this coverage. If not, you cannot even work. You're not even permitted to work. Of course, your employer have a coverage in case you get sick or you make injury in your work, right? But it's not covering the full amount. So you need to pay by yourself in. And depending on the franchise you have, the highest franchise is 2,400 and the lowest is like 400. You pay different amount of money every month. If you're a lot of time sick, right, then your franchise is deep. Then you pay like, let's say it's 400. Everything what is above 400, the insurance pays for you. But of course, every month you need to pay more in. So the system is balancing itself, right? So people who never sick, right, they pay in the system. So it's subsidizing the system, right? And sick people can profit from this, from the people who pay in. So it's a balancing system, right? But in most European countries, it's not like that. It's just people pay in, but they take twice as much out. So what's going to happen after a while? It's going to bankrupt, right? Because it's
really
simple logic, right? It's simple
no
mathematics.
Really.
It is. Well,
Upgrade.
My grandma, she has a problem, you know, with her hips, you know, and she had to get the operation to fix her hips and put the artificial one in. It took her 3.5 years. 3.5 years to actually do it. 3.5 years. Of course, it was free, right? But it took 3.5 years.
It's never free when you work with,
you know, and degrading of her health until she actually got it. So
you know, when people say free,
it will not be the case. In Switzerland, it was okay. You have a problem, you go to the doctor because you pay in already. You pay a certain amount of money, but the most of the care is taken care of the insurance. But I'm telling you, there's a myth that
upgrade. That's everything you said is entirely true. But the point is that you're leaving out the point of like it's supply and demand, right? That's simple that much. If you increase the amount of demand for like medical care as a resource, right? If you can increase the demand for that resource by importing a huge amount of people into your country, so they all need healthcare, right? So all of a sudden that means that healthcare has to be rationed, right? So it's not that they deny anyone, but it means like if you need an MRI, like one of the YouTube channels I follow is an Austrian woman, and she was talking about how there was a woman that had her blood work came back and said she had pancreatitis, and she needed an MRI to properly diagnose her. And they said, okay, you have to wait 6 months because they had so much immigrants into the country that they didn't have they didn't have enough MRI machines, MRI technicians, whatever. So she actually she said, fuck it, because she was worried, because pancreatic cancer is deadly, as you know. It's like a 97% fatality rate. She actually said, I'll pay it myself. And she did. And they found out, and then they did surgery on her immediately because she paid herself. And she actually sued the Austrian government. She actually for the price she had to pay, and she won because they said this is ridiculous, which is props to the government who presided over this. But that's exactly what's happening now, is because look, medical care is a finite resource. There's only so many doctors. There's only so many nurses. There's only so many healthcare workers. There's only so many labs.
Yeah, rooms, beds, machines. Everything is finite. It's super expensive. Every procedure is super expensive. The technology is super expensive.
So what happens when you all of a sudden you add million? Like look in the United States, we've added 11 million illegal aliens in 4 years. 11 million. That's larger than the population of Paris. So think of the entire city of Paris, right? One of the largest cities in the world, Paris. Imagine taking that entire city and all its suburbs, and then putting it in the United States.
You're saying that the water is wet. Like you guys are saying that the water is wet. It's like self-evidently true and undeniable that if you increase the population abruptly. No, I'm not. I'm pointing at the causes of that. I'm pointing at like what type of policy can foment that phenomena and for what purpose? Because it's by design. It's not an accident. It's not like suddenly people down south thought it was a great idea to go and storm the north.
Impacts. I'm not talking about the causes. Let's talk about the impacts.
That's right. You're saying that the water is wet.
This is a good thing.
I'm not saying it's a good thing by no means at all.
People that are saying this is a good thing.
There's
John,
but it's retarded. But they're retarded.
John, where were you in the COVID era?
Say again?
In COVID time.
In the COVID era, where were you?
Remember that everyone was working from home. We were doing the fucking job no white people want to do.
Oh my God.
Well, I would disagree with that, but what's your point?
Yeah, my point is when you say these people come to your country or Europe, we need to work. And the job.
Why can't you work in your own country? Why the fuck do we have to pay for you?
Why the fuck? Because of you.
Why the fuck?
Because of you.
Because of me.
Listen. I was born in a fucking communist country.
Okay.
My country was fucking good until.
So why don't you go back to it?
Because of you. You fucked the system. You fucked the system.
I fucked your system.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
what I'm saying is
your country was good, and then what happened?
What happened?
Your country was good.
Shabbos Goy came to your country and fucked it, so now you can't.
No, he's not talking about that. Goy, don't be so melodramatic. But Vaz, I'm really curious. What happened to your country? You said it was good.
They changed the system.
How was it before, and what happened?
Yeah.
And how is it now?
Fuck the communism. Let's start capitalism. That was.
No, but how did that happen?
They end the communism, and then people started going there. And
tell us about it, because you're from Uganda, right?
No,
you're from Uganda.
Fuck
Angola, sorry.
Yeah.
Angola.
Okay, so Angola is an obscure place in the world, and not everyone knows the history of Angola. So, like, tell us what happened. Like, you said that your country was
You
good,
know when
and then
when they say change the system from communism to capitalism, everything has to be private. Before that, everything was fine. We didn't have the best jobs in the world, but trust me, we had everything we need.
no, yeah, this idea that
Education was free.
yeah,
Health was free, and we produce everything we need to eat. And then they start coming and say everything must be privatized. Everything, you need to pay for school. We got the best schools. We got the best healthcare and stuff. And now the country is fucked up. The
Did
best
it
way,
also have to do that?
the best way for you to survive is leaving the country. I never thought
because
Did it
I'm
also
gonna
have
leave
to
my
do
country.
something that the
one
Soviet Union collapsed and it was also a communist country? So did it has also to do something with that?
Come
no,
again?
wait, oh, he's saying that maybe your country fell apart because it was communist. So that's why I was
No,
wondering
no,
what
no,
had
no, no. I
happened
said because
specifically.
the Soviet Union was the main, you know,
Sponsor.
yes, sponsor, and they were very tight relation with Angola and Soviet Union. They were a communist country,
Yeah.
like
Hmm.
Cuba. So
Literally,
after the collapse,
literally,
Yeah,
yeah. Literally,
Cuba
we,
also fell apart
yeah,
yeah,
after
that's
after
my
the
point.
yeah,
Yeah,
the fall of
yeah,
the
was it because of
Soviet
this? Yeah.
Union,
yeah.
but
Mm.
Cuba didn't change communism.
Yeah, because Cuba didn't have the things we have. We have. Angola is a fucking rich country. I mean, fucking super rich. We got the same power. We got the same power to be like these countries like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, or whatever in Middle East. We are super, super rich. We got everything in the world. In Africa, the richest country is Congo, followed by Angola. Maybe they together the same level in resource, mineral resource. But the thing is, we not allowed. These people in power in Angola, they protect their money by not listening to the people. It's always IMF. If you change your tactic, we're gonna change the power in your country. This is why
Oh yeah,
people.
I was wondering because here in South America there was like a wave of nationalism, and nationalism in South America is pretty peculiar for the world because it has been fundamentally a leftist movement, like particularly communist. Like the except in Argentina. In Argentina, the nationalism was like a socialist nationalism, so to speak, but without racial components. Uh, Not that much, let's say. It wasn't the main priority. But like during the Cold War, particularly the 70s and the 80s, there was a wave of dictatorships throughout all of South America. And so like there was right-wing dictatorships and coups that military juntas that took over almost every country in South America, like
I remember.
practically. And so like and that's how capitalism was established, as like neoliberal globalist capitalism was established in South America. It was like the defeat of South America during the Cold War. And it also happened in Asia to a certain extent, like Philippines and Indonesia and so on. There's countries that, like Vietnam, that sort of won their independence, and then there's countries that became military right-wing dictatorships, and they aligned with the United States. Like they were all military dictatorships, so to speak, but some of them were right-wing and some of them were left-leaning. But in South America in particular, like I'm not saying that communism is better than capitalism necessarily. I'm talking about how, particularly in South America, the right wing or the capitalists, they've always been globalists. They haven't been nationalistic. And the nationalists, the people who were like trying to achieve sovereignty, were mostly from the left, except for Argentina, which was weird. And so there was military coups that established the neoliberal global capitalism to South America. And so that's why I was wondering how it happened to Africa. Like I kind of know, but I want you to explain since you're from there.
About
Like what happened to your country? Like how did they overthrow communism? How
they
was communism overthrown?
because of
You said it was good.
because of Soviet Union.
Yeah, but Cuba didn't change,
Look,
because of the Soviet
look.
Union. Neither did
No,
Vietnam.
no. Look at Cuba now.
No,
They
yeah,
didn't want
I
to
know.
change. Listen, they didn't want to change, and they put sanctions on them. Cuba be under censorship for like
30 years.
76 years.
No, yeah, but when the Soviet Union could trade with Cuba,
Yeah,
they didn't have.
Cuba was already under sanctions, but
No, yeah, but
yeah,
they weren't effective because you could trade
yeah,
with the so the sanctions became effective when the Soviet Union fell.
yeah, there was no help after the
Yeah.
Soviet Union. The same thing is like if you see other countries like Zimbabwe was under the British colony. Things were good until Robert Mugabe starting open their eyes. Like you fuck off. Let me keep my country the way I want. I'm gonna do the same thing. Happened in Angola, Mozambique, every country in South of Africa was really good. Apart from South Africa, was under apartheid. Was really good, but then they started change things. It's like if you wanna buy a Nike, buy straight away from me. Otherwise, you're gonna be like the next North Korea or South Korea. You see, North
North
Korea.
Korea is different from South Korea.
Yeah, North Korea. Yeah, you're gonna be like North Korea or
Yeah, because
yeah.
like the argument usually goes that Africa isn't underdeveloped because of colonialism or uh, Western hegemony, but because of intrinsic problems, of like cultural issues. That's the argument normally. And one of the main examples of that is Singapore, for example. Like people always point to Singapore and say, look, Singapore was also a colony, but they came out just fine. So why aren't you Africans doing better if Singapore is doing
How big is
good?
Singapore? How big is Singapore, and how many people?
No, I'm not saying that as an argument. I'm saying that that's the argument that is
Yeah,
usually
but
made.
the thing is,
And
they always come to your country and say to you, these
No,
are
and
the rules. Because if you see countries like Ethiopia, they said no. Zimbabwe, they said no. Angola tried to say no, and go fucked up straight away, and they changed their mind. They changed their mind straight away. Congo said no. Hold on, Congo was the first one to say yes. Was the first one.
Congo was overthrown and the leader was killed brutally.
Yeah. But that was in 2007. Nah, 1997. But before that, Congo was the biggest country in Africa under CIA. They were good with that. The moment Mobutu was like, nah, we've been doing shit. Guess who helped take them
No, but
out?
before Mobutu,
Angola was the country who helped take Mobutu out.
Oh yeah, but I meant before Mobutu. I can't remember his name, but when they
Patrice Lumumba.
Lumumba, yeah. So my point is that my answer to this argument is that there's a pretty clear historical like beyond cultural difference and like ethnic differences that one can discuss about. It's fine, but there's also like historic context that accompanies those. Like it's not like you can just separate the ethnical or cultural thing and point those differences out and then like there's a difference between Singapore and China for a reason, like because Singapore had certain alliances and fulfilled a certain like historical role in the area that allowed it to rise, while China didn't, until very recently with the help of Singapore. But like culturally, you could say that they're similar,
Yeah.
but and also you could compare sort of China with Japan and see that they're like not similar in the sense that they're equal, but similar in the sense of like the tech tree, the cultural tree. Like they're a high civilization with a highly organized technology. Like they're not just random tribes, primitive tribes, barbarians. They were never barbarians. They were pretty
Like I said,
sophisticated culture by the time they were. So like you have even in Asia where you have a pretty developed, like Latin America has this similar situation as Africa where you don't have a very developed culture before colonialism. You did have, but not in the tech tree. So they did have uh, civilizations, but they were like in the Stone Age, to be fair. And they were pretty developed, but they were still kind of in the Stone Age. So like it's not the same situation. And so South America and Africa are kind of like underdeveloped cultures, and Asia was like a pretty much highly developed culture. And when colonialism hit, it wrecked the place, but some countries like could stand back up really quick and others couldn't. So like the ethnical or cultural element is not the only thing to take into consideration. And one can also then look at the historical phenomena that took place, like the assassination of Lumumba. Lumumba. And so that pretty much wrecked Congo and left Mugabe in charge, destroying the place for a couple of decades and so there is a very recent history of wreckage of Africa that, especially like if you want to make the case for like developed civilizations, the Ottoman Empire was a pretty developed civilization and they controlled all of North of Africa, and all of North of Africa has been absolutely wrecked. And so then you have massive migrations from those countries to the north. And that's sort of my point about it being by design, that you don't get people to run away to a faraway country to look for better prospects out of the blue. Like when you have a country that is third world, but it's mostly stable, then the people who migrate to first world countries are the high class. Like all the high middle class and posh kids, they want to go to Europe and to the United States to make a better life, and they don't have difficulties. And they're not like a illiterate, untrained workforce. They're usually kind of professional and so on. And that's like the natural wave of immigration. You get like a brain drain from the countries because those are the people who can have access to transport and to visas into the country. So when you get a mass immigration of like really poor people, like illiterate people, that's not something natural because those people like either are immigrating like through long caravans throughout desolate lands because they don't have any food and they're like looking on a pilgrimage for food, or you put them in a train, you put them in a boat, or you put them in a plane and you send them to the first world country.
Yeah. Remember, Gaddafi said, whatever you guys trying to do to my country, please stop. This is gonna fuck up Europe. Please stop.
And he was right. He was absolutely right.
Look what happened now.
And then you have Hillary laughing at how she killed him.
See? And you see, and then we get guys like John say we are the good guys. Look the way they kill Gaddafi. Look at fucking way they kill Saddam Hussein. Do you think these people are the good guys? Go on,
John. I know you wanna.
Well, I think you people are just missing on the greater point. It's all about the white man be keeping the black man down. I mean, if it wasn't for the white man, I mean, the black man would have invented like Newtonian physics. They would have like circumnavigated the globe. They would have put a man on the moon.
John, don't be petty. That's such a cheap shot. Like we're not talking about the white man against the black man.
Smoking those menthol cigarettes and shit like that. I mean, that's all because of the white man. Because the white man keeps the black man down. That's what
don't be such a whiny bitch, man.
Don't be apologize. There's no white man. The white man be keeping the black man down. That's what it is. Everybody knows that.
The white man be keeping the black man down. The black man were Kangs and shit. Everybody knows that the black man were Kangs. All right.
No, they were Vikings. They were also
The black
Vikings.
man were the Kangs and shit.
You are full of
They were also
shit.
Vikings.
The black man, like that's how they discovered like Newtonian physics. That Sir Isaac Newton was actually a black man. A lot of people don't know. It's just like Jesus. Jesus was a black man too. And the black man, they
wasn't black.
all this history had been suppressed by the white man. They've been keeping the black man down. They always have to keep it. The black man invented the printing press too. They did that as well. All these things, history has been written by the white man.
It was the yellow man, actually. To be fair, it was the yellow man who invented the printing press.
Gutenberg was the yellow man too. They've been keeping the yellow man.
No. China had printing press
why I can tell it's like why
thousands of years before Gutenberg.
Gutenberg was Chinese, right? Why am I right? Gutenberg was Chinese.
John, don't be such a whiny bitch, okay? Like you can acknowledge that there's a problem. You can acknowledge that there's a problem with immigration, that it causes problem. And how are you going to fix that shit if you don't acknowledge the cause of the problem? It's like retarded.
Acknowledging the problem is that the white man is bad. The white man is bad for the whole planet. And we need to get
ideological defense, like a cognitive dissonance,
Gabriel won't
in
accept
which you can
if
like
you get
just
rid of the white man, then everything will be good.
recognize the existence of a problem, but you can't fathom the possibility of considering
I mean, that's where you go
a solution to the problem by recognizing the cause.
Africa.
It's like you just can't look at the cause of your problems to just want to be a victim. You just want to cry about it, and whine that your greatness, you were kings and shit, you were free, and you were crushed and oppressed by the brown men that came over to take over your paradise. Like that's all the thing.
Black man down is what it is. Are you trying to tell me
this
that the white man is like
retarded.
black man down?
It's this retarded, cognitive dissonance.
Are you trying to tell me that the white man
that absolute insecurity of decadence causes?
And the menthol cigarettes.
That you can like
there's not
be the best in the world, while at the same time we can also be the victims of the world. Like, oh, we're the best. We would be the best. But if we wouldn't get screwed all the time by all those inferior people who screw us, we would be the best.
Why is the white man talking in the malt?
If we wouldn't get screwed all the time by all those inferiors. Am I right?
You didn't answer my question. Why did the white man? They have advertisements, and I've seen these advertisements. I can show it to you where they show the white man, the white Jewish advertising agencies. They'd be targeting the malt liquor at the black man, and they'd be targeting the menthol cigarettes at the black man. Why they be doing that if they weren't trying to keep them down?
I really can't understand what you're saying. I don't understand retarded. Sorry.
Like a cultural thing. So but the thing is what Shabo said, right? Is literally
I don't speak retarded.
But it's literally the woke ideology. Basically, that's what they have been saying. So which is very funny when you have the white guy repeating the same thing. And then it's very hard to agree and disagree at the same time. It's like I find that a bit hilarious. So
the white man keeping the black man down. That's what it is. If one for the white man, the black man be rule the world. We know this.
Honestly, you know whose fault is it? I can believe is Wakanda's
fault. Orange juice.
Because Wakanda got high-tech technology and they don't want to share. Wakanda
Wakanda. I don't think the white man be keeping a secret about Wakanda. Wakanda's a real place. That's what a black man, the black man can do better than the white man can do. They have a shield. The whole thing.
No, but we don't blame the white man, Shavoskoy, because we know the truth. And the truth is that the white man is the slave to the orange juice. So it's not their fault. It's all the fault of the juice.
Don't be talking about
you're
my
just
employers.
a Shavoskoy.
I'll tell you right now. Don't be talking about my employers. I don't tolerate that.
I'm just talking about the fruit.
I don't tolerate the orange juice. I don't tolerate any of that kind of talk. These people pay my salary, and I will not tolerate that. It's the white man that keeping the black man down. That's what it is.
No, it's the juice that keeps the goy down. We know that.
Do you want to change topic or?
No, I want to talk about how the white man keep taking the black man down.
Oh my God!
I mean, we all know the black man. Like, didn't they discover it wasn't Shackleton? It was a black man that discovered Antarctica. It wasn't a white man. It was a black man that did that. because the black man they love to like explore the whole world. That's why they left Africa, and that's how they did that. Like they discovered America, they discovered
How can you discover?
Antarctica. The black man did all this stuff because that's in the nature of the black man to do this.
You always claim.
The black man do all this stuff, and the white man
always
just
claim
takes
to
credit
discover
to the
America.
black man.
How the fuck can you discover America?
And I
when there were
agree with
people living
Voz.
there?
The white man is evil, and he was stealing the technology.
I'm not saying I'm not saying the white man
black
is
man.
evil. I'm saying America is evil.
And America is just a
nothing to do with
manifestation
the
of
white
evil of the
people.
white man.
I'm talking about
America
America.
was founded by
I'm
white
talking
men.
about America.
Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
that's a
please, no.
preamble of the founding document of the United States, and it was written by a slave owner, an owned black man.
Cool.
That's a fact.
I think
but-
our conversation have run its course. This is why we are going off course. Have you tried playing with AI chat? When you talk to them after like a few hundred message, the AI start to go crazy. It start to give you stupid answer and crazy answers. I think that's what's happening to our conversation.
It's kind of like
right
when you talk. It's kind of like when you talk to a woke liberal and shit like
Yeah,
that.
the
You start
golem,
talking about like
the
transsexual and stuff like that.
the golem has started to go crazy because its AI isn't powerful enough.
Yeah, because the AI run out of RAM, like run out of memory, so they cannot recall some of the things that we talk about. Then they will start to go crazy, and they will give you stupid, crazy answers. So I don't know.
Golems run on AI.
One more thing about the white man stealing from the black man is about chess.
Oh my God!
The greatest chess players in the world are black. They're not white. That's the black man is the greatest chess player in the world. I mean, this whole Kasparov and Karpov shit.
Oh,
Bullshit.
you know why Jazz became famous at all, right? There were certain
the black man
there's
is better than
certain
the white man.
special interests that did an absolute masterpiece.
When it comes to
There are
everything.
certain special interests that made a masterpiece in social engiring by establishing
Michelangelo
gas
and Leonardo
as a cultural thing. Like
it was also black.
the only reason why jazz became a thing was because of a
Joyce,
exemplary campaign of social engineering.
Black Irish, but he was actually black.
Hey, but John,
he was black as
John,
Voss.
John, listen to this. Like, can I ask you a question?
No, motherfucker, I don't want to. I'm not going to answer any of your fucking questions, man.
Are you guys the best?
I'm not answering
Or are
any
you
of your
guys
questions, man. No,
a victim?
I don't really give a fuck about anything you say. I mean, you actually try to talk over me for like fucking 20 minutes. Go suck a dick.
I can say the same thing about you, but I'm not crying about it.
Am I crying? Am I laughing?
The so close one to the other, right?
All right, let's do closing. I think if we go on,
I'll save myself for last.
Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Upgrade the timing is I think the latest. So upgrade. You're in Switzerland, right? Why the hell is it so bright? It looks like it's a daytime over there.
Light.
It's dawn.
It's super light.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got one of those, sorry, did you get one of those UV things that you wake up to? The UV lights, you know what I'm talking about?
No, I have huge windows, so the sunlight is
But it's
coming.
nighttime.
It's nighttime. It's 2:40 in my in
Right,
Switzerland.
but you anyway. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, man. Switzerland is close.
You same time as Paris. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, closing.
Talk. It was a little bit weird the last 5 minutes, but overall it was it was a nice conversation. I came in a little bit late, so I don't know what was talked about before, but yeah, what should I say? There's nothing much to say besides have a good one, guys. I need to sleep because tomorrow is going to be a tough one. But yeah, by the way, in Basel right now is the Eurovision, if anybody gives a shit about it, but nobody gives a shit, I think. Yeah, just European people give a shit, but just gay European people. Yeah, so nobody gives a shit. But it's overwhelming. Our city is too much people right now. So many foreigners, so many crazy looking people. I never saw like this crazy looking people in my entire life. Oh, I just walked in. I was in public transportation, and I saw some. I don't know. Was it or I don't know how to describe it. You know, I should have make a picture and send it.
Drugs?
Oh shit! Yeah, it was some famous person. You know, like the first transgender. From Austria, yeah, who won the Eurovision, who has the same beard like Gabriel, but breasts. Oh, no breast. Oh, okay. Sorry, no breast. Sorry, no breast. Jesus. Have a nice one, guys. I need to go sleep.
Thank you, Upgrade. Gabriel, closing. You're muted. Sorry, just I muted you because of the echo.
Sorry, Upgrade, for our underwhelming reaction to your massive cultural event. Like, maybe if you had actual artists in Europe still, we would be interested. I remember Europe was very much like most of my favorite bands, you know, and artists are European. So it's kind of sad that I didn't even know Eurovision was a thing right now. Um, I guess it's just a testament to my ignorance of their high culture, or the state of their culture, of their high culture. Um, and yeah, like a very interesting discussion. It was like a war of the worlds. I guess we had Wyatt versus Drew. We had Serbia versus Serbia. Prata versus Garrett. That's, you know, like, it was a civil war. This was a this whole open mic was a civil war.
That was good though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have been great to have Archimedes arguing with John. That would have been fun to complete the circle, and maybe have Mike argue with Vos de Povo. That would have also been, you know, a full house. But it was fun as much as it was. Um, I do think that, you know, like, beyond the cliches that every ideological myopia of, you know, the polarized sides use as propaganda, you know, like the cliches and the slogans and the, you know, catchphrases that they use for their bullshit, to be able to evaluate the situation is actually interesting. You know, it becomes an interesting discussion if you can evaluate the merits of each argument, and have a more nuanced perspective on the complexities of multicultural interactions and historical development. But nonetheless, I do think that it's important that, you know, if you can recognize a problem, if you can go to the causes of that problem, you're more likely to have a hope of solving it. Maybe not. Maybe it's too late. It's too far gone. You're all going to be brown in a couple of years, and it's over. It's so over. But maybe you can actually, like, you know, instead of blaming those hut-dwelling analphabets, you can sort of have some more critical judgment on your own elites that are our own elites, because like I said, we suffer the same phenomena. I understand the problems of immigration because it's also happening here. It's been happening for a long time, and you could even argue that part of Argentine, you know, decline has also been a policy of, you know, waves of migration. It also has happened in Chile. It's happened in Brazil. Like, it's happening all around, and in more precarious countries, it's worse because you don't have the level of infrastructure to deal with that. So, like, yeah, in first world countries, you know, the service declines significantly and it's catastrophic for everyone. But in third world countries, when that happens, it's usually you get starvation and, you know, mass deaths and stuff like that. So anyhow, like, I think it's a problem of policy, it's a problem of design, and it's important to find the people responsible and hold them accountable in any way, at least, by not supporting them. And yeah, thanks for the conversation, for the space, Wyatt. It's always a pleasure, and it's absolutely admirable that you have such magnanimous despondence to contrary opinions, and I salute you for that. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and give Wyatt money in any way, shape, or form. And remember to update the AIs of your golems, because if you don't, then they get glitches and start going around in circles. Now, I try to avoid talking over other people, but when people are like just chimping out, it's not actually talking over them. One side is talking and the other one is just babbling. So yeah, have a good night. Always a pleasure, John. And Vos de Povo. See you later.
Thank you, Gabriel. Voz, closing.
On the set. Hello? Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Slava Ukraine. Fuck the United States. That's it.
Oh, that's a short one. Thank you, boss. Shabbos goal. You need to unmute first. Sorry. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry for that. I couldn't get my mouse to work for a second. Yeah, first off, those who are still watching, do us all a favor. Come on, hit this like button. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to give Wyatt money. I mean, you probably should throw him a buck. I mean, I don't know. In American dollar is like, I don't know, what is that in gook money? What do you gooks call a dollar? I don't know. It's like, yeah, exactly. Nah, Wyatt's good people, and support his channel. Wyatt's pretty cool. I mean, he's not that cool, but he's pretty cool. But back to, I guess closing. I just kind of want to like reiterate what I was saying is that ultimately it is the white man keeping the black man down. I mean, I really agree with that. If it wasn't for the white man, the world would be perfect. And all these how do you call them, advancements? They're not white. The black man did them. And I think the sooner the white man accept that, the better the world will be. I think Vaz agreed with that. So I'll sign out with that. So anyway, peace and love.
Thank you, Shabbos. All right.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
brother.
So put you to the backstage. So yeah, so my turn to closing. So thank you everyone for watching the episode 127 of the DPA Open Mic. Well, yeah, this is a very chaotic episode. It's good in a way, as usual. Yeah. Some people in the chat should come on. They complain about a lot about the people on screen. Come on and talk. Teach them a lecture. Teach them what reality is. This these idiots all do not know what they're talking about on the screen. So so yeah. So I think we're gonna be in for a very crazy week again. I just to sum up a little bit on the past week is really is quite shocking. In the space of like a week, we have so many things happening, and I think more things is gonna happen. I think the Indian-Pakistan thing is still not entirely over. Then we have the China-US trade talk thing. Within internal US politics, there is this big pharma thing. This reduction of the medicine thing, which looks curious. I'm not sure how they're going to implement that. We have the trade deal between UK and United States. We did not talk about it at all. So yeah, what else? Ukraine war, the Ukraine still losing. Then of course they are trying to play this peace deal thing, which you probably notice I didn't really give a damn because it's just maneuvers. It's not a reality thing, So So yeah, I think this coming week is going to be quite crazy as well. So thank you for watching, and just an interesting note: we didn't see Vaughn on. It's a long time since we have an episode that Vaughn never came on. So, so anyway, yeah, that stood out to me. So anyway, that's it. Thank you for watching. I got to go and do Ukraine wars mapping. Yeah, and also I did publish the trade wars rap. I spent many hours editing it. Unfortunately, most people don't like to watch the trade war stuff because it's boring. It's not exciting. But unfortunately, that's the case. So anyway, whatever it is, thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. I'm going to drop the outro, and thank you for all the super chats. Did I miss anything? Oh, we actually forgot to answer about the Johari's question, but yeah, feel like Putin's gesture of negotiation is the last straw for Zelensky or for Trump. What do you guys think about it? Yeah, I think they actually just now they talked about it already. So that's probably everything. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. I'm going to drop the outro, and I'll see you guys later. And also happy Mother's Day for those that are still in Mother's Day, and happy Vesak Day. Today is Vesak Day, a Buddhist major festival. And I'll see you guys in the next update.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand.